The vastness of Daytona International Speedway was sort of proven out when the semi-recent, I should say, Daytona Rising project was underway, where they literally tore down the entire grandstand and rebuilt it from end to end. And the remarkable thing is when you go from one end of that massive grandstand you're looking at down to the other end here, when the architects and engineers were designing and building that grandstand, they literally had to take into account the curvature of the earth. This place is massive. The track we'll be on today, 3.56 miles in length. They count 12 turns. And of course, a lot of them go by names. But it is a piece of history that was not just forged in stock car racing, but also in world-class endurance sports car racing. And we would like to welcome you to this amazing facility for this fifth round of the World Racing League for the 2026 season. We are about to go green for the World Racing League's Daytona 14 Hours. As you can see, absolutely sun-drenched day. Drench could be the key. The humidity here in Florida climbing already. Temperature about 85 out there. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? But it's actually real feel already up into the 90s. So this is going to be a true challenge today, and one of the reasons that people love marking this event on their calendar every year. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by JT Tammy, and our producer, Ryan West, will also be part of the announced team here. JT, just an amazing facility here, and as you can see, we are getting pretty close to getting this one underway.
Yeah, this is the start of lap one of our two pace laps here. Drivers always look forward to this track. We always look forward to this track. Daytona International Speedway is just such an iconic venue. It produces great racing, great scenery. We love coming here every year for WRL, and we're always happy to come back.
Yes, and you're right. And of course, it's also a track that is unlike any other in terms of what you need to do with car setup, tire pressures, all that stuff. We'll talk about it. And then you have to endure, quite literally, 13 hours of racing just to be in the hunt to go after the win in that 14th hour. Now, as you see the field out here, we are going to have a split start. The front of the grid is occupied by the faster GTO cars. The one that's on the overall pole, the number 91, the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang. It has been looking very stout from the off. We saw it at Road America. They were really starting to show some speed there, and that's carried over to here. Starting second will be the number 120, the AE Victory Racing. That is one of those Toyota Supras. Then the number 9 Altamonte Motorsports Porsche. Then the second of the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supras, the 119. Now, these are all GT4 variant cars, except for this next one, the number 843 Low Country Motorsports. That is a two-frame type Camaro. We'll talk more about that as we get going. Starting in the 6th spot, the number 25 Singler Racing entry. Starting in the 7th spot, the number 4 Kingpin Racing. That's another one of those Toyota Supras. Starting 8th overall, the 117 from Aftermath Motorsports. Starting 9th overall, the 678. That is the Ligier from Stack Racing with Rapscallion. And then starting 10th, the lone GTU entry in the field from the number 148 48 competition team. Moving to the second group, the biggest of the classes here, GP1, and it will have Screaming Go Racing, which has just owned this place in the past. In their number 29, and the 46 from Ginger Racing, the Corvette, the 112 from TC Klein Racing, the C8 that made its debut at Road America. Has a very different look this race. Starting 4th in the GP1 class, the 315 from Split 5 Racing. Starting 5th, the 555 from Cajun Canuck Racing. Starting 6th, the 62 from Open Throttle Racing. 7th, the number 5 from All-Star Racing. 8th, the 43 from PC Racing. 9th, the 302, the Riser Harness Ford, that thundering Boss 302 out there. Starting 10th, the number 64 from Open Throttle Racing, the teammates in the 61 car. Start 11th, then starting 12th in GP1, and that's the TCS Motorsports number 22. Then we move to the final class, GP2. On the pole, the number 365 from Hera Flight Racing. They are really cruising out there, really fast right now. Starting in the second spot in GP 2 is the Aftermath Motorsports entry, the 17, starting 3rd. The 616 of BRD Motorsports, 4th, the number 927 from Fast Track Racing. 5th is the number 55, it's from AOA Racing. 6th, the number 216 Skip Barber Racing School at GR86 Cup car, and then rounding out the field, the 888 from Cajun Canuck Racing. So that is your starting lineup, and they are coming through the relatively within a couple of years, completely repaved and completely paved over bus stop. We'll talk more about that. We have 14 hours to get into some fun stories and the like. That'll be coming up here. But field now coming out of Speedway 4 and getting set to go. We'll watch for that lead pace vehicle, the safety vehicle, to drop down, make its move into the pit lane, and then we are going to go racing. Again, split start, 2 different safety cars. So we'll be seeing what happens here. Watch that lead car. Here we go. It is in. We're green. We are green at Daytona International Speedway. The WRL Daytona 14 hours is underway. Watch for the flag for that second group. They come up and green again. So we are green on all fronts here. And a beautiful move from the 120 AE Victory Racing Toyota to get around that 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang. Meanwhile, watching the GP1 and 2 field as they head down into that first set of corners. And the Corvette looking to make an early jump, trying to sneak underneath.
Oh, trouble.
46 Ginger Racing entry. We have cars spun. That is the number 9 from Altamani Motorsports, I believe. And it's gone around in the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. And let's hope it's not damaged and that it can restart, because here comes this field of GP1 and GP2 machines. Boy, and that Corvette, it got caught out somewhere. Because the last time we saw it, it was making a move for second, exiting turn 1. And now it seems to have dropped well back. Oh, they got it going. Excellent news. And as soon as they get back on track, we will be back to green flag all around. Yeah, that Corvette has dropped back to like 6th. And you can see that it is now velocity yellow from TC Klein. JT, anything you noticed in that spin?
Not so much in the spin. I didn't see the initial contact for it, but everybody doing a very good job to get around it. By the time the general production cars got to the scene, there was a standing yellow into the corner, and everybody was able to be real heads up and safe going through there. So yeah, allowed the Porsche to take a moment to recover themselves, get turned around, and get back racing, and we stay green.
Yeah, a good thing that you're right. I mean, there was some fabulous evasive action being taken there. So always appreciate that. You know, when you're caught in the dumpster fire, if you could put it out and avoid making any further contact, it just keeps us racing. I'll tell you what, that 120 from our AE Victory Racing, man, they pounced, and they've also opened up just a little bit of a margin as well here.
Well, that's the 120 and the 119, Greg. Both of those cars have gotten out to an incredible lead here just in the first lap. Look at the gap. And the Singler car is going to go way down the inside here, Greg. They're going to make a move on the Low Country Motorsports Camaro.
So that Morehouse Mustang, did I miss a spin by them, or are they having some sort of mechanical problem?
No, they just seemed a bit slow to react to the green flag, and since then they've just kind of been, boxed in here. So they've been unfortunately sliding back a bit. Who knows? Maybe the Mustang
as I understand it, JT, too, that car's had some wind tunnel time done as well. So that car less slippery than it was last year. So they may have a little bit of an issue on the tri-oval trying to keep up with everybody. Now, in theory, they're in the pack with everybody else, so at the first lap, it shouldn't have been much of an issue, but we should watch for that as well, that car carrying a lot more downforce than it used to.
Well, I also think another idea here is that, they may have, the drivers on board may have said this pace is too quick for our tires. And, they're carrying full load of fuel. They're a heavy car compared to some of the others. And they may have just said it's too early to be going this fast, and just decided to just start it right into two things, conserving your tires and conserving fuel. Although it looks like they're starting to make the move again here. They are all over the back coming out of that infield section of the 117 Aftermath entry.
Yeah, that Aftermath car doing a little bit of battle there at the back with the Kingpin Racing, the purple Toyota Supra, not one we've seen often in that livery. Used to seeing the Kingpin car be the blue and white, so that'll take me a couple tries.
Well, you know that big theory I postulated about stack with Rapscallion with their two Ligers that were on the entry list and just send them out and run them in tandem. You use the draft to help them around. They're only running one car today, so let's toss that right out the window.
I think Singler is catching the back of the two Supras here.
Yeah, it looks like
ahead.
that. Bimmer's closing in just a bit.
So they had just made the pass on the Low Country Motorsports in the middle of the last lap. So we don't have any data right now, but it was 3 seconds this time by. We'll take a look on lap 3 and see what, if any, or how much, if at all, the gap has come down here. So you see that Singler BMW right there in your frame?
Yep. Hey, so I had alluded to that Low Country Motorsports Camaro being pretty different than almost anything in the field. You know more about that, so I thought I'd wait for you here and ask you to explain to the folks what that car is.
Yeah, so I believe, my understanding is it's a Fury chassis, which I think JT Fury makes these kind of track day specials, but also late models. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
I should really look that up at some point. Anyway, it's a Fury chassis with a Chevrolet motor. And it is, something resembling a stock car. And in the past, Low Country Motorsports has run at COTA, Greg, right, 3 or 4 years ago, as they were just starting to put all these road courses on the NASCAR schedule. They started running that car at COTA, and I think getting Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch at one point. Folks will remember his exploits at COTA with WRL. Kaz Gralla, a bunch of guys came through that program and got in some, I think, much-needed lap time, or track time, at COTA as they were starting to bring that onto the NASCAR schedule. So we've seen this car pop up here and there. It is an ongoing experiment. I believe it is supported by Richard Childress Racing. It's usually their crew. You go down there, and they typically have the full NASCAR setup with the monitors and the multiple people. I haven't seen as big a setup this time, but at COTA, for sure, their setup was enormous.
And remaining very subtle, of course, wearing RCR shirts.
Yes, indeed. I believe they have spotters on the roof as well. I'm not the only team with spotters on the roof. I saw lots of people heading up there this morning. So cool to have a different entry here. We've seen the Ginettas as well, which is kind of a similar theory. But I think a Ginetta a little bit more svelte, a little bit lighter car, relying a little bit more on downforce versus this big, brutish stock car style track car. I am looking down at the GP1 battle, just coming onto the infield, headed down towards the International Horseshoe. The Screaming Goat Racing, the red and white BMW, has kind of gotten away a little bit, but we've got a pretty tight battle for second there, JT.
Yeah, what I've been trying to point out is this last lap, Ginger had a massive attack going into the Le Mans Chicane bus stop and just completely cooked the corner going through, which allowed the Screaming Goat BMW to get back in front and get a nice, good safety margin as they, come back onto NASCAR 3.
So that pack of 3 will be coming up onto the banking yet again here shortly. That's the Screaming Goat car in the lead. You've got the All-Star Racing, the Open Throttle car in with the Ginger car in the middle, Still having a tough time getting going here this morning, Greg.
Well, hey, it's pretty early call,
Yeah, indeed it is.
I think we get that, and of course, for some of us, it's a bit earlier than others, and we certainly respect that, obviously. Indeed. But as we're now getting into the start of this, and we're watching some battles, I talked about in the open a little bit about what a unique track this is, and boy, that Screaming Goat BMW is just so fluid out there. But anyway, I was looking at for the tire regulations, the message from Continental Tire was that you need to start this race with tire pressures 6 to 7 pounds higher than normal, than you would normally start on a regular racetrack on cold tires, just to be able to support the weight of the car on the banking while the tires are warming up. And if you don't do that, you can literally just shred a tire. And that just tells you about how unique this is, because then later on, those tires warm up. And of course, it's the heat in the tire that gets the pressure in the tire up where you normally would want it to run. But when you start that much higher on pressure, when the tire warms up, now you're way more pressure than you would really want to have in the infield. And so it gives you that support on the banking. But when you're working through here and you're making a move like this, slicing into the infield kink there, or the dog bend, you don't have the kind of grip that you would normally have. And so you've got to, it's such a balancing act around here. It's the ultimate compromise in terms of setup. Ultimate. Not even close anywhere else, I don't think.
And you know as well as anybody else, Greg, that at the end of the day, a series cannot enforce the tire suggestions that are provided by the tire supplier. Of course, in general production, Continental Tire supplying all of the tires for the entrance, keep a nice level playing field. But there's only so much you can do, right? And I think we've seen in the past, JT, at this event, where there's always that temptation to run a little bit more camber and maybe run the pressures a little bit lower because you want to have that ultimate grip there in the infield, like we talked about yesterday in qualifying, Greg, where you're really trying to optimize the mechanical grip for the infield. And I hope we don't see any issues, but there always ends up being just somebody that ends up rooting a tire, or they have one come off the rim, or some kind of issue. It's usually not catastrophic, but they end up having to limp it back to pit lane. I do want to go back to the GTO battle here real quick. So those two AE Victory cars are still in the lead, but the Singler car has drawn closer, and the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang has now caught the back of the top three. They are currently, I believe, the fastest car on track. Yeah, they're already putting in a 2 minutes .2. So they've done well to catch back up. And they're going to be hounding the rear end of the Singler car, I think, very shortly. Now, that Singler car can do a 2 minutes .8. That's their fastest lap, was last lap. So a little bit of a battle, I think, brewing here with the two AE Victory cars out front running firmly in the 201s.
And then the other car to be keeping an eye on is the number 9 from Altamani. Started third, but had that spin, and now are back in 11th overall right now. But they are running laps that are consistently a couple of seconds quicker than everybody up until you get to the 117 aftermath entry. So, look for them to move up a few spots. But, boy, they threw away a great start. Now, I didn't see if they got tipped or they just got into it and just, turned themselves around. But either way, it's a real shame after a great qualifying run.
Yep. And this battle for fifth, Greg, in GP1, it's starting to draw a little bit closer to the rear end of the battle for second in GP1. And that Corvette, I think, is being held up by the PC Racing BMW here. Now, unfortunately, that Corvette, substantially down on power, but I think a little bit better shape aero-wise on the banking. They're going to have a tough time trying to get around those cars, but once they do, I expect that they'll make the lap time and be able to catch the lead group here as they come onto the backstretch and into the Le Mans bus stop chicane.
Yeah, a bit of irony there that the two car, both cars that qualified third in their class, GTO and GP1, dropped back early, and now are trying to fight their way up through the pack. And it's fun too. That Morehouse Mustang now. I think both it and the Singler racing car are starting to close up, as you said. That margin is definitely coming down right now. And again, at this point, it's all about, are we running the kind of pace we want in terms of saving tire? And look at this onboard here down in turn 1.
Behind, by the way, I'll call you when they get closer, unless you want more info.
Oh, man, we got onboard audio.
Yeah, how sweet is that?
Oh, that's the best. So we'll be able to hear them hopefully calling for whatever the pass ends up being. That's fantastic. We should mandate that on everybody's onboard. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's
Love to
awesome.
see it.
Woo, bit of rotation there. Saw some quick hands on the steering wheel to save that. It's rolled onto the power coming out of the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Here's the kink. I love it. Just do your thing.
A car we mentioned yesterday, Greg, that at Road America, they were able to make the most of the hand they were dealt, especially on having good strategy. They kept the racing pretty clean. They were able to dice with some people and ended up pulling out a couple really good results in spite of mechanical issue that they ended up having. I think they ran out of fuel, is my understanding, on the second day. So that's a car I expect to be there or thereabouts by the end of the race. Of course, you've got the lightning pace at the front of GP1 right now, but like we were just saying, this battle for fifth right here, not that far behind. This GP1 field separated by, an eye test, call it 5 or 6 seconds, and all still pretty close together as they're going to start coming into some traffic. Now, the GTO field has already come into the back of the GP2 field and the back of the GP1 field. They're already dealing with traffic. The AE Victory cars had dealt with it pretty swiftly, and I think it held up the Wheelhouse Mustang and the Singler BMW just a hair and allowed them to have a little bit of breathing room going on to the banking. But the Wheelhouse car has already gone around the Singler car as we come up onto NASCAR 1 and 2. That Wheelhouse Mustang is drawing real close to the tail of the rear AE Victory car. We've seen this before, Greg, where the two AE Victory cars are able to, I don't want to say do anything untoward,
right,
but they definitely know how to keep the formation and keep the third-place car behind.
Yeah.
Make it a little bit more difficult for them so the lead car can escape. They're heading down into the bus stop chicane. That Wheelhouse car not able to gain on the brakes like I thought they were going to be able to, but we'll see how the exit works. And
this is where that Wheelhouse, look at that Wheelhouse car through the exit of the chicane. You can hear it picks up the throttle well before anybody else. And that's huge because of that long run now all the way around. Into turn one, but two, that's going to be really helpful at the end of the race if you're in a real battle. Look at that pull it got. It's going to clear the 119 here. 119's got the lower line, but that high line up on the banking's a little bit quicker, and that we got a new second-place runner, that Mustang. It's hooking up now. Oh, really close there at midpoint of turn one. And as you said, everything gets complicated as you start working traffic from the slower classes.
Indeed it does, and it looks like in the infield, the Wheelhouse car was able to go around the number 119. Actually, it looks like they got it done through the tri-oval. We just missed out. It's hard to, with the camera setup we have, it's hard to track the cars all the way through the tri-oval just because it gets a little bit too close with the lens we're using. So we just missed that, but
this is interesting.
The 119 has been dispatched by the Wheelhouse Mustang and now held up a little bit by traffic. That is the 120. I think the Wheelhouse car is going to draw even closer here. They're going to have a great run through NASCAR 1 and 2.
Yep.
And they'll be able, I think, to be right on the rear bumper of the 120 as we go into the bus stop.
Yeah, and you would think as well now that the 119, although it didn't stay with that Mustang coming through turn 6 back up onto the banking very well, and that Mustang, look at the straight line. Once it gets up and can unleash, it's making up a lot of ground. Now, I think it's a bit too far back here at the end of the super stretch to try anything, but you saw right there that 120 little late on the turn in into the chicane, and look how much closer the Mustang is now. And that's part of the game, isn't it, Ryan, is, just get in the mirrors, try and make somebody miss that apex a little bit. That's how you close them down. And this is where it gets into its top end here. And just look at the pace it rolls.
And they're going to drag all the way around the outside, and they're going to take the lead going on to the next lap here. So that Wheelhouse car, I think, finally at a track that car setup is optimized for.
Yep.
They're able to take the lead here in GTO and overall.
And that was kind of a rinse and repeat from the previous lap when they slipped around on the 119.
Yep. Same exact thing, draw a little bit closer, get a little bit better exit on the bus stop, and then make it happen on the tri-oval. So it's a new lead, Wheelhouse Mustang. I do wonder, though, Greg, this is a power track. The Mustang is a little bit heavier than the Supras, but with that weight and extra aero comes drag, and they're going to have a little bit less fuel economy, I would imagine. Whereas these 119 and 120 AE Victory Supras, the drivers aboard those cars historically have been able to squeeze great fuel economy out of them. So I think we have a strategy battle left here to play still, in spite of the Wheelhouse car having what seems like handy pace on the two Supras.
Yeah, and we were watching during qualifying. I was watching how that Mustang got through the Le Mans bus stop, and it was really spectacular. And they understood the big picture. A little slower in, so you don't overshoot the entry and run wide as you're trying to get it turned to the right, correct? And so then they could just, get it to pivot on the nose a little bit more and pick up the throttle so early. I mean, look at it, just that nice gentle flow through there. And you hear that? Look at that thing. They pick up the throttle. That thing is just dancing over those curbs, and it goes. And I think maybe what their plan, and I mean, totally guessing here, might have been, all right, we didn't get the start we wanted, but because of the weight, we talked about the tire pressure and the weight, and they were, just being very patient, going, don't overdrive this, don't hurt your tires. And I'm wondering if maybe their thing right now is to just break away enough so that none of the pursuers in your class, even if you get into some traffic, are ever going to be quite close enough to draft off you.
Right.
So make them work hard too. And I think that Mustang punches a pretty big hole in the air. I mean, it's still a big car, compared to some of the others.
Yep. In spite of them having worked on that car, I know Ford has, to make it as aerodynamic as they possibly can. They're painted into a corner with the, muscle car motif and style.
Ooh, outside pass. And, let me just, make a point here about, I'm a firm believer that if you go around if you've established yourself as a good enough driver and you get that car to stick around the outside and you're there, you've earned that piece of racetrack. But you also always put yourself in a position of risk when you do that.
Right.
And, somebody then, slides over into you or whatever. Not your fault. They overshot the corner, whatever. It still ends with you potentially in a damaged, broken car. But, so anytime you see somebody do that, I always just kind of wince a little bit, not because I have any doubts about the talent of the the wheelman, but because it's the, things happen kind of thing. And when you're outside, it's risky, especially when you're going around a car in a different class. You don't necessarily know what driver is on board that car. And again, this is, in that sort of gray area between professional and grassroots amateur.
Yeah.
And so, there are some disparities in driving talent behind the wheels, when you do a driver change and the like. So anyway, I'm making a big deal of it, but I've just always been one of those people that if that driver's good enough to make the outside stick and is established there, you got to give him his piece of racetrack. But sometimes a curb will say no.
And it looks like the Singler car has now gone around the 119, is trying to stay right on the bumper of the 120. So that's the Singler car up into third.
That BMW is quick, isn't it?
It is.
Started sixth, but they have a really good race pace right now.
I think a car that has finally been able to find some good pace after, I think, some teething issues with that car and it being, mostly a family affair, trying to get that program going. Spoke to them a lot at Thunderhill. That was their home track for some time, of course, Greg. That they lived in the Paradise area.
Oh, of course, yeah.
and able to, I think, finally get that car where it needs to be and setting great pace here at the front of GTO. I think lots of people in that team working towards, I think, a brighter future in racing, shall we say.
Absolutely. Going to the GP1 battle right now, the open throttle racing number 62 has gone back in front of the Screaming Goat entry. Whoa! Wow. Talk about pitch and catch. And again, the Mustang suddenly, after going to the front, just looked like everything just laid down on it.
Right.
That was sketchy. And that the 120, did you see how sideways that car was?
Yep. Tough way to earn a living, I think, if you're in the Mustang right now trying to do what you're doing. I want to bring back to the front of GP1. It looks like the Screaming Goat car has lost a little bit of pace or made a mistake because the open throttle BMW, the 240i, has taken the lead, or 235, whichever it is. I don't even think they have different motors, to be honest. I think it's a body update. I'm happy to be corrected on that. Anyway, the 2 Series touring car able to take the lead from Screaming Goat Racing. So that pack has now conglomerated back into a group of 4 here as they run up onto the banking here shortly. And that's the Mustang on pit lane.
Yeah, and
they're already putting fuel in it? No way. No way.
I wonder if
it's in.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a fuel starvation issue.
I wonder if they're trying to look at something else on the car and they figure, hey, let's put fuel in it while we're here.
Yeah. Well, they're discussing tires. You can see they can't do anything with it until the fuel's in.
Right.
Would they have started light?
What I think is
fuel?
more likely is that they started on the qualifying tires and maybe they were too aggressive on that front right setup. We were talking about it, Craig, with the pressures and the camber. And maybe they started to feel that they were having an issue with it and they needed to change that front right. But they're taking a long look at it. Maybe they're concerned about the suspension.
Yeah, I think something, because they just tore a piece of the wheel well out. I think they maybe had a tire cut down and then started flailing inside there. Because that tire that's sitting there is not the one they pulled off. That's the one they're going to put on.
Right. Well, if you're going to have this kind of issue, this is the time to do it within the first hour.
Yeah, and see what happens when the tire comes apart a little bit. Unless that's from contact, which it could be. Yeah, it sure is. I think they got hit or hit somebody.
I was going to say, in theory, they would be doing the hitting with the pace they had.
Yeah, you would think. And, front corner like that usually indicates you're the hittee.
Right.
Now, it doesn't mean it was your fault. It means that somebody could have turned across on you. And, that's the peril sometimes of running in traffic.
Yep.
So, but
that's
what a shame. Because, but that car was awfully fast. And I'll tell you that, where would we be in sports if it wasn't for 200-mile-an-hour tape?
Indeed. My favorite 200-mile-an-hour tape, Greg, and you may have actually called this race, now that I think about it, was probably 08, 09 Grand Am here at the 24, and they had to tape up a rear door on the RX-8 because the back door, broke off or something. They had a big contact thing, and they made a back door out of racer tape to keep the front door attached because on the RX-8 the front and back door kind of come together like a gate, and they have to secure to each other. And that was incredible. A ton of racer tape on the front of that wheelhouse Mustang. So something happened.
It sure did. I didn't call that race, but I watched it. It was amazing what they did.
Yeah.
All right, now the question is, how is that going to hold up? And when you've got that level of damage on the front, jeez, yeah, you might now. We've seen them be pretty aggressive over the curbs, say in the Le Mans bus stop.
Right.
Well, now with that kind of damage on the front, you may really need to start tiptoeing through those curbs so you don't loosen that bodywork up again. And that's what I talk about with, the domino effect or the ripple effect, of contact early in an endurance race can create so many more issues down the line.
Yep.
Like in a prototype, and you nick one of the die planes, and now you start chewing up that right front tire, for instance, a little quicker. So now you've got to, pit sooner, and now it just disrupts everything,
Ooh.
and that can happen here.
The TC Klein Corvette trying to be very courteous and to not break up the battle for the lead in GTO, as the GTO field has finally caught the front part of GP1. That TC Klein Corvette, unfortunately, tried to give the Singler car a bunch of room, and I think the Singler car was just too far back, and it's now being held up through the kink as we go into the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, there you see it again.
Yeah, so just able to make that move. So they lost all of the time, basically, between the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe. They were behind, and now they've got the PC racing car they'll have to deal with on the banking. To be fair, that should be a little bit more simple of a task. You got more options to make passes with slower class cars on the banking, but that's allowed the 120 a little bit of breathing room. It's given them, I think, an opportunity to be more precise in traffic, not having to worry about the car behind. Singler car now gets around the PC Racing BMW. They're going to head in. This is the GP2 field, split by the leaders of GP1.
Yeah, keep it note the 216 from Skip Barber, just within a second of the 55 from IOA, and second for GP2, as you see somebody going a little bit off there on the exit.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a absolute straight line of the exit, wasn't it? I think they immediately gave a position back when they got back up onto the banking. So, see the officials take a peek at that and what they think about it at this point. I got to tell you, that open throttle racing, number 62, the leader right now in GP1, they have turned to 2:08.5. That is a quick lap in race trim this early on. A couple of tenths quicker than the Screaming Goat Racing entry. And, I wonder if that number 29 from Screaming Goat is just saying, again, this is a 14-hour race. There is no point in pushing that hard this early here. And we're going to just save our tires a little bit. I mean, we're going to be talking about that for the next 13 hours, and you're going to be sick of it. But it's such an important part of being successful in endurance racing is energy management in general. The energy in the in the gas tank, the energy in the tires, the energy in the brakes. I would think at some point we're going to probably see some brake changes. So.
Indeed. I believe we'll find that it's Matteo Siderman behind the wheel of the 62. That's the designated coach / fast driver in the 62 of open throttle racing. That was the car at Road America that had Matt Farah and Zach Clapman of podcast fame, as well as Tommy Kendall in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
A little bit different driver lineup this weekend, but still Matteo Siderman as the anchor in that lineup doing some coaching, and he is incredibly quick in this 2 series.
And as we're watching the cars come through this, chicane, I've been calling races at Daytona for a long time. And when
I'm sorry, Greg. Very sorry, Greg. The wheelhouse car is going into the paddock.
Oh.
So whatever it is, they're still not happy with the front end of that car, I would imagine. Yeah. That's a gut punch for this battle for the lead in GTO.
Yeah, pole sitter. They've worked so hard on that machine.
Yep.
To have it go wrong that early, man, that's, now again, we talked about it. If it's going to go wrong, have it go wrong early, because if it's something you can fix, cost you a couple of laps, but you can fix, who knows what's going to happen in an endurance race. And as David Hobbs once told me, he said, if it's going to break for good, Gregory, have it break in the first few hours so that you can then go out and have a nice dinner and a bottle of wine.
Yeah. Wise words. Wise words there.
From the Great Elbow. Back on board with our TC Klein Racing entry.
Yeah, a lot of traffic to work through here, of course, and a lot of battle here for the lead and second place, as it were, in GP1. Is that TC Klein, or I'm sorry, not TC Klein, PC Racing. too many C's.
Yes.
PC Racing BMW just ahead. It's got that 8-speed automatic in there, so a little bit more favorable application of power. You're in the power band a little bit more often. You take a modifier for that, of course. And the looks like the Corvette's going to try to go down the inside. Doesn't quite have the legs to beat the PC car to the apex here. Was also on the outside, had to come back across as soon as they cleared the traffic.
And you see how early they got that PC car to turn in, though?
Yeah.
And you turn in that early, you either wash up the banking or you have to wait to get to the throttle. Boy, they are just above a quarter of a tank and 20 minutes in.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
and so that means
minutes.
that level bar on the left side's pretty accurate.
Yes.
May not be something that they want to have published in the future, I would speculate. But we're only 34 minutes in, and they're already down to a quarter tank. They're going to be looking at coming in here in probably the next 10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10. Now, granted, they did do 2 pace laps, and they had to start the car and get it to the grid, et cetera. So you imagine they'll be able to do a little bit more distance, maybe an additional lap or so under green flag conditions. But they did lose a little bit. But that's sure seems like they haven't figured out the fuel issue yet on that Corvette.
It doesn't.
And they're going to go right around the outside of the PC Racing BMW here, hoping to get this move done by the time they get to turn 1. It's a little bit loose.
Nope. Oh.
Ooh. No, I think it's going to be a no. They're going to have the PC car on the inside.
There it is.
Yep. Just not quite able to get it done.
Well, that was, man, darn near, though, that worked. If he could kept that nose there.
Yep.
But that chill out motorsports entry was like, yeah, no. I'm coming across the bow here, and you better be ready for it.
Absolutely.
See what happens through the dog leg here. Boy, that vet is so stable, that platform. All right, and again, you can see the wide in, right? And then getting that thing to rotate just a little bit. Now, what he's trying to do here is just to get that PCR racing car to always commit to the inside early, because that doesn't allow you to accelerate out as well. We saw it almost work last time. He tried it again here. And now just tuck back into the drive. This is an excellent study in 2 different platforms and how you want to drive them.
Absolutely.
Ooh, and that time, yeah, you got a great run. And so the PCR car is going to be on the inside, and it's tough to make an outside pass work. But again now, get yourself squared up and get out of here in a hurry. And it wasn't as good a run through there as he would have liked for the Corvette. And one thing you got to admire, the balance here, in terms of the straight line, these 2 cars, the Corvette looks to have a slight advantage, and I think that's just the aero of it.
Yeah.
This time he gets that move done a little bit sooner, but we'll be able to tell, does he get the door shut all the way? This time he will.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to work out just okay for him there.
But that, Ryan, right there is a brilliant example of how, when you're in sports car racing, it can take 2 laps to set up 1 pass.
Indeed.
And then, boom, right into different class traffic.
Right.
And it comes down to, at that point, all right, so how do we negotiate that? Or is that the split 5 racing entry?
I believe that is split 5 just ahead.
Okay, so that is a battle for position. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem.
Ooh, good run, though. Boy, and that Corvette just opened that wheel up. You can see it went up that banking a little bit, and then he immediately dropped down, used a little bit of the banking to help propel him through the rest of this long turn. 31-degree banking, and
Right.
it's one of those deals. If your car is fast enough to run up on the banking, great. But if it's not, then don't, because it's a longer way around, obviously, if you're up high.
Yep.
So all those little trade-offs.
It's almost like you would in track cycling, Greg, where you use the banking to come back down to gain yourself some speed.
Yes.
Depending on when you want to catch somebody. The singler car is going to use a lower. Oh, man, going into the International Horseshoe. They have to go around both sides of one of the slower class cars. The singler car is going to try to stick it around the outside. Not quite going to get it done on the 120. You can just see it here. Man, they were trying to get around that slower car. Couldn't make it happen. I think the slower car paralyzed a little bit there by both GTO cars trying to go around both sides. They were able to keep it pretty clean there. But the number 25 BMW had an opportunity and just couldn't quite make it happen, or at least didn't want to make it happen. Didn't want to force the issue there this early in the race, but they're going to stay right there with the 120 as they come up onto the banking here. And again, another car, Greg, that BMW, the number 25, that's a big power, big drag, but big power car. It's going to naturally, I think, find a bit of an advantage here at Daytona versus the lighter weight Supra.
Well, and that's the time you've got to make it work, you know.
Yeah, you got to take your opportunities where you can get them.
You bet. And
you hope to have that pass done so that you can gain a little bit of time back on the oval and not worry about it into turn one.
Yep.
That Supra can get down in there pretty deep.
That Supra's going to get really held up onto the banking here.
Yeah.
So here's golden opportunity. And there he goes.
He's going to try it. I think he's going to stay with the slower class car there.
Yeah, he dropped down to get a little toe, then pop back out again.
We'll see
you
him
got to maximize every opportunity for a toe here.
Yep. Not quite going to get it done on their way into the tri-oval. And we've got a car pulling off for some fuel already. I think that is the 25.
I think you're right.
So that's the 25 coming in 41 minutes. Now, again, we've got a little bit of a discrepancy there with 2 yellow flag laps. But 41 minutes is all they can muster in the number 25. So now we wait and see what kind of fuel mileage the Supra can get. If they're going to get 1 extra lap, 2, 3 even. We'll have to see.
Boy, that's brutal if they can go 2 laps longer.
2 laps would be a tough way to make a living for sure for the 25.
Mm-hmm. And, obviously, your first stint, you are always going to pit well within your safety window. So,
yes.
Because then you top it off, then you can get an accurate consumption number.
Right.
And this team, they get it. You cannot stack those bottles on the pit wall.
Right.
You can only have one over the pit wall at a time. But the way they go about that, these really top-tier teams, and it's a matter of personnel. You can have as many people behind the wall as you want. And so you've got a couple of guys there just holding the bottles. And others, in the smaller teams, you see a guy have the bottle run over and have to grab a new one and the like. So that's all part of the operational plan of your team, and it's often driven by budget, of course.
Right. Well, with the pit lane rules, it's not like other grassroots endurance series where there's a minimum pit stop time.
Yes, I love that.
So you've got time to figure out and optimize what your pit strategy is going to, as far as what your pit stop strategy is going to look like, and see where you can save that time. So it's all free lap time.
Yep.
It's you're going to be making these stops, probably at least 16 pit stops, I would imagine. Just doing the back of the napkin math here. And if you can save 1 second, that's 16 seconds. That's an insurmountable gap at the end of a race. You're not going to make up 16 seconds on the last stint, most likely. But if you have that 16 seconds in hand, or that 16 seconds has allowed you to be on the rear bumper of the car ahead, you're in a lot better position here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And, when you don't have that minimum stop time requirement, you bring the team so much more into it.
Yep.
because if they can execute a little bit quicker, than the competition, as you said, and you dip under a really quick pit stop time, gaining that 2 seconds in the pits that takes 10 laps on the track to do. Believe me, your drivers are going to be appreciating that. And the minute you institute the minimum pit stop requirement time, you've effectively made the team really clicking somewhat moot. Because you've got to stay there for a certain amount of time. And that's one of my favorite parts about WRL is, they have figured out a way to do the refueling safely. And they're not worried about manufacturers screaming that, oh, this car refuels quicker. They figured out a way to just get it done. And if you've got a car that, we've seen it's got a little higher refueling nozzle, it's going to drain just a little bit quicker. And okay, live with that, right? Find your pace. The other teams have to figure something out a little bit. And I love that about it. And it really brings the crews into it.
Well, you're seeing creative solutions as well, Greg, where we saw in that singular pit stop where they had a fuel can and they also had a vent can.
Yep.
So they can open both sides of the quick fill to get the air out of there just that little bit quicker so they can get just a little bit more flow. It's those kinds of things when you've already got a class full of professional race cars that somebody had to think of that. I don't think Singular are the first ones to have come up with that, to be fair. But those are the margins that you're trying to play with to find just a little bit more time that we can save.
Exactly. And in those dump bottles, there is a restrictor in terms of the flow rate.
Yep.
But what that does is, that vent clears all the air out so that it'll maximize the flow through the restrictor. But the other part of it is it makes darn sure that it's, you're venting all of the air out. So when that vent bottle sprays the fuel, you're full.
It's full.
Exactly. And that's another biggie. I got to tell you, this is one of my favorite times at an endurance race is in the morning when that sun is still low in the sky and you've got those clouds.
Yeah.
And it's just magical, and the only time that to me is even better is, about this same time, but at night, and there's still that glow in the sky, but the lights are on, the car lights are on, the magic of long distance endurance racing.
Alrighty, Greg. I think we're going to see the wheelhouse car make its return to the pit lane here.
Oh, good deal.
Coming down through the blue garages, which I believe are used for the truck series when NASCAR's here at Daytona.
I was going to point something else out. We were, discussing, but I watched. We were with the Corvette on the onboard, and there it comes. The one thing that I think and this is, the TC Klein operation's been doing this a while.
Right.
Is that a whole new front end on it, or is that more
it's still taped up?
Yeah, okay. There must have been some damage, like a toe link or something was dinged as well.
Right.
So, we'll see what they're able to do. But what I was noticing was the Corvette, on one of the runs, we were not inside the car. We were actually watching tails away through the exit of the bus stop. And the other cars were kind of cutting that inside curb edge a little bit.
Yep.
And that Corvette staying completely away from it.
Which is interesting because my understanding is that Corvette's got a lot softer suspension setup as well.
Yeah.
So if anybody could run it, you'd think, but.
Yeah, but I think it may be softer, but anytime you're on curbs, you still get, a lot of torque that suddenly is kind of interrupted.
Right.
As you're accelerating through, and that can just, that can transfer through the drive line into the engine, who knows. And I think that's just the experience of the TC Klein team to be telling their drivers, look, it's a 14-hour race. We're not even an hour in yet. Stay off curbs. Just stay off them for a while.
Stay them off, yeah.
You know, we'll let you pound those curbs in the last 2 hours. We promise. You'll have your fun.
Aftermath Motorsports here in the GT4 Cayman. Just getting some fuel put in there. See, they've got a vent solution on there so that the air can come back out of the bottle as they fuel up the car. It would seem to me that this car is either a road car that's been modified. No, it wouldn't be because it's under the hood. So I'm guessing this is a track day or sprint racing car.
Yep.
As opposed to an endurance car. It doesn't have the fuel probe in the hood like some of the others do. So they're able to go longer than the 25, but not nearly as long as these Supras that are going to come around to put another lap on this tank of fuel.
Yeah, and you see him, you know, one guy first did the fueling, now he's running around and doing tire pressure changes.
Right.
And it's the same guy. You know, so that's that little bit different. And he might look at that helmet. He might be a co-driver.
He might be a driver as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, you know, some of these teams that, you know, they're still effective and fast, but they just, and he's saying, all right, you're good. And my guess is that was bleeding some pressure out of those tires.
Yep.
You know,
if you want to adhere to that recommendation or the advice of whatever tire manufacturer they might be running around on, you start at that 7 pounds higher, and then, hey, well, it's starting to warm up a little bit. We can take some of that back out now because it's, you know, going to keep the tire at that pressure that the manufacturer is looking for.
Exactly, and you know, you're also, you know, keeping in mind that you may need to, when, you know, when the sun starts to go down again, you may need to put a set of tires on that's got a little bit more pressure again, because as the track cools, everything cools, the tires cool, the pressure's not quite as there. So that's the other. I mean, there's so many variables in endurance racing, you know, especially when you're going from day to night, night to day, 24 hours. You constantly have to be adjusting. And, you know, during the course of a race, the one thing that you can adjust the quickest is tire pressure.
Right.
And it has a big effect on the operation of the car, because you got tire pressures that are set to work in complete concert with a setting in the suspension. And so, but as the ambient conditions change, you got to be ready to deal with that. So,
yep. You got the 61 of Open Throttle here. I think that's one of their newer BMW 2 Series race cars. Take on some fuel here as well. I think the first of the general production runners to come down pit lane here. For
I think you're right. They
were
were
scheduled stop.
They were in the top 10.
Yep.
In class when they pitted.
Close. We actually had the TC Klein Corvette come down the lap previous.
Okay. Oh, that's right. And we had been tracking that because we had saw their fuel situation. So only one lap worse than the 61, but the 62 is still out there, I believe, in the lead of GP1.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, they are. So they're able to stay ahead, and they're 7 seconds clear of the number 29. Not something you hear a whole lot. And the number 46 of Ginger Racing is right on the tail of the number 29. If we can find that, I'm just looking around the track trying to suss that out for us. I think they're in the bit of the track that I can't see, JT. JT, have you been to Daytona with us?
Not with WRL, no, not yet.
So in the sort of big press box up here, if you try to look through the windows, because there's windows between each box, the way they're polarized, you can't see anything to the left. It just reflects what you see to the right. The 62 is coming down pit lane here, so right after the 61, the 62 comes in. So perhaps the 61 a lap early so they can avoid the double stack. We'll see the pits on that as well. I think you're going to see Matteo Seiderman take advantage of being able to do all 3 hours here in the morning. There's 3-hour stint limits.
And a mandatory 1 hour between stints.
Yep. So the Screaming Goat car is just exiting the International Horseshoe and heading down towards the kink. The Ginger Racing car is right there on the rear wing, more or less, of the Screaming Goat car, but it doesn't look particularly close. We'll just see them come through here shortly. There's the Low Country Camaro. And then there goes the two cars, Screaming Goat and Ginger Racing, of course, two longtime WRL entrants. Plenty of laps, both of them here at Daytona during the 14-hour. The Paul Revere 14-hour, as it is. It's a brilliant branding decision by.
Referred to?
Yes, it is. That's a Brendan Kazmarek special. the Paul Revere 14-hour.
Well, I like that. I like that because we no longer have the Paul Revere 250 on the 4th of July weekend.
Correct.
So I love that. Well done, Brent.
Dustin, do you have the graphic to do the scrolling at the top that shows the Paul Revere 14-hour? I would assume not. Otherwise, it would be doing the thing. We had it yesterday, though, no? We'll work on that.
You guys want to hear a absolutely phenomenal... Oh, there's a pass for the lead. Ginger Racing into the Le Mans bus stop. Just slipped down underneath Screaming Goat. Took that spot away. So they're having a good little battle out there.
I wonder if Screaming Goat isn't content here to just chill behind.
I think they are.
The AOA number 55 is going very slowly down pit lane. I think they were out of gas, if not about to run out. The 43 of PC Racing also was on pit lane. So we're starting to see the general production field come to pit lane, and the Supras are still out there, JT.
It is, yeah. Surface flag at the starter stand here.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I'm not seeing anything here.
Oh, slow car exiting the International Horseshoe. It is the 67. Oh no, that's the new open throttle.
The open throttle GTO car.
Yes, known as the GT Pour.
Yes.
Yeah.
It had an excellent start to the day. I mean, it was running up in the top 5 for that brand new car, but unfortunately, yeah, it looks like a down tire.
It almost, I was going to say, it's doing a consistent pace. It's not like it's run out of fuel. As we talk about that, the 120 and the 119, both leaders are going to come in for a double-stacked pit stop here.
Yeah, left
towards
front.
The end of the pit lane. And we'll see which car is able to get the service done quicker. Both drivers staying in.
It's been an interesting study watching both of those AE victory. Oh, we're looking for the yes. But those two AE victory cars, watching their approach into the Le Mans bus stop has been fascinating because they have used different lines.
Right.
And it can be driver preference, set up on the car, whatever.
Ooh, Greg, the 119 is able to jump the 120 on the pits.
Oh, big.
Just barely. So now we'll see if the 119 has the pace to maintain the lead here, or if the 120 makes their way around. I'm not sure if there's a team orders situation or not.
Boy, where is this piece of debris that they have that, or moisture or whatever? It's a... JT correctly said it was the surface flag is what it's, and it just means there is a change from the normal racing surface. It could be fluid, it could be pieces of debris, tire chunk, rain, whatever.
Well, even the folks in the flag stand, because there's two flaggers at start finish, even they seem like they're kind of looking around to see where it might be. I don't see anything either, and I'm more or less right above it. But that's the same flag station that you'd have that covers all the way until, I think, turn 3.
Yeah, so there may be something out of sight.
Yeah.
Coming out of the, it may be something, literally in the pit lane. That, as it exits out onto the back.
Right.
So, fuel bottles.
Do want to give
me,
an update.
Folks,
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when those fuel bottles are full, they ain't light.
No, not at all.
So you get your big burly man doing fuel.
Give an update here on GP2. So that AOA Racing BMW is still in the pit lane. I think they may have had a mechanical issue. They're still looking at the car. Don't appear to be in any big hurry as the Ginger Racing car returns to the track. Ginger Racing and Screaming Goat both pit in on the same lap. Ginger Racing able to get out a little bit quicker, I think, than Screaming Goat. Screaming Goat still just about to push the car out of the stall. Wonder if they're having issues with the clutch again. They had issues with the clutch on that car at ECR. So I hope this isn't a return to those problems. But they're losing time now.
Oh, boy.
That Ginger Racing car is all the way at pit out. The Screaming Goat car still hasn't left the stall. They're now opening the passenger door and looking in the car. So that's not great. Anyway, to finish my thought, GP2, it's the number 365 of Heraflight in that new 4-cylinder M2, the new body style. They are currently in the lead over the 216 of Skip Barber. About a 2-minute gap there. The Skip Barber Racing GR86. I think for the first time, JT, we've got 2 professionally built race cars, factory built, in the lead of GP2.
Yeah, it's very interesting, those cars. I don't know anything about what Heraflight is running, as we're having an issue with the 29 here, leaving its pit box.
I think they're trying to rock it back and forth, maybe to get it out of gear or into gear or something.
Oh,
A starter problem?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be a tough day for Screaming Goat, who love coming to this race. We'll almost certainly see them again at COTA, being, I think, a bunch of Texas locals. So the 29, an early contender in GP1, always a threat when they come to the track. Now opening the hood on the BMW. That's not what you want to see at the beginning of a 14-hour race. They've got time, but boy, a good effort in the opening stanza of the race, and now just having some troubles here.
Is that a...
That's a
radio
computer?
system? Yeah.
We'll see if our man Chris down there can figure out what's going on, and I'll have him text me if and when he knows what the situation is with that. The 55 AOA also has the hood up on pit lane. So I think we've had pit stops from most of the cars now, except for the number 9 of Almonte Motorsports. They're currently in the lead, but they have not stopped. Roughly, we'll call it 5 to 6 seconds ahead of the 119. So when they do make their stop, they'll cycle through probably back down to, call it 7th or 8th, somewhere in there.
And it makes sense, that they would stay out a little bit to just try and make up any ground from that early spin.
Yep.
And again, that's, they're getting all kinds of electronic stuff going on. Well, that almost looks like a charger cable, doesn't it? But, it all comes down to staying in the hunt and being there for the last couple of hours. So for the number 9, we know with that early spin, it's like stay out. And he's giving it some welly right now, trying to build a little bit of margin before he pits.
Yep.
And keep in mind, yes, you've got a stint on the tires now, but the car percentage of weight with the fuel burning off is a lot lighter, and it's more responsive.
Right.
And so, just drive the wheels off it for a couple of laps, get into the pits, and hopefully when you come back out, instead of being in that 7th spot, you're in 5th. And you do that, and keep building so you're right back into the hunt here. I would suspect, though, that we will see that number 9 coming into the pits very soon.
The Ligier just now pulling into pit lane here. So the lightest car running the longest on fuel. Go figure, Greg.
Yeah.
A car we haven't talked about a whole lot this race so far. Usually they're a pretty good contender, but they haven't been near the front, of course. I think that car really compromised here on the high banks at Daytona, just the way it's engineered and the way the power-to-weight ratio rule works out. This is not going to be a preferred track for them. But that car ran great at Barber, ran pretty good at ECR as well, ran decent at Road America, and then we're going to head back to Road Atlanta here in a few weeks' time. And I think that car will be excellent there as well.
Absolutely. And, just a really, really trick car in so many ways. It looks great as well. Good support on this car. Remo Health, Prime Cube, Madsen Motorsports, and something very special to me, Race for RP. RP being relapsing chondritis, polychondritis, which is a nasty inflammation, immune disease that affects cartilage in your body.
Right.
And they are great representatives, and I know a couple of the drivers on that team are ambassadors for Race for RP, so great to see that out there. But I think their game plan is like we were talking about, just stay off curbs, drive as quick as we can without tearing up tires, maybe eke out an extra couple laps like they've been doing on fuel.
Yep.
And just trying to outlast some of the faster cars here, And if this were like at Thunder Hill, right? These cars were magic because that's kind of what they were designed for. They were not designed to run on 31-degree banking for miles and miles and miles.
The number 5 of All-Star Racing is currently the leader in GP1. They still haven't stopped. We're at 9:04 a.m., so it's been about an hour and 5 plus the pace laps. That number 5 is going quite the distance.
Yeah, it is.
They're about, let's see, just trying to figure out the gap from them back to the 46, who is, I believe, the effective leader. Yeah, the falling of Screaming Goat here has shuffled up the GP1 battle, and then you've also got the TC Klein problem, where they haven't quite got the range that the rest of the field has. So All-Star Racing is about a minute ahead of the 616 of BRD, and BRD is a little ways ahead of Ginger as well. So All-Star is getting close, that depending on where they're at as far as pit stop times, they could come out and still be near or near about the 46. Now, if you remember early in the race, they were able to be in that lead group.
Yep.
It was behind the Screaming Goat car and then later behind the number 62. The 62 has fallen back behind the 46 and the 75. I think a little bit slower pit stop there for the open throttle
No.
crew. And then the Ligier being pushed to the paddock.
Oh, my God.
Not what you want to see there for those guys either.
No.
Especially with that kind of fuel advantage, you start to think like, hey, if they can save a stop, they really only have to stay within a minute of the leader and they'll be okay.
Exactly.
But this is not going to help them in their endeavors.
No, that's pretty catastrophic.
And I think they're going to be pulling the 29 back into the paddock as well here. Yeah, so the 29 is going to get pulled back and they're going to push it back towards the garages here. So a lot of contenders and big names, Greg.
Is that the number 9? Is that the number 9? Struggling to get into the pits?
Apron here?
That might be the split 5 BMW.
Oh,
I think it is the split 5 BMW.
Sorry. Oh, all right.
Oh, they got it refired.
All right. Sorry for fans of Altamani. They've stayed out so long.
Right. So that split 5 car able to get back going. Always have these little electrical gremlins from time to time, especially from the BMWs. We had that, what was that, JT? 20?
Oh, God,
22
the traction
or 23?
control system.
Yeah, so Greg, the roll, like the roll and yaw sensor in the BMW M4s would freak out and kick the car into limp mode when they would go up onto the banking. And it was a huge problem for all of the M4 runners, which was a lot of the GTO field at the time. You had Random Vandals and ACP with Tangerine Associates and GTR 99. It seemed like everybody had that car, and they had a ton of problems with the stability control system on that car. The number 9 of Almonte is going to pit in, same with the BRD Motorsports BMW. So they've gone even further than everybody else. But the All-Star car is still out there, the last man standing on the original tank of fuel, near the front anyway.
I'll tell you, that 616 of BRD was able to manage fuel pretty darn effectively.
The Dream Machine Fast Track BMW returns to the fray here. They're able to do decent on fuel range in that car. Oh, we've got 2 cars off. I think there's been a collision at the International Horseshoe. It's between the 888 of Cajun Canuck and the 302 Riser Harness Ford. They were both off. Yeah, you see them right there.
Yeah.
I think an incident has occurred.
Well, the Ford continues, that Boss 302. That's the...
The 119.
No.
That's the 119
119's off as well.
Unbelievable.
It's all coming undone here. Now, this is going to help some of these cars, I think, depending on how quick the 9 can get back out, this is going to help the 9 tremendously. They're still putting another can of fuel in the car. I think we're going to go double yellow here because we've got multiple cars that need to be recovered. You're not going to do hot poles when there's multiple vehicles in play here. But the 9 desperately needs to get back out here. And then they can hopefully, depending on where the 120 is, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, they're having a chat. And I was just watching, and they are having a chat, and I can see one of the guys going, we got to get him out. We got to get him out.
Yeah.
Pull the bottle. Even if we're, down a little bit, this could be huge. Who is that? Is that triple eight?
That's the triple A.
The 555.
Oh, 555. Sorry. Oh, man. That bit comes
I
back
know
to bite
it's weird because the triple A this weekend is the silver car.
And the yellow one used to be the triple A. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Okay, so the 120 has gone by pit out. Oh, and Almonte's just now pulling the fuel jug.
Go. Now you're doing...
No, now it's too late. They've already lost the lap, I think.
Yep.
I mean, in that instance, if it's me, I think I'm sending the car out not fully fueled, waiting for the field to bunch up, and then coming back down pit lane again.
Yep, absolutely.
And then at least you're going to give yourself a fuel strategy advantage unless the other cars also decide to pit here. Still no double yellow either, so, maybe it's all for nothing here. Man.
Oh, no, they can't get... all right. Yep. Go, baby, go.
And it's also going to help the 25.
There we go.
26 seconds back. And we're going to pull out our first full course caution of the day. Now we're just going to see here who this is going to help as they form up. In theory, the pace car will come out. Well, no, the pace car will come out from the pit out area or from turn 3 even. And they're going to pick up the leader. And if the leader pits, then they'll pick up the second car behind the leader, regardless of what position they're in.
And we just saw the lone competitor in GTU, the Team 48 competition, Sebico, coming in, and they've done a really nice job. I mean, they can go a lot longer on fuel. They're so much lighter. And the engine is not a massive power plant, so it doesn't eat tons of fuel. They've done a nice job. I mean, they pitted from 6th overall, so not too shabby. But
well, if they take this yellow flag pit stop here, this will put them, I think, back in the fray.
I think so.
And if they can just keep getting lucky like this, they may end up with a decent overall result. The 120 does come down pit lane. A wise move here, I think, at Daytona with the fuel stints the way they've been.
Yep.
So they're going to take a little bit of fuel, a little splash.
And now, if the number 9 team is paying attention, it's like, all right, we can get the lap back.
Right.
And then, even
if... maybe not. They didn't put that much fuel in the 120.
No, they sure didn't.
So that's... I think if you're the 9, you got to cut that fuel stop short there.
You do. Yeah, I think that
what's coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that was a miss for sure.
Yep. The 25's in the pit lane as well. But I think the leaders in GTO here very happy to take some extra fuel on board.
You bet. I mean, it's a smart move.
Yeah, the 9 is going to be pinned just a lap down because they're going to come around and catch the tail end of the 120 effectively. There's going to be some some slower traffic in between by the time they catch the bumper of the 120 here. So if the 120 was going to stop, they didn't miss it by much. They really didn't.
Yeah.
The All-Star number 5 finally comes down pit lane. Now, I have to imagine, JT, that they were getting close to their ultimate range, but you don't really know because now they've been able to stop under yellow.
Yeah.
And so that's going to help them tremendously here.
Yeah, this is big.
Kingpin Racing Supra also comes down pit lane. Number 91, I think, took some fuel.
Interesting that the 112 stayed out.
That is interesting because, you know that car is fighting fuel
Right.
issues. It's like, why wouldn't you? And maybe they're waiting until they get a feel that this caution's going to be ending, then they'll come in and top
That's
off.
a good call. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, or you wait until the field forms up and you make 2 stops, because you're going to lose track position, but you're not going to lose a ton of time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the 5 here with just incredible luck. I mean, I say luck, Greg, but
Yep.
when you've optimized your car around fuel strategy, at least so it seems, it puts you in a better position to be lucky.
Absolutely.
So, the yellow didn't have to necessarily come out, but they were able to take advantage of it because they gave themselves such a big fuel window here. That car did not have the ultimate pace versus everybody else, but a substantial advantage here, although they've stopped fueling, and they're now chatting, it looks like.
I think they're doing tire pressures.
Well, they've got to stay on the lead lap here. They need to get going shortly.
And here comes the vet.
Okay, the Ginger Racing car is going to pull in right behind them to take a fuel stop. And so All-Star is going to head back out. So it's a good job that Ginger stopped.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd be pinned a lap down now. I think Ginger took advantage here that, like, hey, the 5's in, we can take a quick splash for fuel, at least try to get back on their strategy. Of course, I don't think they have the ultimate range, but at least a little bit closer. The 62 also comes right back out onto the pit lane. So your top 3 are going to be behind the pace car. Your top 3 in GP1 are going to be behind the pace car together and near the back of the queue. So I think things might get a little dicey for the lead here in GP1. And it looks like the Aftermath car is going to split the 62 off the rear bumper of the Ginger Racing BMW. Or not Aftermath, excuse me, Wheelhouse. The 112 comes down pit lane now. So they went ahead and fueled up here. That is the Aftermath car that has currently been picked up by the leader.
And you were talking about the, we've been talking, I guess, all about the dynamics of endurance racing, especially when you're doing a long 14-hour event. We talked about car speed, we talked about driver, pace, avoiding curbs, all of these things. But let's not forget the strategy component, right? And if your car may not be that well suited to a track, what is your car's strong suit? Right. And like in the case of the All-Star Racing entry, they may not have that outright pace, but they looked at it and said, we know that if we set a number, we can conserve fuel like crazy.
Yep.
And play that game, And they seem to have done a brilliant job of that. And
do you think Steve Park knows how to save fuel around Daytona? Probably,
yeah, I got a feeling.
Probably all right at that.
Got a feeling. Just remind everybody, GP2 still leading. Heraflight Racing, the 365 over the 216 Skip Barber Racing School entry. And again, I just love the concept of that program, that it's for some of the top students in the Skip Barber Racing School program. And if you're really, proved to be a really solid student, you get an opportunity to come do a actual endurance race. That's pretty darn cool. Third is the AOA Racing, number 55. And then the AAA to Cajun Canuck. That is your field.
Yep, and the 55 is still sitting forlornly on the pit lane here. Dustin,
man.
if we have a moment, this might be a good time to pay the bills, I reckon. As we get the 119 loaded up onto the flatbed.
Well, that's a good point.
Give us a little bit of time to talk to Uncle Continental here. We'll see what happens. We'll be right back here from Daytona, the Paul Revere 14 hour. We're about an hour and a bit in, and we've already had a little bit of strategy discussion here, as lots of different fuel windows to keep track of. So we'll be right back. I'm looking forward to the next stint of the race here.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
And we are back at Daytona International Speedway as lights are still on the safety vehicle, but we think we should be going back to green in fairly short order. And we've been talking about, right before we went to break, the strategy that can be employed here and make things work. And you know, the team that may have played that incredibly well, BRD Motorsports, now leading in GP1, guys, up 11 spots from where they qualified. And that was all done through fuel consumption. That's impressive.
No, pretty darn good job by that car to keep themselves in the lead here. All-Star Racing, of course, also getting a great fuel mileage out of that car. Split 5, number 315, then the 46 of Ginger Racing, the 62 of Open Throttle, then the 64. The TC Klein, number 112, back in 7th as we come to the green flag here. The Aftermath Motorsports number 117 will lead the field. They've got the leader right behind. The Almonte Porsche gets a great start here. I think they're looking to get their lap back now. Like, they want to get around the 120 and disappear into the distance, hoping that they can get back to the tail end of the field here.
I think that's an absolutely, stellar plan by Almonte to jump that car if they can and get a move on here. Now, of course, the AE Victory machine is going to do everything it possibly can to keep that car behind it. And Almonte right now has to work around that yellow Porsche as well. So, again, on these restarts, Dorsey Schrader used to always say restarts beget real restarts. And so often you get a crash on a restart because somebody's just too anxious, too greedy, whatever. But it is an opportunity to make some moves. And here's that kind of traffic we're talking about as you're working through now. And, of course, it all gets sorted pretty quickly if everybody cleanly gets through turn 6.
Wow.
Sounds like they maybe didn't.
I think, I can't quite tell, that might have been the split 5 car trying to go down the inside of somebody, and they were trying to take it 3 wide, running back up onto the banking, Greg. Probably not the smartest move coming back to green here.
No.
But of course, we're going to see the gaggles of cars headed around. And there is the 120. We see the 67. That's the open throttle GTO car into the pit lane. Looks like a scheduled stop.
It had come in through the back door before, right? Ooh,
27 gets quite
wide. Oh.
Yep. Man.
Boy, that just
So
parked everybody behind him there.
So keep in mind that 67 was the car that had the flat tire and took the shortcut at turn 5, the West Horseshoe. So I think that's them actually back out.
Excellent.
Thanks,
well, they're fueled up and ready to go. And they are going to come out just behind this pack of GTO cars here. The Singler car has been able to find a way to fight through the traffic and is now in mostly clear air. Only the Almonte Porsche separates them from the leaders in GTO right now. It's the 120th AE victory, the Toyota Supra.
Yeah, and that Singler racing entry would love for that number 9 to get around on the AE victory car. And in so doing, maybe slow it up a little bit so Singler can get a little bit closer here.
Just take a little bit of time. Battle a little bit more for me.
Exactly. Wear them out. Use them up.
Yep.
And there is that little GTU machine. And, you know, Team 48, they've had some reliability issues in terms of finishing. I know we're still a long way into this, and I don't want to jinx it, but that little thing that Sepico just looks like it's running like clockwork right now.
Yep. Not having to do battle directly with anybody, just keeping their heads down, getting good mileage, learn the car, learn the track, take it nice and easy here.
Exactly.
The carbless sponsored entry.
Yeah, and that's one of the worst things in an endurance race for a team that is working on a new car, a new program, drivers or whatever, is to have some silly incident that knocks you out early.
Right.
Because there's nothing more important to these teams right now than track time. The drivers love it, but for the teams to really try and get a feel on these cars, and you don't do that sitting with a broken corner in a garage.
Correct.
And so that's, one of the missives, I'm sure, from every team owner, team strategist, whatever is, number one, just don't have contact so we can keep racing.
And you towed all the way here to Daytona.
Time. Exactly. Get your laps in. Keeping a look here, the Almonte entry, and that is the Mag Aviation Group, Odessa pedal pads machine. Last lap at 2:03.4, AE victory at 2:02.6. So they're not quick enough to close down. In fact, the Singler racing car is starting to close up. That BMW right there on maybe putting them a lap down as well. And, I love to see that Wheelhouse entry out there, but boy, are they down the order. 23rd overall right now. But running quick.
Yeah, running good. I think lots of teams here running pretty well and, able to keep the car clean.
Yep.
Take advantage of the nice day at the track. We've got a lot of cloudage today at Daytona. Not so much that I'm worried about the rain, but enough to keep some of the direct sunlight off of the track.
Exactly.
For at least a good portion of the day.
Yeah, and keeping some of that sunlight off of the pit crews. Oh, TC Klein, that Corvette. Look at this. Tried to make it 3 abreast around the outside in turn number 5. And you can see why. They are getting held up massively right now.
Yep.
Trying to get up and onto the banking.
I think they'll do well here to get around the traffic there on the banking.
Yes.
Indeed, they've already dispatched one car. They'll be coming around the other here shortly.
So the other car is actually the one directly ahead. That is the 5th place BRD Motorsports, the 616.
Okay.
So that is 4 position.
And that's the fuel mileage car, of course. So
Yeah.
TC Klein needs to dispatch them quickly, and it looks like they'll get it done going into the
They
bus
did.
stop here.
Nice job.
Keep it nice and tidy. Get back to the fuel, or back to the throttle, excuse me, early.
Well, back to the fuel.
Yeah.
That works.
Speaking of fuel, they're already 17% of the way through their fuel run. Tough, real tough.
That is tough. That is tough. And that's where, again, strategy comes into play.
Yep.
You know, all right, we know we've got this issue. How do we deal with it? And, you know, there's few teams better placed, I think, in terms of just experience than the TC Klein team.
Right.
I mean, we also saw this at Road America.
Hey, look who's coming out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Goat coming back out.
Yep.
But yeah, the Corvette just not able to go the distance yet. I can't remember if it was a fuel pickup issue or if it was just running a stock tank and not, you know, an endurance tank.
Well, it's a stock tank, JT, and then it's also that they haven't really tuned the engine for racing at all. So it's still giving fuel on overrun to cool the cats down, for example. Even though there's no cats in the car. All they've done, my understanding, is they've electronically limited the throttle to, you know, whatever percentage keeps them in the power range. So they're just running around basically with effectively a piece of wood underneath the throttle pedal is how you would think of it on an older car. But they're doing that electronically. So seems like they haven't figured that out yet. I know they had talked about maybe getting a powertrain tune in there that was going to save them a little bit more fuel and get a little better optimized, but it doesn't look like that's happened.
Split 5, I believe that was getting very deep into turn 1 and going a bit off track.
Everyone was advised in the drivers' meeting yesterday afternoon to not run straight through into turn 6, which seems like common sense to me. They talked about, you know, they would really prefer, because the flagger that's out there cannot see. They have their back turned when there is a flagger out there. So they really would prefer that you go deep into the runoff there, make a U-turn, and face traffic coming off of the tri-oval, and then proceed with caution. And that way you won't lose a lap either.
Better visibility for everyone, a lot safer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, and as you said, yeah, that you would think that would be some common sense, but, you know, drivers don't always, you know, recognize, you know, what, you know, a flagger is looking in what direction, you know.
Right.
And so little reminders like that are always a good thing.
Nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see here.
Very cool thing to talk about here for open throttle in GP1. The 62 leads, as you know, we did see that a little bit earlier, but the 64 has been promoted up to 3rd. It actually just got around the 5 from All-Star Racing, I believe, this previous lap. Definitely a benefactor of the full course yellow, but that car definitely has some pace at the moment. Looks like all 3 front runners in GP1 able to lap underneath 2:11 at the moment. I believe the only cars in GP1 able to do so. Possibly Screaming Goat. We're waiting for them to come through one more time to see what kind of pace they're doing, but unfortunately they are 12 laps out of the class lead.
Yeah, that's such a shame. I mean, the speed that they had, you know, and to me, it certainly looked like they were playing that game really, really well. Of, you know, they'd lead for a while, and then they drop back to second, but they were always right there with the other car. And, you know, that gets down to that strategy that we were talking about, you know, having the ability to, you know, draft a car that helps with your fuel consumption. And you play that game right, and you find somebody willing to work with you. And, you know, if you can work that to where you just open up a big lead over the rest of the field, that's just golden. You know, and it looked to me like they were playing that game to perfection, and then had that problem at the pit stop. And that was that. So AE Victory Racing is running quick enough right now. They've been about a half-second a lap quicker than Singler Racing. And so that margin now is up to about 6.5 seconds. And then another 13.5 seconds back to the number 4 of Kingpin Racing. So right now, that AE Victory 120 looking pretty stout out there at this stage.
61 back into the pit lane. Yeah, I think the pit strategy has been just bumbled by the timing of that yellow, so we're going to have to be on our toes, I think, for the rest of the day.
I think you're right. And you know what, guys? How about a shout out to a sort of under the radar performance right now, that Low Country Motorsports Camaro, 5th in class, 6th overall right now.
Nice.
Just doing a really, really nice job.
Yeah, and honestly, they lost some time early from their first pit stop. It was a very, very long stop. But otherwise, that car definitely has, decently competitive pace in that class and is staying out of trouble otherwise.
What power plant is in that car?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, probably some variation of an LS.
I would imagine, yeah. It certainly got some grunt. Speaking of which, right back on board here with the 112, a TC Klein. Right on the back of that. That's still the number 5 All-Star.
Yep, battle for 4th in GP.
Battle for 4th, yeah, the All-Star Racing. That, I think it says Pixie on the back of that machine. And this is where just the slipperiness of that C8 comes into play. You can see once it gets into the real... Oh, and then what an aggressive move down to the inside. But look at the fight around the outside by the All-Star Racing, number 5. But the position was just too perfect for TC Klein. And that car has picked up now that 4th spot. But I really think the All-Star Racing number 5 driver thought, okay, I've got it defended here, and just opened it up a little bit. And the Corvette, that was Senna-esque, right? If there's a gap, you go for it. And that's exactly what they did. And, that's a very effective way to make a pass every once in a while. It's just surprise your competitors. And that was out of nowhere, I think. As we're watching a problem left rear corner. Yeah. That's the Arista entry.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch the Corvette. I've noticed from the onboard, that car's actually very, very good on the brakes. It seems to be one of the late breakers, especially for, going into turn 1 and also going into the Le Mans Chicane bus stop. Just able to go, just a bit further into the braking zone than some of the competitors. So I think what we saw there was, initially on the brakes and then seeing a good opportunity to reduce the pedal a bit to gain some track going into turn 1 there and just kind of force the issue.
Well, I think you're right. And I think a lot of that's platform. You look at that one, it's mid-engine. So it's got great balance so that, if you're in a rear-wheel drive car and you're standing on the brakes, right, and you come off of the brakes while you're turning and you start, quickly kind of come off of the brakes, that all the energy then releases into those front tires and the back end can step out. Well, when you're or it's a lot more likely to, when you're in a mid-engine platform car, you can make that little adjustment, come off the brake a little bit more abruptly, and you're not going to get a big pivot in the car, right? And so what that allowed was whoever's driving that Corvette saw the opportunity, was able to release the pressure on the pedal and keep that car in a straight line and just dove it down to the inside. And that makes that car really effective under braking. Remember, it's a car that's got some decent aero to it. It's slippery in the body style, but it does make aero, which helps you in braking. And the other thing is, look at also the clearance underneath the car compared to that BMW. That Vet is right stuck to the ground, and all of those little things, allow you to be a little bit more aggressive in the braking zone, and it paid off that time. That was just a beautiful pass.
Yeah. Other side of the coin, if I'm with All-Star, especially if I'm a spotter, I'm gonna be like, hey, just let the Corvette go.
Yep.
They're a bit quicker right now, but their fuel mileage has it so that they're gonna be doing, an extra pit stop before you have to come in.
Right. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
It's short-term fight, but you gotta look at the long-term strategy.
I'll tell you what, that Screaming Goat Racing entry, back on track, it just got through on the number 5 as well. Now it's laps down, but once again, man, it is flying out there.
I did briefly see when we had the picture-in-picture footage of the 61 on pit lane. Just in the background, we did see the 22 from TCS Motorsports go back behind the wall. That car, if I recall correctly, started the race, but came in at the end of the first lap, went behind the wall. They had just come back out after this full course yellow, did another lap, but did not manage to fix the issue that car is having, and has since gone back behind the wall once again.
Yep. Well, that is, what, and who knows what the issue is, but, one of the real challenges of taking a production road car and turning it into a race car, and I remember when the Toyota's first, the Nissan's first, the 350 and 370s, when they started to come into World Challenge racing in the touring car category, they had massive problems because they couldn't get all of the codes, the emergency codes, if you will, out of the ECU on the car. So, it would just do these random things at certain points because, when you're racing, you're exceeding what normal passenger driving parameters would be by far. And, they, literally would have to have electronics experts from the factories come in and try and clear the codes out. And that still remains a bit of an issue when you're trying to take a road car and turn it into a race car and a more modern road car, if you will. You're still chasing those gremlins.
Yeah.
So we're getting a report that the 17 from Team Aftermath, the Porsche Cayman S, has gone behind the wall as well. So endurance racing, takes its toll. That's part of the game here. AE Victory Racing continuing to lap impressively in the mid to low 203s, the Singler racing car. In the mid to high 203s, and so that gap for AE Victory overall and in GTO has opened up to almost 10 seconds now. And right now, the GP1 leader, the 62 Open Throttle Racing, entry. That's the BMW 235 IR, team based out of nearby Jacksonville. And they have fought their way up into a pretty impressive 7th overall right now, with the team number 64, 8th overall, second in class. And then the Ginger Racing number 46, the BMW M3, sits in the podium spot. And Hera Flight Racing continues to lead relatively comfortably in GP2 over Skip Barber Racing.
Yeah, that is a very interesting entry. It's I believe a brand new car for them.
Yep.
I don't really know anything about it, but I mean its fastest lap is a 2:11.6. That is GP1 pace.
It is. Yeah, it's flying out there. They've got it working in a hurry. And that's the BMW. I think that's the M2 CSR, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a brand new one.
Yep. That's the turnkey version of the M2 CS. The racing version, a turnkey racing version. Very, very quick cars. And being a BMW, they have the, what do they call them? The tuning sticks?
Something, yeah.
Which is like, yeah, which is essentially like a flash drive, and you've got various different sticks, and you plug them into the ECU, and it changes the dynamic of the car, affects the horsepower, torque, all of that. And, so with the pace they're showing here, they might either be invited to move up to GP1 or run a different tuning stick in the future.
I think it's going to be both. I think they.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that the car was so new to them that they didn't know, because there's a stick, but there's also options buried in the dash system to change the power mix or the power level.
Yep.
So it wasn't making the power they thought it was supposed to make, and then they were like, maybe we should be doing X, Y, Z. So they're going to stick with the power level that they're at now. They are legal, is my understanding. And I think a lighter than normal GP2 field, I think, throws up a more interesting result. And I think if we had a GP2 field of 10 to 15 cars, that I think we would see that this car isn't as fast as it looks right now.
Right.
Well, but again, I'm still pointing out that lap time is wildly competitive.
Oh, it's pretty fast, for sure.
Even in GP1.
But the car is heavier than was advertised, is my understanding, JT. And so when they got here, they're like, well, we're actually a lot closer to GP2 with where we've got it. And my understanding was they had a little bit of weight in hand as well when they teched it. So.
Well, and let's not forget, driver makes a difference too, doesn't it?
Indeed it does.
And so you got somebody who's a real wheelman.
Well, and then usually in WRL, unless there's some type of outlier situation, you're supposed to have the person who qualified the car starting the race. So this is potentially the most pace it will have all day.
Great point. Yep.
That 61 is still on the pit lane, looking mighty forlorn.
I hate to hear that.
Yeah.
And that comment about driver making a difference, I learned that when I was doing autocrossing and soloing in SCCA, and there was a guy from Omaha, Nebraska. His name was Russ Wiles, and he had just a bone stock BMW. I think it was a 325 back in the day, and he would show up at these pro autocross events, the SCCA Pro Tour, and would oftentimes take fast time a day over the go-karts and the formula cars and all that. And it was just this bone stock car. And they started literally having to reclassify the car all because of Russ. And it was the guy had the gift. And that's all it was.
Right.
It didn't matter what he would get in something else, and he'd do the same thing. He just had the gift. And, So you get one of those drivers that just absolutely, and I've often said one of the things that separates truly, really, really good drivers and the great drivers, along with bandwidth, just general bandwidth, but that separates them is the really, really good drivers can find the limit frequently. The great drivers live there.
Right.
And are comfortable there. And, that's, so you get a driver that really gets it. Ooh, way too hot. Got her woed down, but the Almonte car, that was, I don't think they'll have any issues with race control there. That was to avoid potentially getting into an incident. But you can see, that target fixation.
Right.
One car goes wide, and the car behind it follows them a little bit. It misses, and that's just part of it. Especially if you're really close, you're oftentimes driving through the car's windshield in front of you too.
Yep.
Here's this fun little scrum here coming to the line. There it is. I really hate to say it, but I think that Almonte team missed a golden opportunity.
I think so too. Especially if they've got the pace right now.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see.
No, that hurts. But AE Victory continues. That margin just keeps going up. Nobody at this stage, they're just consistently running mid-203s. And Singler and Kingpin, they're running high 203s, low 204s. And so that margin up to over 11 seconds right now for AE Victory, they are just clocking it off. And, it's just an impressive performance by the team.
Mm-hmm.
And open throttle, looking at the open throttle has been able to open up, the 62, been able to open up pretty substantial margin of some 15 and a half seconds over the 46 at Ginger Racing. And TC Klein, that Corvette, entry has worked its way now up into third and is kind of attacking on the Ginger Racing machine. It's within a second at this stage. So that bright velocity yellow Corvette finds itself in a position to move up a spot in short order here. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it definitely does. As they go in through turn one here.
Here they are.
Unfortunately, that the fuel disadvantage on that Corvette's going to be pretty noticeable soon.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can think about how much earlier they had to stop in that first stint. And again, you always play in a serious safety margin in that first stint because, as Ryan has talked about, you've got 2 pace laps, and then it's, getting the car into position and all that. So you just make sure, and that's why they were always asking him, the driver, we kept hearing, what does it say for your fuel? And they were going to be very, very conservative in that first stint. And then you start to build your strategy once you get a little bit better handle on it. And of course, it changes, right? As the day gets warmer and everything, fuel consumption is going to change a little bit. And then as things cool, fuel consumption is going to probably get a little bit worse because the engine starts to make a little bit more power and the like. So, but there we go. That is the margin, second to third in GP1 right now. Now on board, not close enough, and that BMW playing that to absolute perfection right there, not giving from the right side of that BMW to the wall enough room for a Corvette, but just having shifted over to the left enough to dissuade the Corvette from trying a big lunge down to the inside. And you can see that Bimmer got through that bus stop really, really well. for Ginger Racing. And this is where that Corvette really starts to find its pace. Is it going to be able to be close enough to try something? As whoop, here comes one of our GTO cars. And look at that move. Beautiful stuff. Got them both around the outside and won. And that actually has maybe helped the vet here, because now he's going to use those brakes you were talking about, JT. But the 46 Ginger Racing BMW saying, I'm going to pinch you a little bit here.
Yeah.
And now here we're going to see this is going to be fascinating. Watch, is the BMW going to protect it all going in? No, not really. And now roll into the throttle. I think this is an opportunity for the Corvette here. He's a bit closer than he was last time. There's nobody behind him to worry about defending, so it's just all front focused here. And again, we've got a long time to go yet in this race, but there's that defense mode again. Whoa, close. And that to me was a little too close for comfort with this much time to go in a race.
Yeah.
Copy that.
And there you heard it, just over a quarter of a tank.
Man.
Boy, he's got him here, though. He got through the chicane incredibly well. And
I want to see him start doing some big lifts.
Yeah, some lifts and coast stuff.
Yeah, make the pass here and then let up.
Yep.
So that's going to be another position here. They've gone around the Ginger Racing car. So that moves them up into second place in class behind the 62 of Open Throttle. Now, keep in mind, Greg, we're also going to have driver changes coming in about another, call it about an hour.
Yep. Yep. That can change the whole dynamic.
It can. It was one of my favorite parts, Greg, of the LMPC class was the strategy they decided to play in the ALMS was, are you going to have your pros start the car and give the car over to your amateur driver in as good a position as it can be? Or are you going to start the AM and understand that they're going to lose a bunch of time to all these pros, and then you as the pro get to pick through the AMs at the end of the race?
Yes.
And they always played that strategy out reasonably well, and I think it made for pretty exciting racing. Crashes aside, obviously.
Yes.
It was pretty fun. I think that was my favorite qualifying to watch as well, was all the young guns trying to wheel the LMPC cars around in that qualifying session. It's always really exciting.
It was. And I agree with you completely. Having called so many of those races, when you were looking at the driver lineup, with 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
And, 80% of the LMPC field had the young people in it. And then a couple of cars had super fast veterans.
Right.
And pros, and just watching them maul the rest of the field. Mm-hmm. It was so entertaining. And I'll tell you what, a training ground,
oh, yeah.
Just, phenomenal. And, Padua Ward, who raced in that category in the last year of its existence. Mm-hmm. And, everybody would always comment when I was talking about what Padua was doing, and they said, yeah, but it's such a depleted field. And I said, well, it is in terms of numbers, but, you may not have, a couple of the top cars at every event.
Right.
But at every event, you had a few of the top cars. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it was never like it was just a bunch of wankers that he was out there against. It was
Right.
never like that, you know. And he said, and it still boggles my mind that one ALMS never made more of this. But to my knowledge, I don't know that he's ever done it before, but in every race of that year, Pato O'Ward had fast lap. Every race.
Jeez.
And they,
I
told
didn't
them,
realize that.
yeah, I said, why aren't you promoting this? This is something really impressive. And
No kidding.
they were all about poles and fast laps. And I'm like, well, fast lap shows me who's fast during a race.
Right.
And then look at what Pato has gone on to do.
No, incredible.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of skill to be put in a position to be hosed by Zach Brown repeatedly. So,
That's very true. That's very true. And Pato, when he first popped into ALMS, man, he was at the same time one of the best and one of the worst interviews ever. Because he loved to talk. And, you'd interview him, and he was either just out of the car, in the pits doing a stop, or just out of the car after a race. And you'd ask him a question, and, you'd literally go, Pato, you got to wrap this up, or we're going to just go off the air with you, But, man, let's put it this way, he could drive as fast as he talked.
Right. Man, what a cool concept, too. I miss that. I don't think LMP3 is delivering the same level of excitement, to be honest.
Not even close. Not even close. There's our Boss 302.
Yep. That car caught up in a little bit of an incident earlier in the race.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to keep it clean the rest of the day here.
Well,
the mighty 5-liter.
Yeah, I'm not seeing damage on it, so
no.
Hopefully they just took evasive and had their spin.
Right. Still sitting on pit lane. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to know. JT and I were talking about, and we kind of got stymied. We were talking about the motor in the Camaro that's out there. Neither of us really knew what the motor was in that Low Country Motorsports car.
Oh, it's a Chevy V8.
It's the LS1 or the LS variant of some sort. Yeah.
I don't think it's an SB2 or anything crazy.
Yeah. No, we were talking about it has had a quietly very effective run.
Yep. Nice and steady.
Yep.
Just what you need to be for a big race like this.
Absolutely.
The irony of the NASCAR-based chassis being the car that's running the most steady race in GTO.
Exactly.
So JT Tammy will be making his departure. JT Tammy is actually curing cancer on the side. So he's got a lab thing he has to go to help cure cancer.
Well, that's a moderately decent excuse.
Yep. Not sure what else would be important enough to skip a 14-hour race at Daytona for the Paul Revere 14-hour.
Yeah.
And so, I assume he must be curing cancer.
If not, we'll give him a stern talking to.
Indeed. I'll give a little rundown here now that we're into we're starting the third hour here. GP1, you got the 62 of Open Throttle Racing a ways ahead, 19 seconds ahead of the 112 of TC Klein. So that TC Klein car has diced through the field and back up into second position ahead of the 46 of Ginger Racing, the E46 BMW. But as we saw earlier, that number 112 is going to be running into this problem a lot today where they cannot get the fuel economy out of that car. So that's going to put them behind the 8 ball here. They're going to have to work really hard on the strategy and make the perfect calls all day to stay in contention here. 46 of Ginger Racing, we talked about them. Number 5 of All-Star Racing. Now, they're 11 seconds back of Open Throttle here, but how much longer did they go, Greg, than the rest of the field? Like at least 10 minutes, if not 15.
It was substantial.
So they have the fuel advantage. So even though their pace is not quite where the rest of the class is, that car we anticipate to potentially save a stop over the course of 14 hours, maybe even 2, in which case, being 11 seconds back in 2 hours is not the end of the world.
No.
They'll get all that back.
And
in
BRD
saving some
matched
stops.
them, if you remember.
Yeah, BRD doing the same type of deal here.
So
they're a little bit further. They're another 11 seconds behind All-Star. But the two of those cars effectively racing each other.
Yes.
PC Racing down in 6th position. That's another E46 BMW. 315 of Split 5 in their 2 Series. Then the 927 of Fast Track Racing. Those two cars.
Hey, let me
pretty
jump
similar.
in here. A lot
go
of
ahead.
smoke from the back of that Ford Mustang, the 302.
Ooh, okay.
From Riser. Now, it was coming through the chicane, so it could have been a curb hop and some body rub, but it didn't look it. It looked like it was a different kind of smoke. So, yeah, there it is. You can see it.
Okay. They're staying low on the banking here, too, real
Yeah.
low.
I think he recognizes
Yeah, they're going to
something's
come into
gone
the
wrong.
pit lane here. So that's no good for Riser Harness Ford. Currently in 11th, not having a great day.
No.
But every day is a good day if you're at the racetrack. So there you go. 927 of Fast Track Racing. I think part of the Dream Machine experience. Spoken with those folks before. I think bringing a little bit more powerful car here to Daytona. Usually they're running the GR86s.
Okay.
Those cars, I think, would be at a substantial disadvantage at this track. So happy to see them here. 64 of Open Throttle Racing. That's the V8 BMW E90 M3 in 9th position. In 10th is the 75 of AOA Racing, other 2 Series. The 302 of Riser Harness Ford. The 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. 12 laps it's cost them to get that car back out and running. And unfortunately, even in a 14-hour race, you got to be making up 2 minutes every hour. And that's a lot of pace. That Screaming Goat car does have a lot of pace, but if they're able to make up 2 minutes every hour, that's a lot of time to make up. So,
it's huge. Huge to make
here's
up.
to hoping, and then you can get lucky on some yellows as well. But, man, that's going to be an uphill battle for sure. Got the number 25 of Singler Racing is in the pit lane making their planned pit stop. Ooh, yeah, that Mustang is leaving a trail of fluid on pit lane. So that's as they go back to the paddock. Got to be careful out there. Might be a little bit of fluid going down elsewhere as well.
Yeah, that's that pit entry. They need to really inspect that, because if he's leaving fluid and you're coming in there in a hurry.
Right. GTO, you get the 120 of AE Victory. They are 33 seconds ahead last time by, but there's a vagary there with the pit lane. Singler's pit stall is after the pit timing loop, so that gap is not quite accurate, but Singler did just pit, which is going to put them a little bit further behind AE Victory than the timing would let you know. But the AE Victory Supra currently in the lead, followed by the 25 of Singler. Then the 4 of Kingpin Racing, another Supra, 14 seconds behind Singler-ish. And then the number 9 of Almonte Motorsports, a lap down. That's the Porsche 911 Cup car we talked about earlier. I think they missed a trick with the yellow flag situation.
Yes.
You've then got Low Country, the 843. They're on the same lap, I believe. Let's see. No, they are a full lap behind Almonte, but steady in 5th place. Number 117 of Aftermath Motorsports. They're on, let's call it 2 laps further behind Low Country. Similar situation there. They're 5 laps off the overall lead in GTO. So, again, a situation where even in the course of a 14-hour race, you got to get lucky several times to bring it back together. But you've got pit lane penalties, you've got contact penalties, you've got all sorts of opportunities for that change to happen. So just keep the car on the island here and keep going. 67 of Open Throttle Racing in 8th position. They're the last car running 12 laps down. The 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion has not returned to the pit lane, and nor has the 119 of AE Victory. So 2 strong runners this season for the championship.
No kidding.
Having a tough day here. And GP2, you've got Heraflight. They're about 2 laps ahead of the Skip Barber Racing School GR86. Heraflight, of course, in the first of the new Generation 2 series with the 4-cylinder engine. Hold it down, I think, at 214 last time by. So that's a little rundown, of course. You got the 40-48 competition in P01 as well, running around by themselves. I think potentially a contender, Greg, for the overall today, just given the fuel mileage they've been able to squeeze out of that car. Pretty efficient on the banking. Small engine, I think, is going to put them right where they need to be.
Yeah, top 5 overall right now, and you continue to exploit, again, what that car, what its strong suit is, And, it's not going to be that fast on the banking, but it's going to be really quick in the infield.
Yep.
And just stay clean. Avoid curbs. Just be smart here.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
All you have to do is drive the car fast and also not burn any fuel.
Exactly.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
You know what? Put me in. I got it. I got it figured out.
You got to figure it out, man.
Mike Gorman, find me a seat. Let's make it happen.
Hey, and I also wanted to just perfect timing, Dustin, the chicane. I really think we need to start a groundswell movement to get the folks at Daytona International Speedway to that section in between the backstretch and the chicane, where you would just go straight there, and that area in the center that's kind of covered by the tower, and all the lighter pavement around the outside of the track. They need to paint it with that high abrasive green paint.
Yes.
So we make it look like the bus stop again.
We need to make Daytona Le Castellet again.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. My two missions have been this, since they redid it, and turn 2 at Mosport.
Yep.
That whole outside area, I've told Ron Fellows numerous times, get that high abrasive green paint. I know it's expensive, but do it.
Right.
Right now, turn 2 at Mosport looks like nothing because it's like you're driving through a parking lot with all that paving. And it still is, but in its, before they added all that pavement out there, it was, I talked to Tommy Kendall once told me, he said that's one of the most fear-inducing spots you're ever going to run through. And it just doesn't look it visually anymore.
No, not at all.
Because you don't have the color defining the track. So anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have this other thought, Craig, that I've been workshopping for a couple years.
Okay.
You've got Lake Lloyd out there, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with Lake Lloyd?
I am.
About it? Yeah.
I am.
Anyway, Lake Lloyd, of course, for those who don't know, is the big lake that's in the middle of Daytona International Speedway. How is it that they haven't monetized that yet? Like, my theory is, and you'd have to find a way to police it, and safety would be a little bit of a concern, but maybe you'd implement some rules. How have they not sold like 50 houseboat permits for like $2 million a year? And I think you'd sell all of them. I think all of the houseboat permits would get bought. You'd have maybe make the rule like, hey, during the race, you have to be docked. Has to be docked after 8 p.m. That way you don't have people like trying to race each other and hitting stuff, and like it becomes a whole problem. But, have like pontoon boats out there and sell permits for it.
So you're saying, it's real water, so have a real marina, unlike Miami.
Unlike Miami, yeah, correct. At Miami Gardens, the Miami Gardens Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Presented by Hard Rock Sports Bet or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
there was a time when they used to have like jet ski racing in it.
Ooh, okay.
And everything, and I'd love to see. Look how long that thing is. I'd love to see rowing competitions.
It's longer than a lot of skyscrapers are tall.
Absolutely. Oh, I like that. I caught that. I'm with you. I think you can do so much of that and have so much fun.
But you have to have rules. Like you can't have yachts. There's no yachts. They have to be houseboats.
Yeah,
pontoons. On pontoons. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. I don't want yachts at Daytona. Like no shot. But if you want a 4-story houseboat out there, and like I think there's a lot of guys that like drivers would buy them. And be like, hell yeah. $2 million is probably steep, but that would be for a whole year, obviously.
Sure.
I think, and that would be cool, right? Especially a lot of those guys, Southeastern guys, and you got boats and this and that, and you could stock it. Like, let's stock Lake Lloyd with some bass.
Well,
and you go out there and go fishing.
Yeah, and you come to Daytona, and instead of bringing your big RV, you just stay in your houseboat.
See, we're solving the world's problems here.
Exactly.
Daytona, get in touch.
We can't seem to solve the problem of the fuel consumption for our
No,
friends.
not at all. On the 112, it's such a good-looking car. Look at it on this shot.
Yeah.
What a machine. You know, if you looked at it quickly enough, you would think that was the GT3 car. Like, it's got the right wing on it now. The front end looks pretty aggressive. Like, man, that looks
yellow. Yeah.
Good-looking car. Did you see
is.
Patrick Wilmot's going to try to set a lap record in a ZR1X?
No.
So I think he's going to. I think it's Grid Life. That he's got a tire sponsor that's going to put some just like ultra trick, super sticky tire on it, and Patrick Wilmot's going to try to break the lap record somewhere with the ZR1X.
Well,
that'll be cool.
That's a car capable, that's for sure.
Or is it Patrick Wilmot or is it Tom O'Gorman? It's one of the two of them. Are Patrick Wilmot and Tom O'Gorman basically the same guy?
Ooh, now there's a question. There's a question to ponder.
Corvette lap record. That's not specific enough. Grid Life. Gotta type that in. I feel like I just saw this press release.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday.
While you're searching that, just the 62 open throttle racing entry is sitting in the overall run order in the 7th spot. So they're having an awfully good run in that BMW 235 IR. As is the 46 Ginger Racing.
Yep.
BMW M3. The All-Star Racing number 5 BMW M3. That's still pretty much a very popular car in the GP1 category. That's for sure. Yeah, it does.
It is going to be Tom O'Gorman.
Oh, all
in
right.
the C8 ZR1 at Grid Life Midwest at Gingerman.
Nice.
He's going to try to set the lap record at Gingerman with a ZR1. That'll be cool.
Yeah. So he's got to be, that's got to be a time attack run, I would think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know what track mod means, but.
Yep, that's time attack.
Yeah, that's time attack. Okay, there you go.
Yep.
If we look towards turn 2, there's potential for a car running slowly here. I'm just trying to track that slow car down. Anyway. Oh, yeah, that's the AOA car, the 75, I believe.
Oh, boy.
So AOA having a tough go of things today.
Boy, they sure are.
That 55 car is still sitting on pit lane.
They got a lot of entries here. They're really struggling with the entry in GP2, and then they've got 2 in GP1, so. Yeah, he really does.
Right.
Well, and, again, yeah, he's really slow, and I don't know whether that's a car problem. Maybe it's, they did a driver change, and it's, the least experienced driver out there. He's just really taking his time building speed.
Right. Could be as well.
He's doing the right thing, staying way low everywhere.
Well, that was talked about in the drivers' meeting extensively. That the default line on the banking is low, and that wasn't just for slow cars, but indeed everybody should do well to stay on the low side and only attempt to pass on the high side, especially if you're passing, lap traffic, etc.
Yep.
The 62 comes in from GP1. That's the open throttle racing. 2
Class
series.
leader.
And so does the 46. So the 46 of Ginger Racing is also going to take a fuel stop here. So both cars coming at the same time, roughly, of course. There's a little bit of a gap there, about a few seconds. So
And
another strategy. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, one of the things that I know was in the rule book, and he's coming into the pit, so they recognize some sort of an issue there, so that's good to know. There's your Ginger racing machine.
Yep. So the Ginger racing car, if you'll notice, Greg, is fueling on the correct side of the car versus the 62, which is on the wrong side of the car. So when you're trying to transfer fuel bottles across, that'll lose you some time.
You bet. It like I said, those things are heavy when they're full, and you're trying to lug it around the back of the car, then back around, grab another one, lug. So our 75 is in, and there's no real response from the pits.
Yep. The BRD Motorsports 616 is also in.
Okay. And I see one of the drivers for the 75 was sitting there and is now starting to suit up. You can see him there.
So the 62 is back out. The 46, they're doing something under the hood with.
It looked like they were just checking oil.
Okay.
Yeah. Oil or tranny.
Remember, the 112 of TC Klein has already stopped. So they're going to move up the order here a little bit as Open Throttle and Ginger keep working on their car and eventually get back out. So the 46 is about to be sent.
What are they looking at there? Fuel cell issue?
Maybe doing, yeah. What if they've got some extra hose in there to carry a little bit more fuel? They're going to send it here. So that's the 46 back out. They're going to have a little bit of a gap again to catch the 62.
Well, that's a sad sight for AOA, isn't it?
It is. Got both cars.
Such great competitors.
Yep. PC Racing 43 has also come down pit lane for some fuel. So we're into the fuel window now for the GP1 teams. The 120 also coming down to pit lane, so that's the leader.
Oh, okay.
Low Country is just leaving pit lane, so they'll gain a lap back here.
There is your leader, hitting the marks perfectly. Driver change.
Yep. And you got to do a driver change here, otherwise you're going to have to run a short stint to get the driver out. It's only 40 minutes until that 3-hour window closes. So I imagine on this round of pit stops, you should be changing the driver out.
Yeah, I would think. Who is the drivers in this car?
That is a great question. Let me see if I can find it on their Facebook.
Sally Mott, Carter, Abate.
Let's see, AE Victory, because they've got 2 cars worth, and I think both have 4 drivers.
All right. That was a very efficient stop.
It is. Well practiced up, that team.
Phew, no kidding.
119 this weekend. That's Barber. Let's see. Why is it showing me a post from the 23rd? What a waste. Oh, maybe it was on a story on a different thing. Now, for those who are wondering, I do have the I do have the survey. The problem is the survey is write protected, and I can't make a copy of it to then process it into a digestible document to actually read on a broadcast. That's a problem that RJ and I are actively working on.
Oh, okay.
Like, I have all the data, but it's because it's in a survey response form, you have to look for each piece of data you're looking for individually as opposed to having them all nested together.
Always something, huh?
Always something, but it's there.
So that's the number 4 from Kingpin, which was second at the time of the 120 stop.
Ah, okay.
Gotcha.
So they're servicing the chill-out system in the trunk there on the 46. I think AE Victory had posted their driver lineup per car as a story. Oh, here it is. That's just all of them together. I don't know what the split is.
I tell you what, Almonte has done a really, really nice job. They're fourth overall. And remember, they've been fighting back from that spin where they lost a lap.
Right.
And right now, they're on the same lap, technically. But they're going to have to pit because they have not yet. The 120, the 4, and as the 25 is Singler, they pitted, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They pitted early relative to the 120.
So, the minute that the number 9 stops, they'll go down that lap again. But and nobody wants a caution, right? Well, they do. The number 9 certainly does. But, I'm just saying we don't want a caution here. But the Almonte team has done a fabulous job of getting themselves in position, in case there is a caution, to be able to get that back onto the back of the lead lap. They've done a nice job. Now it's just stay there. Love the graphics on this car. Team Fast Track Racing, that's the M2 CSR. Sponsored by Sewell and Motul. They had a third in class last year here, so.
I believe part of the program, the Dream Machine program, trying to get people up and through kind of the GT ranks, start them low, and then end up finishing off with a GT4 program.
Nice.
Based out of Eagles Canyon. They sure are. There's your Morehouse Mustang continuing to run really quick laps. They're the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang. Just still buried down the order because of that long stop. They're 8 laps behind right now. So this is essentially turned into a big test for them. So once again, the number 5 of All-Star Racing is cycled to the top. In GP1, Open Throttle is still second in the 62. Split 5 is third in the 315. PC Klein is fourth in the 112. That's the Corvette. And then the 46 is Ginger Racing. And then the Team 48 competition, it's the Beko NPO1. That's the little prototype car out there. You can see that car is really quick in the infield. There's your split 5 into the pits from 4th. Pretty strict rules on how you go about these refueling stops and what you can and cannot do when the car is being refueled. It's interesting. You can wipe down the windshield. You could with spray and rag. Right.
But you have tear-offs on the windshield. You cannot do that while you're refueling. And then, of course, there's the staging of the bottles and how you can do that. all of that type of stuff. And you notice, they said you cannot stage any of the fuel bottles on the pit wall. And so, the smart teams, they've got a table that's pit wall height, and it's jammed right up against that pit wall.
Yep.
And that's where they just lay out those bottles.
Well, it's similar rules to Le Mans, where you can do effectively driver service
Yes.
during the fuel, but you can't do any mechanical work to the car.
Exactly. But unlike Le Mans, if you can get it done quicker than the air competition, that's okay.
I'm waiting for WRL to have a virtual energy tank so that the actual amount of fuel going into the car has very little actual bearing on what the energy level remaining is, which is insanity to me. But
Absolutely. Absolutely.
so it's worth noting, All-Star has cycled back to the front of GP1.
Yeah.
Now that everybody has begun the pit stops, they've still got a little ways to go because they were able to run. Let's see what the actual lap number was. Yeah, their first stop was on lap 33. And we're currently on lap 65. Now, there was some yellow in there. So, we've got a little bit of time left, I think.
Yeah.
If you figure your pit stop's going to cost you about a minute, maybe 2 minutes. I really need to keep track. Next time somebody comes down pit road, I need to keep track and see how long. It's probably closer to 2 minutes. But I think they're going to come out right in the middle of the Ginger PC Racing BRD sort of region, if you will.
Okay.
Which will put them right back into the thick of the race for the lead in GP1. So it would seem that their pace is consistent enough that if they continue to do this sort of pace, wow, as the Ginger Racing car runs really wide here at the International Horseshoe. So if they continue running with this kind of pace and fuel economy, I think the number 5 is slowly going to work themselves into becoming the favorite.
I think so. Yeah, and in looking at their best laps, just as a reference point, they got a 2:09.1, and the fastest laps have been mid 2:08s. So they're not far off an outright pace when they need just some speed, but just the way they're managing things here, yeah, I think they could be looking really good.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, we got 14 hours yet to go, so they have to run clean. They have to not have any bad luck. They have to make sure that they stay on the island, as it were. But right now, it's looking pretty darn good, I think. The 365 is in the pit lane from the lead of GP2. They're going to fuel up here, of course. That race, the way the pace looks right now, and the way the strategy call is, the 365, it's their race to lose at this point.
Here's a look at the 117 Aftermath Motorsports entry. It's 12th overall at the time of the pit stop. And you can see, just how tricky it is to refuel these Porsches that don't have these, pro racing couplings and all of that.
Very sorry, I'm just coordinating breakfast sandwich deliveries.
Oh, well, that's critical.
Indeed.
I understand.
Well, I mean, it's not for me. It's for the hardworking camera folks, as it were. If you'll notice right now, there isn't a moving camera. That's because the person in charge of the moving camera is eating a sandwich.
Well,
he's earned it.
Well deserved. There's a moving camera.
Yep. That's Chris down there in the pit lane, giving us some sweet pit shots. Of course, just as I say that, the service starts to drop out. You love to see it.
Yeah, well.
You see up the clouds.
Chris is doing
are coming.
a nice job. Yeah.
Chris is doing great. Nate's doing great on the camera. The moving camera continues to look better and better each time we go back to it. So I'm very pleased.
It does. Yeah. And it's so nice to have it.
Incredible.
So you start to see a battle and you could just kind of follow it from every perspective. Here we go.
It's something I had wished on for the entirety of the time that DriversEye Live has been a going concern. I have pitched that we should have, especially at Daytona, a rooftop camera. And while
absolutely
the rooftop is really far away here, and that's, for the lens and camera setups that are available to us, it's a little bit too far. Doing it from the grandstands about halfway down has worked out exactly as I had hoped.
Yeah, I think it's been fabulous.
I think there's opportunity at some other tracks as well for that to work pretty well. But I like the drone, too. So, comments in the chat. We haven't talked about the YouTube chat a whole lot today.
No, we haven't.
Start to flip back through there. Comments in the chat. Do you like the drone or the manned camera better? Drone or manned camera? Keeping in mind that the drone, I think, is going to be a lot cooler when we get to Road Atlanta because there's fewer restrictions on where the drone can be flown.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's either or, the drone.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because of the positioning you can do with it.
Okay, All-Star number 5 is in.
All right.
So they've pulled into the pit lane here. They're going to take some fuel.
You said their first stop was lap 33?
33, yep.
So they went 2 laps longer, which makes sense because...
Well, they also had some yellow time in there because they stopped under yellow. So they had a couple yellow flag laps, and then also on the first stint they had those parade laps.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. So
this kind of 33 to 35 seconds sort of, or 33 to 35 lap kind of window, I think is going to pay dividends for them. I think this is
so too.
Exactly where they need to be. In the chat, can I get a shout out for Gino Manley driving for Open Throttle? He is my idol from Duval County. You know what, Gino Manley, and I'll tell anybody this about Gino Manley, and I've even told Gino Manley. Gino Manley is my idol because he has, by my estimation, the best schedule of anybody to have ever worked in the car business ever. Like ever. It's incredible how much time he gets to take off. I've never seen anything like it, genuinely. Of course, recently promoted to general manager of Tom Busch Mazda up the road here in Jacksonville. So, general manager Gino Manley, GM, as they were. Getting to drive that sweet open throttle GTO BMW, the V8. He was one of the first drivers, I think, to drive the green V8 BMWs back when those were GTO cars. Those were GTO cars at one point, the 64, Greg.
Oh, okay,
They tried those on a little bit and then decided that if they detuned them, they could get them to run a little bit more reliably, a little bit, more consistent pace in GP1.
Mm-hmm.
And, other teams had also ran that V8 car. Harrison Motorsports, of course, those who've been longtime viewers will remember. They've had the V8 M3 as well. John the Panda 8127 drone. Yeah. Yep. As I said in the drivers' meeting yesterday, I was unable to convince the FAA to close the Daytona airport. So the drone was not an option here.
God, they're so selfish.
Turns out those kids at Embry-Riddle really need to get their hours in. So.
Yeah.
Of course, shout out to Brendan Kazmarek, the
always.
head honcho of DriverSeye Live, an Embry-Riddle grad. Used to live over there in the dorms that you can see off in the distance. I heard lots of partying goes on at Embry-Riddle. Lots of partying, lots of women. Lots of having a good time, going to football games, doing keg stands, all those things going on at Embry-Riddle was my understanding.
While you're flying.
While you're flying, exactly.
That's the cool part. Yeah, it's a school. It's such a great rep.
Yep. Look, it's no Arizona State, but, you know.
Got it.
I imagine that if you're going to Embry-Riddle, you have a lot clearer idea of what it is that you want to be doing as a career than your average Arizona State student does.
I would think you're spot on with that. You know, it's kind of interesting. Paul Page's son went to Embry-Riddle, and he ended up as an engineer, I think, for Ray Hall in IndyCar.
Ah, okay.
You know, so it's studying aerodynamics.
Yep. No, there's lots of those guys, aerospace engineer types that end up filtering through racing.
Yep.
Dr. Scott Michaels, who occasionally joins us for WRL broadcasts. I believe potentially about to become a professor in Indiana.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But he's an aerodynamics guy as well.
Yep.
Worked for Penske for a time.
Some dude named Adrian Newey.
Yep. Don't know who that is, but yep,
Yeah.
definitely. It was the first time I came to Daytona in person, and I got to watch Adrian Newey and goodness, the name escapes me. The CEO of Ford. My goodness, I'm gonna feel really dumb when I don't remember the name later.
Oh,
anyway, they were sharing the car, a GT40 here for the HSR 24.
How cool.
And, he was not particularly interested in me trying to hold my camera lower and lower on the car to see what it looked like underneath. Wasn't a big fan of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Of a
Go
GT40?
And a GT40, yeah. Which he had also driven, I had seen before at like the Goodwood Revival.
Okay.
He drives it there too. But the speculation is that Adrian Newey's GT40 is not a stock GT40 under.
I would.
If you look at the bottom of the car.
Well, if he was that concerned about you,
he wasn't thrilled.
Taking a peek at it, he's obviously done something.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of funny. While you know, I respect the mental bandwidth and capacity of the aerospace engineers and the aerodynamicists, you know, to understand boundary layer and, you know, just all that. I also see them a bit in, you know, the Dick Dastardly twisting of the mustache. Because to me, you know, the more aero plays a role in a car's design, the worse the racing becomes.
Sure.
And so I've always had that, you know, in equal measures, great respect and great frustration with aerodynamicists and aerodynamics.
Indeed. Tough
Go for Mr. Newey this season so far.
A little bit. Perhaps an inauspicious final phase of his career, let's say.
Yes. Well, and I think what it comes down to, and everybody that I've ever, heard talk about Adrian for whatever team, is that he is absolutely unflinching in this is how I'm going to design the car. You make your components fit. And because he wants, he is making it as sleek and aerodynamic and efficient as possible. And
Right.
no, I'm not going to widen this out for you because, so
Yeah.
I think there, that's where the issue is probably this year is that, Honda's trying to figure out how to install that engine in a way that allows the engine to function.
Correct.
And stay within Newey's aerodynamic restrictions. And it's tough. And other teams have talked about it. It took 2 years for us to figure out how to get that package to work the way it needs to work inside his design. But when they got it right, well, look at Red Bull.
So the Scott Michaels would talk about when he worked for Penske on their NASCAR program back when they had, development. He also said that anything aerodynamics wanted to do happened upstream of everybody else. So if they decided that, they had to make XYZ change and that impacted the radiator or it impacted, the suspension mounting point for whatever reason, or, whatever it might have been, that it was on everybody else to conform to what Aero wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there by the Almonte team.
Yeah, no fun.
No fun.
We're going to put that car back down, send it out.
Yeah, they had initially put the right front tire on the left rear.
Yeah, we got full course yellow here.
Full course caution.
Let's see here. Unfortunately, there's a whole phase of the track that I just cannot see. There's a car stopped at NASCAR 3. It's down on the apron, which is nice.
Oh, it's the Skip Barber car.
Oh, it's the 86. So they'll have to recover that. I did say to the security marshal over here, who came over and gave me the "what the hell do you think you're doing" in the morning speech as I was placing this camera. And I asked him as he walked away, we'd made our friendlies, whatever. And I said, "Oh, and by the way, I'm going to stand down here on the apron too and take pictures. Is that cool?" And he whipped around really quickly, and I don't think realized that I was joking.
Oh,
no, you got to be behind the wall. I'm like, no, I'm not actually going to do that. No,
yes.
But it would have been about right there that I would have wanted to stand. So I'm glad I didn't, because I'd have been run down by a Toyota.
Yeah, you would have.
Speaking of run down at Daytona, what do you think Chip Ganassi's up to right now? What do you think he's doing?
The chipster?
The chipster? Not a big dog guy, as it turns out.
Not a big dog. That's good.
Of course, we've got some folks doing the Daytona International Speedway Tour. Currently walking through the fan zone over towards the big building there with the podium.
And our leader is in, the 120 coming
Leader's in, the number 120. So I think everybody's going to dive for the pit lane here. Now you can take your yellow flag pit stop. The trouble is, Greg, one would think that it's good to stop under yellow, which generally it is, but it's taking so long for the field to form up behind the pace car that it takes a couple laps before you're genuinely, getting the advantage of the cheap pit stop, because the pace on track until everybody catches the back of the pace car is still pretty high. 25 of Singler is going to come down the pit lane here.
Yeah, and that 120 stop, it was half a bottle.
Right.
That went in. I mean, it's like jump in, top off. Every time you do that, for the folks who might not,
Did this, hold on a second.
Yeah, what?
I think we're going to have to wait for, the 120 is behind the Almonte car on track. So I wonder if Almonte figured it out, and or the 120 had to tried to short fill it so they wouldn't give the 9 that lap back.
Maybe, but
Ooh, we're gonna have to wait and see on the timing here. I want to make sure that I'm not wrong about this. But
well,
I
and
think
that number 9 stop was really long because
Right.
of that problem with the wrong tire on the wrong side of the car.
yeah.
So if they are still on the lead lap at this stage, I'd be stunned. But hey, it's possible.
Right.
It depends on
no, they've
the
lost
timing.
a couple more. They've lost more laps even.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. All right.
But I get your point. TC Klein in, and of course they're going to stop. Oh, look at
they got a 2-lap penalty for contact. Oh, okay.
Who did?
So it looks like, according to the screen on Red Mist, the 9 has been assessed as the at-fault party in the 119's collision that caused it to have to stop, which has caused a 2-lap penalty for the number 9.
Oh, boy. Well,
so that's
there you
taken
go.
them well out of contention now.
Yeah. And I want to point out, and this is experience and resource, look at the rig that TC Klein has for the fuel bottles.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you fuel on the correct side of the car,
Right.
and you've got that elevated thing, so it's slide it on my shoulder into the car.
Yep.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
That's cool stuff. And TC Klein Corvette, very thankful for the yellow flag here.
Yep. And did you see the guy who was taking the refueling bottles? As I'm sure the driver was looking over at him, going, "Come on, come on, come on!" And he was just standing there going, "Just chill." Just
Right.
had the double hands going, "Just chill. It's going great, pal." You know?
Yeah, we're under yellow here, and they're going to be at the tail end of the field regardless.
Yep.
I mean,
And they beat the pace car.
and the 25 also returning. They're going to beat the pace car as well. But they'll have both of these cars have a long ways to go to catch the back of the field here. More pit takers coming in.
The Kingpin Racing entry leading them in.
Yep.
They were third. That's a great looking graphic package on that car too. That
And the
purple.
46 as well. Of Ginger
okay.
Racing, the BRD car, they're going to come in.
Yeah, it's BRD. Is this their stop? I mean,
I feel like this is off.
because they, remember they hung in there for a long time as well in that first stint.
So their first pit stop was lap 30.
Oh, okay.
And then they stopped again on 60. And we're currently servicing lap 73.
Okay.
So there'll be a short fill here, but that'll give them that strategy advantage.
Ooh.
And they're not losing any. Oh, yeah.
He almost lost that bottle.
The 43 of PC Racing also stopping here. It is a really cheap pit stop now because all they're doing is dropping themselves in the order behind the pace car now that everybody had formed up. Taking a look at the podium here, of course.
Oh, there's an art shot, huh?
Got a little reflection going on.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
The Low Country Motorsports Camaro also has stopped. They're heading back out.
I'm just super impressed with what they're doing out there.
No, great job for the 843 here for sure.
Yeah, really impressive. Using that, the strength of that car, the absolute perfection.
Is it missing the T? Excellent. Well, the 25 is going to come down pit lane again. So indeed, they were trying to make sure they stayed ahead of the pace car here.
Yep.
So I think they're going to
Great
finish
move.
fueling. And this is the move that the 9 should have done earlier.
Yes, exactly.
Do you recall, Greg, It was one of the first seasons of the WEC. It was probably the second season.
Yeah.
And they were at Zhuhai, and they were working on the Audi R18. It was either Zhuhai or Fuji. I think it was Zhuhai. And JT would know the story if he was here. And they were working on the car. I don't know if they were changing the turbo or something like that, but they were doing it on pit lane. And they would send the car out with no intake on it, no rear cover, nothing, every time the pace car came around to come by the pit wall again. So they'd like finish working real quick, send the car back out, and it would rip around the track and then catch the back of the field and come back to the pit lane. And they replaced whatever component it is they were trying to change over the course of like 3 or 4 of these, them having to send it back out so they didn't go a lap down. And then there was discussion afterwards about like, well, technically that car was running out of homologation because they had taken the intake off and therefore the engine was unrestricted. I don't think anything ever came to pass of that, but people were annoyed. So the GR86 Cup car has been returned to the pit lane. I think Singler has tried to be a little bit too clever here. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch the end of the train before we go green. And indeed, we are going to go green. The Singler car is only in the West Horseshoe.
Oh, boy.
The 9 is going to try to eat the Fast Track Racing M2 alive.
Oh, we got a problem with somebody stuck at pit in.
Ooh.
As well. So that we might be right back to caution here.
Yeah, you can't have the pit entry blocked like that.
No.
The number 9 now able to get around, and they got the 120 right on their rear bumper. The 120 is going to hound that car. That's split 5, the BMW M2. They're able to get that car back going. The 120 and the 9 battling like they're battling for position, even though they're nowhere close on the timesheets. Going into the kink and then through the West Horseshoe here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Here they are. And the 9 doing anything it can, even though it's got now, it's another 2 laps due to that penalty, correct?
Right.
Yeah. But
so they're
still,
a ways back.
That doesn't mean you give up.
And the 4048 car is also there at the front. Let me just switch back to looking at the overall here, because I suspect that they are in a better position than I would think. They are 2 laps off the leader, supposedly, but in a position here where maybe, possibly, if they get around, they can only be a lap down, and then they need a lucky yellow and they could get it back again. But as you can see on the backstretch here, that NPO1 does not have the legs on the oval. And they'll do really well to catch up here through the bus stop. Got the downforce working on that lightweight prototype. But, oh yeah, they catch in a huge way. And then just as soon as those 2 GTO cars hit the loud pedal and go back to the banking, you're going to see that NPO1 move backwards in a hurry.
Yeah, it's a great study in, the differences. Is that somebody else smoking through the... Yeah, you can see it losing there. Here comes the 120 again, going for it, and the number 9 protecting it for everything it's worth. Staying up really high, though.
Right.
And wants that wider entry, and there's going to be a car that could be right, and the 120 goes by, and the 9 could not defend on it. I'm not sure why that 9 stayed so high if they were trying to stay on that lap.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
That 4048 car, and this is what I was talking about yesterday, Greg. If you're in traffic, it's tough. But that 4048 car has been able to hold on to the back of these 2 cars just in the way that it makes pace throughout the lap. So they don't have quite the ultimate speed. Right. But if everybody's just running in open air and taking their time and not racing each other, that car isn't that much slower. And the problem is they do need to make a pass at some point if they're going to want the overall.
Exactly. Yeah, their best time so far has been a 2:05.2. Low Country has gone a 2:03. And right now, it's the AE Victory and Singler racing cars that are the ones that would be the toughest, because we got a 2:01.2 for AE Victory, a 2-minute flat .8, for Singler as their best laps. I'm just doing
Right.
this as a reference point. So that 2:05.2, it's going to be tough, and they really need some help, as you pointed out.
No, definitely going to need some help now. I see the vision. I do see the vision, but I think it went back to green a lot sooner than they would have hoped. But of course, if you're going to leave it out there with not a full tank of fuel, you're going to be on the back foot anyway. I think it's just unlucky, and they tried to maximize what ended up being a suboptimal situation here.
Yeah, exactly. And through all of that, the TC Klein Racing car now 6 overall, leading in GP1.
You know, the last time this happened, Greg, I said this, and I'm going to say it again. That yellow really helped them. It really helped get them in the spot they needed to be in strategy-wise to stay ahead, because now they've got the pace to be out front. They're going to have to make a short stop because, you know, their car doesn't have the same kind of range that the rest of the cars do. But if this keeps happening this way, they're going to keep being okay.
Yeah.
And indeed, I think they're almost a full lap ahead of the All-Star Racing number 5.
Well, and that's a great point, because the for them, having these erratic cautions, if you will, because of their erratic fuel consumption,
right,
it's working to their advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's working the way it ought to. If we could get that on board, I want to see what their fuel situation is right now so we can kind of keep track. Should mandate this. 83, so look at that. We're already 17. That's what I said last time, too. It was about this time that they had 17% left, or they had used 17%. So we're looking in kind of the same realm as we start our third hour here. That was another good call on the yellow, that allowed people to make a driver change that they desperately would have needed at that point. Yeah, I'm just watching the 25 go through the International Horseshoe here, and it's just unfortunate that they are as far behind as they are. That was going to be our other hope for a battle for the lead in GTO. If we look now, yeah, that's a minute 24. They are back last time by. They are racing Kingpin, who are even substantially further behind them. So Low Country has made its way slowly to the front of the field. Same with Aftermath. Aftermath now down to 7 laps behind, and they'll shortly be, when the timing updates, I think it'll move closer to 6 laps. So Aftermath have made up 2 laps, I believe, Greg, from where they had started. So if you figure they're making up 1 lap per hour, roughly.
Yep.
That's going to put them in with a shout if they keep this kind of pace up for the rest of the day.
Right.
Now, you have to imagine they're fast drivers out of the car now, but so is everybody else's fast driver. So this could be the opportunity that they need to get it done.
I'm just loving this rear view shot. Look at the movement of the engine.
Yep.
In the back under the various torque loads. I'm really intrigued to see when they eat like the curb. Ooh, car smoking badly in front.
Ooh.
BMW looked like it was coming out of the left front.
Oh, yeah, it's left front. It's on the Ginger Racing car. That's another one of the contenders in GP1.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've had either a tire go down or if the suspension has collapsed. The way the front left looked really low here. That's Ginger Racing, currently 4th position. They were right on the 43 of PC Racing as we started that lap, but of course they've fallen back now with this tire issue. That was TC Klein coming around, I think, to put a lap on them, which is an incredible state of affairs.
Yeah.
I think, Greg, we're going to end up with, and like just as an endurance racing total nerd, the least efficient car with the best speed and the mediocre speed and absolutely most efficient car battling for the lead by the end is what it's starting to look like. Because TC Klein's like almost a full lap ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
But we know they're at a disadvantage versus All-Star that cannot hold a candle to TC Klein's speed, but is going much further on a tank of fuel. I never really liked it when it was the 2 cars that were kind of in the median on performance and range fighting with each other. But like when you have the 2 disparate groups, oh man. This is going to be a good thing to watch.
Oh, nice. The Corvette, that was a really nice move to clear that car before they got to the chicane.
Yep. So that's the Corvette has now put a lap on BRD. They've put a lap on Ginger. And I think they've got PC Racing in their sights. And that's the 62 of Open Throttle. They're down in 8th position. They've lost a little bit of time already. It is worth noting, though, All-Star Racing has used their one freebie for pit lane or fueling infraction. So they're staring down the barrel of having to be really gentle on the pit stops, gentle with your pit lane, gentle with your, number of people over the wall, etc. They've already used up their free one. Same with the 64 of Open Throttle, and I believe PC is in the same boat here. Yeah, PC Racing has also had their first freebie infraction here in pit lane. So that's something else we got to keep track of, Greg, is you could get down right to the end, and if somebody comes in with their visor up for a fuel stop, that's going to torpedo your whole race. And if you've already used up your freebie this early, you got to be real careful the rest of the day. The 46 is in the pit lane. They've made it all the way around. They're going to open the hood and take a look at the front left here.
Okay.
The way they have the hood opened, I wonder if they're looking at the shock tower. Like it almost looked more like it was collapsed than a tire down.
Oh,
and maybe
boy.
the tire's down. They're just checking to see what's rubbing, but you don't love to see that.
No. Ooh, aggressive pass.
No, they decide to stay. I think a good call there. Waiting for the fast track racing car. I love that you could hear the BMW louder than you could hear the Corvette as they were coming on that run. Oh, no, that might have been from Chris's mic. Yeah, they've got a whole train behind that Corvette. And I think that's a good, or at least a reasonable strategy as well. If you're in the Corvette here, I don't really want to pass the fast track car, to be honest. As long as PC Racing stays where they are, I definitely don't want to make any more moves here. I really want to start working on, okay, how can I save some fuel and not be at as big of a disadvantage? I still want to make good time.
Yeah.
Last time by, they did a 2:13. All-Star was in the 2:15s. So they still have 2 seconds in hand, roughly. You got to just start playing the fuel mileage game, I think. And obviously it's working out for them right now, but I don't imagine that you continue to get lucky 10 more times in this race. Like, I just don't think it's going to happen that many times.
Well, you can't bank on that.
Right, exactly. So at some point, you've got to start to tip the needle, I think, the other way and go, look, if we can save, a lap's worth of fuel at some point, that's going to be really helpful.
Ooh. Boy, that was really close.
They're running a wide line here. It's almost like I really do think that they're not trying to pass the fast track racing car. I think they're running the wide line to keep the PC Racing BMW behind so they don't get past, and then still trying to save fuel here. I'm going to go with that as the deal.
Yeah, it was interesting when he came out when the Corvette came out of the dogleg of the kick.
Reminding the driver here.
Yep, that's why I paused.
A lot of time left to go here.
Yep. Because he got those rights way onto that exit curb.
Yep. And they are going to finally make the move here.
And it cost him. I mean, he had a big wiggle, and I think that's what the team's saying.
Yep. And they are saying, they just told him on the radio, you're 2 to 3 seconds faster than everybody else. Like, you can chill out. Fuel down to 70 now. Yeah, if you've got 3 seconds in hand and you're already a lap up on everybody, I think you got to chill out.
You got to.
You got to start reeling it in a little bit.
And, you know, that's one of those other variables that we, you know, keep sort of dropping in when we're talking about endurance racing.
Yep.
Is there times in endurance racing when you have to do that thing that is complete anathema to a racing driver, and that is be patient,
Yep.
you know? And, oh, and look at that.
PCs. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if the fast track car saw PC racing coming there.
I don't think so.
I think if they had, I think they would have left a little bit more space.
Yeah.
That was going to be close. PC does end up finishing the move here on our way into turn 3.
But that gave some nice breathing room to the Corvette to maybe now be able to back it down a smidge.
I think Peter Chang's going to go for it here. I think he, among other folks in this field, knows the importance of being on the lead lap here.
Yep.
And will absolutely be looking for the opportunity to get around the Corvette. I'm looking for the number 5 because that's the only car that hasn't been under threat of being passed yet, and that is the current second-place car that doesn't have the pace. Although last time by, they were 2 seconds quicker than TC Klein as TC Klein was doing whatever it was that they were doing.
Angering the spotters?
Yep.
Well, and again, that that whole conversation, that brings us back to the strategy idea. And when you're strapped into the car and you're out there in the anger of the moment and just driving the wheels off that thing and all of that, you need to be reminded. Oh, that was close.
Yeah. You
need to be reminded on occasion by somebody that, like they said, there's 10 hours left in this thing. And so you need that one person on the radio that has the ability to big picture an event like this.
Right.
And be able to, pass that on to the driver like, no, yeah, you're really fast. We know you're really fast. We don't care right now.
Oh, so they have caught the 5. They're about to put a lap on the 5 here. They're both going through turn 1.
Yeah, there it is. They are there. So I wonder, is that... Oh!
A little wide there.
Yeah, the front end just suddenly gave way.
Yep. I think that turn 1 there is starting to get a little greasy, and I think if you get a little bit wide, it's probably a lot worse.
Yeah, and look at now, it's starting to get some serious shadow on the track, too.
Man, it's something that yeah, I'll go for it. It's the one nice thing that Gran Turismo does with some of their events that they do in the single player section. Like Gran Turismo, it's not a sim, it's not as good, blah blah. All that's true, right? They're really good at building events though that force you to think about the strategy of what it is that you're doing while ostensibly racing. And it's the question that TC Klein is going to have to start asking themselves here quickly, which is, am I going to continue at this hammer down pace and just accept that I'm going to be, way off the ball and I'm going to have to stop a bunch of extra times and it doesn't matter because I'm that much faster? And if something goes wrong in that, I might be a little hosed? Or are you going to go the other way and go, okay, I have a lead now. I'm going to try to save, and then hope to God that you save enough that you don't have to make your extra stop at the end right as you've allowed everybody to catch you back up over the course of bleeding time.
Yep.
And I think it's, we've still got a long way to go, Greg, but I think we're getting into the realm where you have to start having that discussion about, are we just going to hammer down and keep going, or are we going to try to back it down a little bit and see if we can stretch this thing? And eventually you'll pass the frontier to make that decision.
Yes, you will. You will. And I wonder if what they're thinking here is we're so close now to the number 5 that if we get around them, we've lapped everybody in our class.
Right.
And if we can get past them, open up a little bit of a margin, and then, start to dial it down. Ooh, the number 5 got really sideways there.
Overall leaders are about 15.
And the Corvette driver just pounced.
Right.
Boy, and that was a gift. That was a gift.
It really was a gift.
And now if you can run a little bit, maybe get that group of 3 cars up in front of you, in between you and the 5. So
Right.
you've got a buffer. Then you can start doing a little of the lift and coast and really drafting on the banking and backing out of the throttle just a little bit, because now you've lapped the field, essentially.
It's tough. It's really tough trying to decide how you're going to work with that. Man, because like right now it looks pretty good. Like it looks like they can keep doing it. At least if they keep this 1 lap buffer here, they're defended against any goofy safety car situations. So because the safety car picks up the leader and then whoever is right behind the leader, you have to really keep track of who the overall leader is and where you are in relation to them. We had heard the spotter calling that they were about 15 back, which I assume is seconds, the 120 was. So right now, they've put a lap, quote unquote, on the whole field, but until the 120 also puts another lap on those cars, they're still kind of at risk of, being caught, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
As soon as the 120 goes around, and assuming everybody stays in kind of the order that they're in, you're a little bit more protected from any, safety car goofiness. And that's when these things, tend to rear their heads. Is you think you have it in hand, and you catch one bad safety car run, and then all of a sudden you're, back on the same lap as everybody, and they're just at the end of the line, and you're like, okay, well, guess we got to turn it back on. I wish we had burned.
Exactly.
I wish we had burned a little bit more fuel to not be in this situation, and so that's why, it's going to become, I think, a really interesting race. The nice thing for All-Star is they don't really have a whole lot of choice at this point. It's just a case of like, we have to keep running our pace. We have to stay consistent. We have to do this, long fuel economy runs, and let TC Klein work out how they're going to make it happen. If you run mistake-free, the pressure is on TC Klein to make the right calls on the strategy.
Exactly. And, when you look at the fast laps, the All-Star Racing car a 10th quicker than TC Klein's fastest lap. So there is speed there.
Right.
But like you said, they have clearly made the decision, we're going to do economy runs.
Yep.
And we're going to play that game. This is endurance racing. We're going to play that game. So, and PC Racing had, they've got 208 that they've run as well. So, these cars have speed, but, as you would expect, their consistent race times are a few seconds off that. But All-Star, they're 6 seconds almost, about 5.
The yellow one is dropping something pretty hard on turning left off the right side of the car. Looks like either a whole bunch of fuel or a whole bunch of something else.
Something coming out of one of the cars ahead. I think that's probably the case.
Boss 302, and remember when that was leaving the pits, it left a big trail of fuel overflow.
Well, that car is still in the pit lane. I think it's probably Cajun Canuck in the 555.
Yep, good point. Yeah, so I think it's
there's only a handful of yellow cars, and they're one of them. And I know that Riser Harness is in the paddock still.
Yep, I think it's that yellow BMW that is 3 cars up.
Of course, Cajun Canuck, looking through their survey response, they like the E36. It's a proven platform. Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yeah. So proven that you've been talking about how it's getting tough to get parts.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, and I know the suspensions are a little bit different, especially on the rear end. There's a lot of those parts on the E36, E46 that are kind of, sort of interchangeable a little bit. And you can, cannibalize a little bit newer car and try to get some of that newer stuff onto your car. It gives you a little bit more option. Not a whole lot of people go the other direction. Not a whole lot of E36 parts going on to E46s. Greg, you know who's a big E46 guy that I wasn't aware of until about last year?
Who?
Mike Joy.
Oh, really?
Mike Joy's got a spec E46. Oh, my goodness. I think that's the 5 running wide at the International Horseshoe. They're going to have Ginger Racing go by him. Now, they had PC Racing right behind for position.
Yeah.
And I think I think that's been done. I think they've run wide and given up a position there.
Yep.
exactly the kind of thing they should not be doing.
Exactly. And, I understand you're in traffic and you're adjusting lines and all of that, but yeah, just.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it was the 5 for sure. So that's.
Yep, you can't be making mistakes like that.
Can't be doing that. I think probably under pressure from PC Racing behind. Peter Chang and company, not the group to want to take it easy. They want that car at the front of the field, at all costs, more or less.
All right. Hey, now the Corvette's right behind that yellow Bimmer that he was talking about.
Yep. That's the 555.
He said it's something particularly in left-hand turns, so interesting to see what he might be seeing as they go into turn 1.
Well, and that'll make you think twice before you lunge on him into turn 1 here. When you got the car, you're using every bit of the traction circle on the tires.
Yep.
Fortunately, I think that car's going to let him by here a little. Maybe not. He's hanging tough on the inside.
Yep.
Going to make the Corvette do the dirty work. Fortunately, gets it done. They're going to be right underneath one of the open throttle cars. Going to take him side by side. It's going to hurt his exit
Corvette
here.
got in really hot.
Yeah. I think they're going to be able to make it happen here on the way into the International Horseshoe. They're going to stay nice and clean. Indeed they are. And you got the Screaming Goat cars going to come through now as well. Screaming Goat now 12 laps down. Or I think still 12 laps down.
Yeah.
They were not at 8. So they have not made up the 1 lap per hour that was required to get themselves back into contention. But as these cars continue to have problems, the 62, I think, has run into a few issues here and there. All-Star Racing, of course, having a couple little flubs here and there. All still to play for here. We'll be here until 10 p.m. tonight, folks. We've got 11 hours to go. 10 hours 40, something like that. Producer Dustin says, at least 3 door dashes from now. You're not wrong. Wise words.
Indeed.
That was my favorite Radio Le Mans bit, Craig.
Yeah.
Is whenever they have an issue with, suspension being too soft or something breaking, and they do. And we interviewed Jackie Stewart about this, and he said, and it's the Jackie Stewart clip of, it's like leaving a Mars bar in the warm sun, doesn't have any strength left in it, no rigidity to it. Ah, yeah, wise words. Wise words for Jackie, yeah. About once a month, they found a reason to break out.
They found a reason to throw that in. I like that. Ooh, careful, boys.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we're just talking about 11 hours to go. We've got people hanging it out. I wonder if we're running out of tire already. I don't imagine that's the case. Even on a track that you're scrubbing a lot of tire off on, I would hope that these GP tires go a little bit longer. Indeed, I imagine they would.
Yes.
I do think that we're going to get people changing tires in general production right around 7 hours. I think they'll just split it right down the middle. They'll take their second set. I do believe that the tires are going to become a question mark for the GTO runners. Right now in GTO, you've got AE Victory well in the lead, so they don't necessarily have to worry about it. And then you've got Singler is still a ways ahead of Kingpin, but they're on vaguely the same lap. Minute 18 behind is the number 4 of Kingpin Racing.
Okay, yep. Low Country's up to 4th.
Low Country, yep. Low Country's still doing decent. They're on lap 90.
They really are. And our little prototypes running still 5th overall.
Yep. And that prototype, well, theoretically, may not need tires until much later than everybody else.
Exactly.
So maybe they'll have a lot better pace at the end. These are the kind of things you got to start thinking about. AE Victory, I think, barring some type of outlier scenario, is comfortable at this point. It's their race to throw away, their race to lose.
Yep.
Singler does have the ultimate pace, it looks like, but they're a minute 39 back. That's not insurmountable, but they've got to be consistent with it. And unfortunately, a huge portion of that minute 39 that they're back was lost on pit road.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in trying to get that fuel tank topped up. So they could be closer to the 120 right now, but then they'd, have to make the short fill.
Mm-hmm.
Or the short stint.
Yeah, going back to your tire, thing about, splitting it right down the middle. Maybe the prototype, can go a little bit later. I would try and leave the tire change at as late as you can, without obviously hugely compromising your pace.
Right.
But because when the air cools down, you're going to be running different pressures and the like. And,
True.
You're going to, the engine's going to be a little, have a little bit more grunt in the cooler air, all of that. Have your tires up to snuff for that those last few hours when when things are cooling off.
I think that's a good shout, Greg. You've done this a time or two.
I have, yes, and I love it like you. Nerds.
Indeed.
And I say that with the greatest
It's the nerdiest
respect.
type of motorsport,
It really is. It really is. And I love good sprint race too, but there's just something about the here's the that's the overall leader going by the Corvette.
Yep. Okay, so that protects the Corvette now.
Yep.
They're now where they need to be, and it's gonna be a few laps until they're in this situation again. So probably for the rest of the stint here, more or less, they're gonna feel okay. Like we said, they are gonna have to stop here shortly. They're always going to have to stop shortly in the TC
Corvette.
Klein car, just by the nature of the beast. They're always about to stop. Dustin, can we get a fuel level check on the TC Klein car? Nice, thank you. 38%. So here in about 4 or 5%, the driver's going to key up the radio and say, "I'm just over a quarter tank." And they'll come in and they'll lose a little bit of time to everybody else. And then we're going to go yellow. And then the cars that were able to go long are going to come in, and it's going to be like, wow, they were able to go a long time. They were able to do like 33, 35 laps. And then TC Klein's going to come in and top off, get back ahead of the cars that they were about to be behind because they made the short fill. And then we'll be back where we were.
There you are.
So the real question is, who's going to cause the yellow now?
Well, whoever TC Klein has found in the pit lane needing some money
to pay.
Yeah, a little short on tire budget. Well, let me help you out.
Unfortunately, they can't trade parts because nobody else has this darn car.
Well, there you go.
There was almost an incredible story about a WRL official lending a part to Open Throttle Racing. It did not come to pass. It was not the fun story that I thought it was going to be, but I'm still going to tell it because we got 11 hours left, 10 hours, whatever. And so on one of the Open Throttle M2s, the fan relay was not working. And so Mike Gorman tells me, he says, my drivers that are doing 210s, the car's overheating, and it's becoming a problem. Drivers that are doing 214s, it's fine. There's no issue. But the fan relay doesn't work. To which I said to Mike Gorman, Mike, it's a fan relay. Just wire it on. Just leave the fan on forever. It's fine. Just jump it. And he says, well, on one of my older cars, maybe I would. But this is, real race car. I don't really want to do that. But I can't find this fan relay anywhere, and we don't have one, and none of the ones that are here will fit. And I said, oh, well, Dave McDaniel has a 440i sitting in the garage. It's like his personal car. Maybe you should see if you can use his. And so they pulled Dave McDaniel's 4 Series over to the Open Throttle garage to see, and he offered a very competitive fan relay rental rate to Dave. But alas, it was not the correct relay. I don't know what their solution was. I hope it was that he just wired it on, like I
Yes.
said.
But that's part of the game, isn't it? Is, you know, I mean, how many times have we seen a competitor that, you know, needed a part that if he had that part could very well likely end up beating you,
Right.
and still, without question, you offer him the part.
100%. And that's how the paddock works. And like you see that a lot in endurance racing. A lot.
Exactly. It is. Everybody understands. It is brutally tough to get to the finish. You help a brother out. It's that simple.
I even remember at the level that they were at, I think it was still technically the ALMS. It was probably the last season, or the second to last season. And it was when Patrick Dempsey had that LMP2 car. It was the closed cockpit. And it was mostly the same car as the Dyson car. It was the Lola with the Mazda motor. But that Dyson car used the isobutanol or whatever goofy fuel. But they had a leak in the fuel cell on the Dempsey car. And Dyson Racing gave, presumably money was exchanged, but gave Dempsey one of like their only spare fuel cell. And like that was even at like LMP1 to LMP2. This is our only spare fuel cell, but like, yes, you can have it. And even operating at that kind of level, they were like, yeah, that's totally cool. Let's make that happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that, you know, that's an era that in some ways, I mean, certainly at the professional level has kind of gone by the wayside. I mean, can you imagine,
I think so too.
You know, that happening in WEC or anything right now?
No.
You know, it's sad.
Well, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of shared. Well, I wonder if the fuel cells are shared among the common chassis manufacturers. It might be.
I don't know. Yeah. Like
no, you know what? I bet they're not, because they all have different fuel things now with the virtual fuel tank and all that other nonsense. I bet it wouldn't work.
Yep. Maybe, you know, because the LMP2 cars are a lot more spec. Maybe it could there. But
well, I think they're all the same now.
Big overshoot. Yeah, that was the second car in that queue was El Monte, and when the other car went off, the El Monte car was, can I cut underneath? Do I have to stay outside? I just don't want to hit anything here.
And they're going to give, the open throttle car gives those two a wide berth going into the International Horse Show.
Whoa!
Yep.
Ooh, see the back of the little prototype.
Yep,
stepped
sliding.
Up big time. He was trying to cut that exit angle down a little bit with those cars on the outside, and got to be careful when you're a hugely wide run there. Is that the 888?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just struggling right now.
Or 555 rather.
The 555, excuse me. Yeah.
So that's the 555. Oh, they're separated by a bunch of laps too. I was going to say they're next to each other on the timing sheet, but they're separated by about 5 laps. Screaming Goat and the 555. Some would say, Dustin, that I failed to put a stationary camera there because I assumed that that's where the moving camera would get left if it wasn't being manned.
Some would say?
Some would say. Camera 3 would look really good there, and that was my plan, but I sadly ran out of time. It's a tough one here to set up the cameras because if I go too early, the batteries won't last. So I have to lock myself into a smaller window than I would want to put cameras up, and I just ran out of time waiting for a service elevator.
Yeah, we saw you hustling.
I was moving. We were trying to work that out a little bit.
You were on the prowl, that's for sure.
Couldn't decide on a lot of them.
Oh. Well, that's what he's supposed
working
to
as
do.
Intended.
Yeah.
Gonna get some more screen time for the Cup Series sign. Nate, just for funsies, can you give us like an establishing shot of the like NASCAR logos and then like do the zoom out thing, you know? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's too bad. All right. We'll play that game later. It'll be all right. Oh, here we... No, that's great, but I mean the painted bit between turn 1 and turn 6. Oh, it's just a little bit at the wrong angle. Oh, that's too bad. Wow, look at that. It's just like we're on NBC. Thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, this is Dustin Allis, who, as a producer, is fantastic, but lacks the whimsy of Jordan Worth doing the star wipes, etc., from shot to shot when we get to this phase of the race.
You gonna take that lying down, Dust? You gonna take that lying down, Dustin?
Oh, Dustin, do we have the Telestrator available this weekend? Oh, okay. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that to play with that in the second half. That way we've got, something new to look at when we got 7 hours to go. Greg Kramer, did you ever think at any point in your career that you'd be calling an endurance race at Daytona with Telestrator abilities on your computer at home?
No. But I love the idea. I loved using the Telestrator.
Oh man, Dustin's about to hook you up, man. This is going to be great. Unfortunately, I don't think I brought my mouse, so I'm going to be a little compromised on using the Telestrator. I guess if I load it on this computer, I have a touch screen. Then it's really like I'm using the Telestrator.
There you go.
Yeah, if you click that link right there, Greg, that Dustin just put in the chat, you too
Let me find it.
can put little yellow squigglies on the screen.
Oops. Helps if I spell it right.
So we've probably missed our opportunity to hear the TC Klein guy say just over a quarter tank. And I think because we've missed it and we haven't heard it on the stream, that is what will break the cycle.
Oh,
So
it's our fault.
Yep. I'm also thinking that if TC Klein needs parts, right, just like given who's associated with that team, do you think there's somebody at Chevrolet or indeed at the track that can give authorization for them to go grab parts off that C8 that's on top of the Chevy Experience Center building thing? Think that's in play or probably not?
I'm gonna guess that's a big no.
I don't know, man. Like Chevy likes screen time. Like that's all there is to it. I think there's a world where maybe, just maybe, is Nate gonna try to find the Corvette for us? To the right. Yeah, there it is. Look at that thing. That is a great GP1 machine. Oh, we got the zoom out too. How gorgeous.
Well, I couldn't get the Strader working.
Oh, man.
The login didn't work for me.
Here, let me try. I'll break my rule. I'll do it right now. Let's see. Here, let's do it on this one. That way I'm not overloading that computer. see. Admin. And then password capital DEL. Nope, doesn't work. Confirmed, it's not Greg's problem. Oh, okay. This page can't be found. Error 404. Haven't seen one of those in a long time. Dustin has let us down. Would you like to pin WhatsApp to your taskbar? No. I've never wanted that. Ever.
Not even remotely.
No. Nice. So it works well enough that it can ask me for the password, but I have to modify the link. It's just how bizarre.
Oh, like a forward slash?
No, backslash. Oh yeah, forward slash.
All right.
And then
I've got it up. I don't. That sounded bad.
oh, there we go. All right. See, we got the pointer too, so we can just track this car coming into the shot here. Look at it. Look at it go. That's the 25. I don't know if he has it on or not. Ooh.
I see the dot.
Oh, there's another one. There's two.
So if I touch the dot, then I can do that?
Yes. All right.
Look
Yeah.
at
Sweet. See, they're going to come right through here. Just like this. Yep, and then they're going to move it this way. Just like that. Perfect. And I can just hit delete. Bam. Yes, I'm excited. All right, I'll play with that later. But Greg, please feel free to explore the space. Yeah, that is a telestrating professional right there. And you're on Mac. Don't you have the cool screens? You probably can take your stylus out and actually do it for real.
No, not with my setup.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to.
I'll hit delete. I got it. Erase all. There we go.
Oh,
perfect.
Trash can. Got it. All right. Cool.
All right, the 25 is coming back out. The 67 also in the pit lane. Oh, there you go. That's the 25. Beautiful. Look at this pan. Look how smooth this pan is. That's immense.
That's
just as I talk about it, it gets shaky again. That was great. All right, I'm pleased. Very pleased. Let's give a rundown here real quick.
Was that an early stop for Singler?
I think so.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
I mean, they've got to stop a little bit early so that when TC Klein stops early and sets off the yellow cycle, that they can make a short stop under yellow. And you got to keep it together here. GP1, you got the 112 of TC Klein Racing we were just talking about, and I believe they have pitted in. They have. They are taking on some fuel. Second place is the 43 of PC Racing. They've been kind of up and down all day. They've currently landed in second after the number 5 All-Star Racing, our current third place runner, had a bit of trouble, just running a little bit wide there and giving that spot away. The number 5 of All-Star is the car with the best fuel mileage game this weekend. They're about 3 minutes back off the lead, and that was before the leader stopped. So we've got to wait for the timing to update to see. 616 of BRD, they also can go quite a ways on the fuel. That's a newer 2 Series, 4th position. 5th position is the 64 of Open Throttle Racing. That's another car that has benefited from some of the attrition near the front. They are about a lap off of the top 4 or so in GP1. The 46 of Ginger Racing, I believe they have stopped recently, put them down into 6th. 7th place, the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing. They have gone backwards in the last hour and a half or so. They were at one point the leader on pure pace and have now fallen down the order to 7th. 8th position at the 315 of Split 5. They've had some little weird issues that have kept them from being able to capitalize. And then the 927 of Fast Track Racing in 9th position. And 10th is Screaming Goat. They were delayed by a problem with their safety cutoff switch that I believe was broken, was what my understanding was. And so they had to fix that before they could get back out there. That cost them about 10 to 12 laps. They were running with the leaders and now down in 10th, still 12 laps behind. Going to have a hard
think they
time.
were biding their time. You know,
Could be.
That really hurts when you're just, all right, just take it easy.
Yep.
And then something so frustrating as a safety switch.
Yep.
You know?
Absolutely. 11th place, the number 555 of Cajun Canuck. We had seen that they had been maybe possibly spilling some fluid. They had also had a contact situation earlier in the day. In 12th position, the number 75 VOA Racing. They've made some unscheduled stops as well. You've got the Aftermath, Open Throttle, Riser Harness, and TCS, all not currently circulating in GP1. GP2, it's Heraflight still by a substantial margin. 7 laps over the Skip Barber Racing School car. They had a little bit of an issue as well. They had to be recovered out on track. AOA Racing number 55 is no longer on pit lane actively, but maybe back in the paddock to see if I see them circulating or not. And at GTO, you've got the number 120 AE Victory Lady. AE Victory Racing, Supra, those ladies are way out front right now. Sigler now the better part of a lap, if not 2 down from the 120. They had an opportunity to be on the rear bumper of the 120, and I think just got a little hammered with a green flag coming back out. They tried to play the strategy as best they could and couldn't quite make it, so they're a little ways back now. It looks like they've just stopped as well. So indeed they did just stop for fuel.
Yep.
So AE Victory has not made the corresponding stop yet, which will bring that gap a little bit closer together. 4th position, Kingpin Racing. They are about 30 seconds behind the number 25. I almost wonder, Greg, if the 25 is racing the 4 now, and if they stopped to kind of, protect themselves against the undercut or the overcut or whichever cut the 4 might have had.
That's a good point. They might well be just thinking, all right, for right now, that's our competition. If something happens to the 120, that'll still put us in good stead.
Right.
But we got to race who we, think we're going to be battling at the end now, and then just let the cards play out. Yeah, I think so. I was going to say, going back to your, the rundown of the GP1, the car that seems to be playing things kind of right down the middle is that PC Racing,
yeah,
Peter Chang BMW, because they have the third fastest lap in this class in terms of best lap at a 2:08.9. They're consistently running 2:12s.
Yep.
All-Star Racing has had a 2:09.1, but we've seen them running the in the 15s and the like. So they're definitely playing the fuel game. And of course,
right.
The TC Klein racing car has its unique issues. But that PC Racing BMW, it seems to be really quick, and it isn't way out of sequence in terms of being way too thirsty. They seem to be, and they're just staying there. They're just in the hunt.
Well, the good news for TC Klein, the 112, they were able to keep the lead in class even with that pit stop. So now at some point, PC Racing will also make a stop.
Yep.
And that will give TC Klein that advantage back a little bit. But they're going to end up owing an extra stop at the end. So this 14 seconds or so that they have in hand over the 43 right now is not quite enough to stay ahead if they have to make an extra stop. They need to be gaining, I think we talked about it earlier, something close to 10 or 15 seconds a stint.
Yes.
To overcome the fuel disadvantage here. And they did not get the advantage of having the yellow yet for them to make that short fill for cheap. You, of course, had the 62. Is it Silicon Ski or Silicon Sky? I have yet to have that question answered.
For what?
It is in the pit lane.
Oh.
It's the sponsor on the side of the
gotcha.
Car. And you can't quite see it from the vantage point of our moving camera, but as it goes by, I think it'll come more into view. They used to have a Silicon Ski Easy Up as well, but I don't see it down there. It's probably over in their
okay.
pit area. And the 64 from Open Throttle also going to come to pit lane here. That 64, Greg, I believe, won its class at the HSR 24.
Oh, did it really?
It did. And this was, whatever it was, 2 or 3 years ago. And I had to, and Joe Bradley didn't believe me. He didn't believe me, and he actually walked up and asked Zach Barfield, who was the coach in that car at the time.
Yeah.
Because I had told him as it was looking like that car was going to win, I said, you realize that car is tagged and insured, and they could drive that back to Jacksonville right now if they wanted. And Joe Bradley looked at me with the most incredulous look. I'm like, I'm not joking, man. I know these people. And we wander over, and they're doing the podium interview, and he asks and says, yes, have you got a number plate on this car? And Zach's like, yeah, of course. It's in the garage, and, it's insured, and we didn't drive it today, but we've driven it to the track, and and he couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Yep.
So that's Florida for you, Joe. You can just do whatever you want here. It's,
exactly.
Not a big deal.
It looks like TC Klein has started to back it down just a bit here. Because I was watching, they were dipping into the 211s on occasion, and now, last few laps, they've been up in the 213s.
Probably the smarter move, I would imagine.
I think so. Yep. And
to see what
the yellows have fallen their way a bit, but you still, when you've got this, you can't rely on those yellows.
Right.
And so you have got to still do a bit of conservation here. And, if the yellows keep falling your way, great. That's awesome. But you just can't rely on that with the issue they're fighting. So at some point, you heard the guy say, hey, we got, at what was 11 hours at that point, 11 hours of racing yet to go. I think they wanted to get around that car, put the whole field down a lap, and then start to get back to their strategy.
Yeah.
In terms of the fuel, and hope that yellows continue to contribute. But
I think so too. They're in as good a position as you can be with that kind of
absolutely
disadvantage.
And I'm trying to remember. I don't remember a shot of the TC Klein pit at Road America. So I don't know whether they had that high rig to set the fuel bottles on. But I'm guessing they probably didn't. And then when they came up with this problem, they said, well, anything we can do to speed up these stops.
Right.
Because we're going to have a few more of them.
Indeed, so we are, especially here today.
Whatever we could do. Yeah, precisely. And that's kind of, one of those things when it comes to, just racing in general, but certainly endurance racing, is control what you can control,
Right.
Just, think about what can we affect control about here and do it. And, then the variables are what they are.
Yep.
And I think they've done obviously a pretty impressive job of it.
Well, they've done fantastic.
Do you have a list of drivers for this car?
I don't. I have no reason to suspect it changed from last time, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me look through the thing one more time. So in the team bio, I was looking through the Riser Harness Ford one. I have a question in there about, are you more likely to head back to the hotel early or work on the car or spend the evening at Siebken's on a Friday night? And Riser Harness Ford asks, what's a Siebken's? Like, wow. That is loud.
I think there was a team radio that was
I think so, too.
massively distorted, yeah. What's a Siebken's?
All right, let us look at the lap times. Your pace is good. Second place just pitted behind you, so we're on the same. Oh, and third place just pitted too. So we're only at about a 2-lap deficit. Doing great.
Oh, they know. So they've already done the math.
Yeah.
They know they're a 2-lap deficit. Okay. Wow. So they're doing all right.
Yeah. That was a very, very positive. And you would, you would say that to the driver, yeah, we're right on schedule. You're doing great, but that's really good news for sure for that team.
Right.
And I'm just getting back to the what's the Siebken's.
Yeah.
It's like the best way for us to answer that is go to Road America.
You got to go.
You'll figure out what a Siebken's is. Now, my one piece of advice for you guys when you do go to Road America, enjoy the food and bar at Siebken's, but make sure that you stay, if you're going to stay at Siebken's, do it in the new building. Just trust me.
Okay. All right. There's the 120, and
All right.
It looks like they're doing some tires.
It sure does.
I can't say I'm surprised about that on a GTO car. I thought they would have got a little bit more squeezed out of that, but I suppose not.
Now, you have a limited set of tires, right?
I don't believe so.
Not in GTO.
Not in GTO.
Okay.
Well, even in general production, I don't think you have tires limited either.
Oh, really? So you can use.
I mean, you
as many
could change
sets
them every
as you
stop
want.
if you wanted, but the way the tire is, the
Yeah.
Continental, that's not going to gain you a ton
Right.
versus the amount of money that you're going to spend.
You're going to spend. Okay. Well, then, maybe since this race counts for double points, essentially,
Right.
maybe you budget for that set of cooler evening tires.
Yep.
So you do a stop, earlier and get another, a fresh set on, and then have your night tires ready to go. Boy, it has turned into a stunning day there, hasn't it?
It has. The cloud cover is just as one would want. You get a little bit of cloud here and there. Just kind of takes the edge off a little bit.
And here's our Team 48 entry that is doing a really, really good job. Yeah, temperature at Daytona up to 82, but the real feel is 97, so it is pretty thick there. Nice smooth stop. Yeah, they're continuing to just play this game great. I mean, that little prototype sits fourth overall right now. And I know we've been having pit stops and everything, but to get back to what JT was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
about the pace of the Hera Flight Racing car, it's seventh overall right now.
Right.
It is flying.
Yes, very sorry. I am combing through the bio to try to
No worries.
look for storylines here. I was expecting to find one, but there's a lot of bio responses for teams that aren't here.
Oh.
So I'm trying to comb through here. Let's
Well,
see.
I was thinking that this might be a nice time to
Yeah, we're
thank our
sort
friends
of
from Continental. And
sort of out of the pit window. I guess
Yeah.
there isn't really a firm pit window anymore with how the strategy's played out. But yeah,
exactly.
that's a good call, Greg.
All
Absolutely.
right.
Let's go say hi to our favorite folks here at Continental Tire, the True Tire, or whatever their slogan is. I genuinely forgot the slogan. I'm not trying to do a bit. I don't remember what it is. But we'll be right back shortly here on DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
just complimenting your patience.
Welcome back to the Paul Revere 14 hours here at Daytona International Speedway. It's 12:14 p.m. That means we've got about, I'm not a big math guy, but I think that puts us at about 9 hours and 45 minutes remaining here in this endurance race. The best type of racing, of course. You could be watching people crash multi-million dollar cars into each other in Monaco and generally not pass anybody. Or you can watch some endurance racing with us where passing happens all the time. I think I know which I would pick. Right now, we're on board with the Skip Barber Racing School's GR86 with the new Sentinel Mini, is my understanding. So we're watching that bad boy on board. A little bit of a driver development situation here for people who've run in Skip Barber and had some opportunity to do some real racing, presumably after they get their licenses. So very cool to have Skip Barber here in that GR86 Cup car. Greg Kramer's with us. JT Tammy will be joining us here in about 4 hours, give or take, as he returns from curing cancer. Yep. Can't imagine what else he'd be doing. Got Ginger Racing is going to look down the inside of the number 5 of All-Star Racing here into the International Horseshoe. Just able to put the move on there, and they're going to have a decent run through the kink, and I think that move's going to be done, Greg.
Yeah, it looked pretty good, didn't it?
BRD, of course, coming down the pit lane here in their E46. Going to pull up, get some fuel going. As we mentioned before we went to the break, there's not really a fuel window anymore because of the way the strategy has been split by the yellows, and we've got different cars with different kinds of ranges. You know, what I'm hoping we don't do is the IMSA thing where, and like it's in the rules, it's not going to happen, obviously, because it doesn't exist, but it's this funny way that IMSA thinks they need to make the race artificially interesting by always having a yellow like 45 minutes from the end of a major endurance race. They're really, really good at that. Don't know how that always happens, but it's like, yeah, about an hour 15, somebody loses a tear-off in a GT car, and they got to clean the tear-off up, and then that starts off their 95-minute wave-around procedure, and then all of a sudden everybody's on the same lap and 2 seconds from each other, and we're going to have this exciting run to the end. Anyway,
yeah.
I've given up, Greg, on actually thinking that I have a career in this, so I'm the only person that speaks freely about these things on the internet.
Well, and I called them, and still do, but even when I was, to me, they were procedural yellows.
Yes.
And I hate those. I hate those. People, and especially where you have fans paying a lot of money for tickets. When you could, a car's high-sided on a curb, and you supposedly have the best drivers in the world, right?
Right.
In sports cars, how you can't get a quick flat toe, hook it up, pull it off from the curb, and let them go. And if you need to have a yellow to do that, it's a pretty simple thing. You throw the caution, do it like a virtual yellow, get the car slowed down, get the car moved, go back to racing, and close the pit. Just close the pit.
Close the pits.
It's so simple. And so for something that could be cleaned up and we're back to racing in 5 minutes, it takes 25 minutes to gather the field, and then you open it for one class, and you open the pits for another class. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you do, 2 wave rounds or whatever the hell it ends up being. It's ridiculous, in my opinion.
Gotta have the lucky dog rule.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait for IMSA to finally implement the lucky dog and really just go full in on the NASCAR thing. Cannot wait.
And one thing, before I'm an announcer, before I'm whatever, I'm a racing fan.
Yeah.
A fan. And I want to watch cars going fast.
Agreed.
And playing chess and getting after it, and not be on a 25-minute concession break. And
hope, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It isn't just IMSA; it's other series.
Sure.
With these prolonged cautions and
Yep.
and everything too that are just unnecessary.
It's easy to pick on IMSA because it's the one I watch the most.
Sure.
Which obviously means it must be a good product if I'm watching it the most.
Well, exactly. And I mean, it is. You know, it's some absolutely fabulous racing, but there's a few things they could do a little bit better in terms of you know, just keeping the racing on the track. You know,
you get a lot
and
of green flag racing for your dollar here in WRL. I'll tell you that much.
You do, and you know what? You know, those long procedural yellows. What they, you know, the whole thing behind that is to protect the car in a different class than the overall leader from getting trapped the lap down. You know, that's what that whole thing is. And it's great, you know, if you think that's that critical. And, you know, the teams that, you know, run afoul of that, of course, you know, are absolutely, you know, just flabbergasted that they keep getting trapped like that. But it's part of racing.
Right.
And, you know, be on top of that strategy, things are going to happen. You know, and I have no problem with, you know, to me, the simple solution is if there's a reason for a caution, you close the pit lane. Period. You
just
take care of whatever's you take care of whatever's going on, and then you go back to green, and then you know, the teams can pit when they need to pit.
And to provide balance, you know, equal time and, you know, those kinds of things. IndyCar does it the other way that I also don't like, where it's like, we're going to say that this accident is a safety concern. It's a safety concern. But we're not going to throw the double yellow until everybody has had the opportunity to pit. So it's like, is it really a safety concern then? Like,
I agree. Yeah.
Oh, if they're not, Dustin says they're not doing that anymore. Got it. Well, that's good.
Oh, good. Because that
that
to me sounds like a recipe for disaster.
I hated that. Oh, that's right. So they had an incident, Greg, at the Indy Road Course, where the driver got out of a car after it had wrecked or what have you, and ran across the track to get to the infield while the track was still green. So it was like, oh, well, can't have that anymore.
Yeah.
But they would do that. I remember them doing it at Sonoma repeatedly, and there was a couple other places too where, you know, somebody would wreck in like a non-life-threatening way, but you know, the corner of the car is all smashed up, and they'd wait almost a whole lap so that everybody could go by the pit-in, so that anybody who wanted to pit could have pit, so nobody was disadvantaged by them closing the pits. And I was like, well, yeah, but, you know, I don't know how I felt about that, but it sounds like they don't do that anymore, which is good.
Well, that's good. That's good, because that, to me, sounds like you said a recipe for disaster. You know, that's like the, you know, the race around to the yellow.
Right.
In NASCAR kind of thing.
Greg, what can you tell me, just out of curiosity? Because there's these bits. If JT was here, he would know, you know, what I'm talking about. We end up telling the same few stories over and over again. And now I have an opportunity to talk to somebody who was there while I watched all these insane things happen, potentially. What can you tell me about the Baltimore Grand Prix circuit?
Well, it was unique. That's for sure. That's a good way to put it. I mean, you know, on the one hand, you know, kind of wrapping around the harbor and down by Camden Yards.
Right.
You know, I mean, there were parts of it that were really cool. You know.
Yep.
But the track itself, though, was pretty sketchy. And you know, in particular, you had the was it the railroad tracks?
The railroad tracks, yeah, from the tram or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, the tram.
Yeah. And they're running Indy cars over. Have you seen that, Dustin? Have you seen clips of that? It's start. For folks who don't know what we're talking about, I think it was on the start-finish. There's two sets of railroad tracks that the Indy cars and the IMSA cars would have to drive over.
Oh, and they go airborne.
It was great. That was the best.
And so then, to mitigate that, they put in that chicane right before those railroad tracks.
But then for the restarts, was it for the restarts or just for the start? They would have everybody go around the chicane.
Exactly. Just I think just for the start, since they were doing single car restarts. But yeah, it was it was crazy. But it did produce, and I'm not going to remember the guy's name, Bruno Junqueira. driving an LMPC car, that class that we love so much.
Oh my gosh, you're right. That was him.
Coming to the line, racing, went through the chicane, whacked the left rear corner on the concrete wall.
Yep.
Broke it.
Mm-hmm.
Kept his foot matted. And that thing was doing this high-speed crab wiggle.
Yep.
And won the race.
Incredible.
It was nuts. I mean, so it had its moments. And one, it was really close. The track and the hotels we stayed in were really close to some great restaurants.
Sure.
And,
I mean, as you would be in that part of Baltimore. Like, that's
absolutely.
objectively a nice part of town.
Right down by the harbor, yeah.
Yeah.
And at night, you go walk around. And I remember we were walking around the harbor, and I looked up, and there was this massive yacht sitting there. And I looked at it, and then I saw the name, and I went, no. I mean, I was sure this wasn't it, right? But I saw the name of the yacht, and I'll hang on to that for a little bit. So then later, that was when Greg Pickett was running the LMP2 Porsche Spider.
Yep.
With Klaus Graf.
Yep.
And so I went up to Greg and I said, "You don't happen to have a big yacht in the harbor, do you?" And he went, "Yes, I do." And I went, "Well," I said, "I love the name." And he said, "You like that?" No, yeah. And the name of it was Milk Money.
Milk Money.
From Muscle Milk, of course. Isn't that awesome?
That's great.
And and it was funny. I had I just recently got married, and so I was talking to him, and I said, Jude and I have been, really just trying to figure out what would be a great vacation, and I saw that yacht, and the answer popped right into my head, and Greg Pickett looked at me and said, "You know what, Greg?" He said, "You are more than happy to use it. I will give you the full complement of the captain and all of the officials and the chefs and all that. You can you can use it for a week, 2 weeks, whatever you want. You just pay the gas."
Yep. Just the gas bill. That's it.
And I went, "Yeah, okay. I guess we'll go to an island somewhere." But I was, I have some really good memories from that. And of course, the first race, when we were getting ready to do the victory circle, at the end of the race, a massive thunderstorm hit. And so instead of being in victory circle, we had to crowd into this room in the media center. Those kind of crazy moments.
Do you know what? I used to do a podcast when I was young, like when I was like 19 and 20, with a gentleman who lived in D.C. It was just a car podcast or whatever. And he talked about that race with the thunderstorm. And he talked about the staff were so concerned about respecting all the thunderstorm things that they let him and his buddies into the media center. And they hung out in there and had air conditioning and snacks and drinks, and they just kind of let him do whatever during that thunderstorm. That's funny that you mentioned that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. There's lots of lightning and all that kind of stuff, and so it was just take cover wherever, folks.
Right.
And
it did. So Dustin brings up in my ears something that I had been watching while Greg and I were talking about. Baltimore here, the Baltimore Grand Prix. The 112 has just put a lap on the number 5 again. So they've only got to, because the 5 is 11 seconds behind Ginger. And then there's a little bit of a gap up to PC Racing. So I don't think TC Klein's going to be able to lap the 43, but they'll be able to lap the 46 and protect themselves against falling off the podium, basically, in case of a goofy yellow here. So TC Klein doing what they need to do to make the speed and stay safe, as it were, except for against PC Racing. But again, that PC Racing car doesn't have the huge fuel advantage that the 5 does. They're more middle of the road, both PC and Ginger.
No. But I think it's because the PC Racing car is running quicker.
I think so too.
That's why they don't have that big. They're not in massive fuel conserve mode like All-Star and BRD.
Right.
They're like we were talking about, middle in the road. But I've noticed now that while we have been tracking this, that the PC racing car, which had been running 213s, 212s, has been in the 215s the last few laps.
Right.
So I think they've now, all right, now we got to conserve a little bit here. And that's kind of the strategy, isn't it? Is there are times you have to push, but you have to know for how long and how hard. And then there are times you just need to conserve a little bit. And that's part of the game here. So, but Baltimore was I enjoyed it. A lot of it was, I was working with Jeremy Shaw, and
nice.
I've always enjoyed working with Jeremy, and we had, that was when I was doing all the pre-race and post-race as well.
Right.
And one of my favorite, the post-race stuff got old. Ooh,
I believe it.
Just dropping those lefts a little bit. They got old because they just went on for hours.
Right.
In my head, but it was because I'd already put in a long day.
Mm-hmm.
But those pre-race things that I got to do back then, some of them were an hour long, some were an hour and a half. But it was one of my favorite things to do. One, because I get out there and the first thing I do is I just go through the starting lineup.
Right.
Then I would do a pit walk for like 45 minutes. And whoever I found, I just walk up and talk to them. And
Perfect.
Had an absolute blast. And then at a certain time, I'd have to be up at the front of the grid, and then you do the dignitaries and all that stuff as you get, the folderol, as they call it, before you get to the start. But that 45 minutes that, back then, it was on me. Right.
Right.
And I would have, like a producer of sorts. It was the, the person whose job it was to do the, to coordinate all the pre-race.
Yep.
And so what they would do is they would, sometimes it was tough to find drivers.
Right, because they're all hiding or in the
shade
pit lane still
or whatever.
Yeah.
And so they go find drivers, but I had the freedom. If I was walking along and looked over and saw Greg Pickett sitting on a wall, I could just walk over and talk to him for 5 minutes.
Nice.
And it was such a great time. It was I loved doing that. I think it was received pretty well, and but that was some special stuff. And just to be be able to do that. And I got to tell you, one of my favorite moments doing the pre-race back then was at Lime Rock for the IMSA race.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 4th of July probably. And it was the year that they had, they were going to announce and unfurl the name of the long front straight there, the Sam Posey straight.
Oh, yeah, the Sam Posey straight, yep.
Right? And so I'm the one doing the pre-race. And so in the pre-race meeting, they said, all right, at this point, you're going to introduce Skip, and then you'll let him have the mic. And he'll do the unveiling, and Sam will be there and all that. And I said, sounds good. So we get to that point, and I said, and now, folks, we have a very special moment here. For more on this, I'm just going to turn it over right now, to, legendary driver and track owner Skip Barber. Skip, and he said, well, thank you, Greg. Yeah. And he said, with Sam, it's so nice to have you here. We just wanted to make sure you were here for this because, and at that point, they had the people up on the bridge, and it was covered, and they dropped it like you do for unveiling a painting or whatever. And there it was, Sam Posey straight on the bridge. And Sam, who is one of the most erudite, I call him the poet laureate of motorsports.
Right.
I know he has some detractors, but if you really read what he writes, and then if you listen to him read what he writes, it's magic. And I'll go to the deathbed fighting anybody on that one. And so, Skip, finishes the thing and gives, holds the mic over for Sam. And Sam said, well, Skip, he goes, this is one of those moments where you realize that oftentimes the accolades that you truly earn are the ones that mean the most. And he said, this has been my home, and to be able to have designed the pagoda for you and all this, and now to have this come back is amazing. And he said, there's just one thing about this whole thing that has me a bit sad. And Skip, you can see his eyes open like, oh my God. And he said, well, what's that, Sam? And Sam said that there's not a corner on this track that's really slow enough to name it after Hobbs. And you could hear 40,000 people just lose their minds laughing.
That's fantastic.
Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Man.
And Skip was just, he just handed me the mic. It was so fun.
Look, man, all I'm saying is if I wanted to buy a Honda CRV, I couldn't do it from Sam Posey, you know? It is what it is.
Yeah. Too funny.
What a guy. What a time. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with me, Greg. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
It's a time of my life where, you're in that sort of late high school, early college, and you have genuinely nothing better to be doing. Brendan and I were in kind of that same time frame during the sort of 08 to 14 endurance racing scene.
Yeah.
The 112 has come down the pit lane, so they're going to give that spot back to PC Racing, I think. No, but they are going to be substantially further behind where they were. So we'll wait for the time to update on that. But TC Klein have made their they're on-time pit stop that's sooner than everybody else's.
Yes.
And I think this is kind of the shape of things to come here. It's a 4:11 lap time. And I think their pit is before the timing loop.
Okay. Yep.
So this lap will also be slow. And then, so it's costing about, let's call it 2 minutes 30 for a pit stop.
Boy, that's a long time.
Oh, and there you go. They're right in front of him. As Dustin points out, they're right in front of the All-Star car.
Oh, yes, they did. Yeah.
So they're able to,
got out
right where they need to be. Yeah. They got that dialed in. They knew when the pit call was. That is some F1 stuff. The first time I ever went to an ALMS race, Greg, I think it was 13, which was the last year of the separate series. I think they had announced that they were going to merge, but they haven't done the merge yet.
Yep.
And I remember I went to one of these, they have all the tech talks and whatever, and you can go ask the teams questions. And so I think Dyson was doing a tech talk pit thing. And so I wandered down there. My grandmother took me for my graduation present. And
where was this at?
Laguna Seca.
Laguna, okay, yep.
So we wandered down to the Dyson garage, and they're talking about, we do this and that, and it's good for learning and blah, blah, blah. All just like normal stuff. And you got people raising their hands and asking questions. How fast does the car go? Wow, that's really fast. Do you just drive for 24 hours straight? Huh? Just like your normal questions.
Sure.
And I raised my hand and I asked, I said, hey, so you had that flywheel hybrid thing at Sebring. Why aren't you running that here? And the guy kind of looked at me and was like, it wasn't, this track, it doesn't, I gave a half non-answer.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, cool. And they, whip around a couple more times. And that was when Rebellion was bringing their Lola over for select races. And so that was, one of them. So it was the Rebellion Lola. It was the Muscle Milk Honda LMP1 car.
Yep.
The Dyson car. I thought there was one more. Maybe not. Oh, no, but that was the year of Conquest and Level 5. So there was an actual battle in LMP2.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which actually ended up being good battles most of the time. Turns out having Scott Tucker money doesn't matter when David Hittemeyer Hansen's just a better driver than you. But, it is what it is.
Exactly right.
And so they they're taking 7 or 8 more questions. I raised my hand again, and I said, the Rebellion car over there, they took advantage of the fender extension rules. And that was back when the wing could only be 90% of the width of the car.
Yep.
And so Rebellion, and I thought Lola at the same time had figured out that Toyota figured out and then Rebellion copied. Oh, no, this isn't a wing, this is a fender extension. And so it was 2 inches lower than the actual height of the wing, and the bodywork came up from the fenders.
Yep.
So you'd have effectively
that's right.
a single width wing. They said Rebellion has this, rear fender setup where they've got more rear downforce. Why haven't you guys done that? And I get the same answer. I'm like, okay, cool. There's no good questions are going to be answered in this. That's fine. Whatever. And so the whole thing like ends, and this guy who was like a volunteer coordinator or PR guy or somebody from the series comes over to me. He's like, well, you seem like you know a lot about this. Like, well, it's my first time coming, but I watch all these. It's fantastic. And he's like, well, how would you like to hold the flags on the grid? I was like, what? And so they handed me like the Brazilian flag or something, and I stood at the head of the grid before the start of the race, and then they had us like back up, and the cars went by, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I used to have that shirt that said American Le Mans Series Weekend Warrior on it. It was like a blue shirt.
What a
that was
fun
like,
memory, man.
That was super cool.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed that.
Well, those are the things that, they make you a fan for life.
Yeah.
And giving people those kind of opportunities, to keep growing this sport in terms of having people come out and watch and, whatever, just giving them a little, because I've worked in TV for eons, right?
Right.
And even I would say that if I randomly, came across a race on TV that I knew nothing about, it'd be tough, maybe, to just become an immediate fan.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're standing trackside and that car comes by you at $180, just thundering past,
right,
you're a fan, And so trying to get people as many opportunities as they can. And I used to fight, with our producers, and I realize fight's the wrong word, but I realized that a lot of the things that I was talking about, they cost a little more money.
Right.
But to me, it was like we need to be doing a better job of bringing that visceral experience that you have at the track to the fans watching. And it was like, can we run some like at Sebring, the ones I wanted forever, was through the not Jean de Bien, the Bishop, I think. That really fast double apex left-hander.
Yep.
Before you get into Jean de Bien and then onto the back straight.
Right.
When I got there, in the Aston Martin V12s.
Oh, yeah.
Were running and everything. Hearing them and other cars like that come through that, where they're just screaming, and then they have to hit the brakes, go down 2 gears in a huge hurry,
right,
to get set up for Jean de Bien, and you go sit there and just listen, and it was mind blowing. And I'd say, why can't we mic that? And, and if you remember back then, I don't know if you were watching, but we used to do a thing called the Sounds of Speed.
Yes.
And it was like we could do it as a Sounds of Speed thing. We could just record a few of them, and then just say, hey, whatever. All these things we could do. Okay, the cars are coming out of tower. Get that shot ready and get those mics ready.
Right.
And everything goes, and the answer was, it's too long of a cable run. We don't have the time or the manpower,
right,
that kind of thing. And they had to deal with their budgets. I got it.
Well, which is kind of hilarious because I feel like I could get that.
Yeah. Well,
if you asked me for that here, I could probably do it.
Well, right. But, the technology's changed a lot.
Sure.
In terms of what you could do. But, to me it was, why are we in road racing using that same boring speed shot,
right,
of a car coming out of a turn and going by really close to the wall fast?
Right.
That doesn't show you anything about what makes road racing special.
The thing I wish that they could do better on a broadcast, and it's something that I try to... you saw when we did the POC at Spring Mountain.
Yep.
I tried to set the cameras up for this, and this is like the story of why I do it the way I do it, which Brendan most of the time doesn't like, but it is what it is. I'm on the West Coast. He can't stop me. So that first race I went to, that ALMS, I remember stopping on the bridge that goes over, on your way up and to the left as you're like headed towards the corkscrew. There's that bridge that goes across there at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
I remember stopping there and getting out of the car, and they were doing a what do you call it? Yokohama Sprint Challenge, or what? Like, not Carrera Cup, but it was Carrera Cup.
Yeah.
And the thing you could see, and it was because they had a really prescribed setup you had to run on the car. You could see the attitude of the car change based on how it was being driven. And you could sit there and you could watch the car come out of the little chute there, turn left, make its way up the hill, and then turn left again. And the way the car moved through each individual turn, and the 997 Cup cars back then, like really distinctive sound.
Oh yeah.
So you can tell who's got more revs and who doesn't because the sound changed, a ton, and they all are the same car. You could hear that, and you could see the attitude of the car and how some people had the car moving around a lot, and some people were setting the car and then turning it. And you could stand there and watch, and you could tell who was going fast and who wasn't, just based on how the cars moved around, standing in that one spot.
Yep.
And you get that a lot less with like endurance racing broadly because you got cars that are set up different. You got, even among people who have the same car, they're going to have a little bit different setup on the car.
Sure.
In WRL especially, this weekend, there's not a ton of the same car rolling around here next to each other all the time. You got Corvette, you got NP01, you got old BMW, you got new BMW, you got different classes, you got different aero setup. So it's a little bit harder to tell. But just being able to sit there trackside and you can see it. Oh, that guy right there, the JDX car, the gold one. Like he's smoking everybody right now. He's 5 or 6 cars deep in this practice session, but he's going to be in front in no time because look at how the car's moving. You can totally see it. And I remember going to Sonoma to watch the NASCAR race with my father-in-law, who's like a big NASCAR guy. And we're standing there on the S's, like on the kind of in concrete bleacher sort of deals on the S's on the back half of the track.
Yep.
And so we're standing over there, and I'm like, watch this car. Kyle Larson's going to come through here, and his car is going to move completely different from Austin Dillon's because Kyle Larson's been to this track 1,000 times and knows how to make the car work. And that was the first couple years of the new body and the new car where they're a lot more similar than they used to be, shall we say. And you could tell the same thing there too. And it's like, so especially for spec racing, I want cameras that are low enough that see enough of a corner, the entry and the exit, that you can tell how the cars are moving differently.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, it's extremely difficult to do that in a way that also helps you tell a story of a lap. Like you can get lots of these shots that illustrate what I'm talking about, but they don't flow together very well because then you're leaving pretty big gaps everywhere else.
Right.
And the shots all end up looking the same.
Right.
But like my best example of it is that Spring Mountain race, where I was able to, especially using the elevation too, there were a lot of the cameras I had that I spent time positioning because I wanted to be able to see that 991 class. I want to be able to see the cars change as they go over the thing. And unfortunately, they all ended up running about the same pace for a lot of their weekend until that last race that was incredible.
Right.
But yeah, I kind of feel what you're talking about, where it's like,
right.
There's things I wish I could transmit about road racing into the broadcast, and it's just incredibly difficult to do it in a way that makes sense.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you, the next shot after this, the tails away here out of this is gold. This is gold because we have been watching so far. We watched it yesterday in qualifying and today in the race, and you can here you can see the story.
Right.
And if you've got a car that's actually, a little more old school that makes noise.
Right.
You can hear throttle pickup and you can hear and you can watch the car's attitude as it goes through here and who's willing to eat the curb a little bit and who's being very careful about that. This is what I'm talking about. This shows what makes road racing special is hustling a car through a complex of corners like this. Quick changes of direction.
Right.
And I finally got the drink. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
That was, that was incredibly cool. And
right.
I finally got my dream because I convinced we were at Portland and where the TV truck was set up was really close to the entrance, on that long bending back straight.
Yep.
To that quick left-right chicane that leads into the final corner. And I convinced them, and they not only did a tails away, they did a head-on too.
Right.
And then, so we had that set up, and then Jeremy Dale was my analyst at the time, and so then we were getting the telemetry from the cars, and we could see throttle, brake, speeds.
Right.
And so we set this up for a certain point in the race where the gaps were right. And we did now check out, and we said, watch the entry speed, the mid-corner speed, and the exit speed. and we did a GT car, then we did a GTS car, and then we did a prototype.
Wow.
And and that was such a fast entry chicane.
Right.
Where the loads of those cars were, and it was fast. And I mean, Jeremy is, is professorial in his analytical ability.
Right.
And, it was fabulous. And it was like, finally, it wasn't just that boring speed shot. This, we could tell a story around.
Exactly.
And it was fabulous. And it made for just, during the racing too, just a cool shot to cut to.
Right. Was that
every once in a while as well? So yeah.
Was that Grand Am going to Portland?
No, that was ALMS.
It was ALMS. Okay.
Yeah.
What year ALMS would that have been? I guess with GTS, it probably would have been like 05.
Yeah, it was. With the Audi, I think it was the Audi R8.
Okay,
the Panos.
That's kind of what I was wondering.
Panos Roadsters,
I cannot imagine trying to drive an LMP1 car around that track. That track, especially like that front section, is so small.
Yeah.
It's so tight. I'm like, did those cars have enough lock for that? Like, my goodness.
Well, they did, and it was that. Not that year, but I think it was the year before, I think, or maybe the year after. I don't remember. But it was one of the greatest drives in endurance racing. And, of course, endurance racing, 2 hour, 45-minute race.
Sure.
But in endurance racing with two drivers that I have ever seen. And, think about Dindo Capello.
Yep.
And the German the German who smoked there, when you'd see him. I can't think
Biela.
Biela, yeah.
Yep.
In an Audi R8.
Right.
And David Brabham, Jan Lammers in a Panos Roadster.
Oh.
And the R8, Biela put it on pole.
Mm-hmm.
But the Panos was close.
Sure.
Race start, the Roadster used its torque to get just enough of a nose ahead to lead into that god-awful chicane they have there. Yeah. And for the next 2.5 hours, first Brabham, then Lammers, not Lammers. Oh, geez. Danish guy. His son raced Formula One. I can't believe I'm forgetting.
Oh, Magnussen.
Magnussen.
Yeah.
Jan Magnussen. For the next 2.5 hours, including an absolutely perfect pit stop by the Panos crew.
Mm-hmm.
They fended off the much faster Audi.
Jeez.
For 2 hours and 45 minutes. And it was all really because, it was impossible to pass pretty much anywhere except into that big old chicane.
Right.
Right. And what they were doing there, and it was just mind-blowing, and both of these guys were doing it to perfection. They'd come in there, and you could see them tilt their head and just take a look at where that Audi was. And if the Audi was really close going into that last corner,
mm-hmm.
they'd overslow.
Oh, okay. And then you don't have a run down that straight.
Yep.
Because you got that right-hander to come back onto it, and there's really only one line.
They get the Audi out of its turbo.
Yeah.
Out of its turbo, right? So then they'd use just that torque of that powerful little V8 in that Panos, and they'd always get just enough that the Audi could not make the move into that chicane.
Jeez.
So then and you're sitting there going, well, why doesn't the Audi lay back a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
And stay up there. So you'd see them. So they come through that quick left, right, and then into that long final right-hander, and they glance in the mirror, and if the Audi was laying back, they just flat chat all the way through that corner. And the Audi would come through. Yeah, it was up on its turbo, but it laid back so far, it couldn't get there. And they had to be inch perfect for 2 hours and 45 minutes, and the crew had to do the pit stop of the gods.
Right, to stay ahead, because your Yoast pit crew is not going to make any mistakes.
No. Yeah. And they did it.
Oh, jeez.
And it was, I mean, I got done with that race, and I've just seen something just incredibly special.
Wow.
So, yeah.
No, that is
stuff.
Super, super cool. Yeah. Man, I love that. What a cool time in racing.
it was. ALMS in that era, ALMS was the best sports car racing in the world. End of story.
I mean, that's where people were coming. The factories
Absolutely.
were throwing money at it. You know, it's kind of like how British Touring Car was for a long time.
Yep.
Where, like, you didn't want to run World Touring Car. You wanted to run British Touring Car. Like, that's where the competition was.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, Ricard Rydell in the Volvo. Come on.
Yep.
How fun is that? Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it was. You know, that was just an amazing era. You know, and those 3 years when the Penske Porsches were there,
Right.
and the LMP2 Acuras.
Mm-hmm.
It was just. I mean, that was a stunning era. You know, with the big bore LMP1 cars, but those LMP2 cars in the right track.
Mm-hmm.
You know, could get it done. You know, I mean, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I went to Mosport the year that the LMP2 cars, you know, with the Porsches and the Acuras, were there, and Duncan Dayton's team, Highcroft Racing, was running an LMP2 Acura. And Duncan's from, you know, a Minneapolis. You know, Highcroft is a Minneapolis suburb neighborhood.
Right.
And I grew up in Minnesota, so you know, I've always followed Highcroft and all that. And one of their engineers came up to me at the end of the test day on Thursday, said, "Greg, you got to see this before you go on the air." And I said, "What's that?" And he said,
Nice.
he said it was a map throttle. It was throttle and brake only.
Mm-hmm.
Showed nothing else, just throttle and brake. Of that Acura LMP2 car around Mosport.
There was only one car quicker than you in the class.
I love this radio. This is so cool. So I get this map, I look at it, and he tells me it's throttle and brake only. And remember, Mosport is a 10-turn track.
Right.
And in those LMP2 cars, if you just looked at it at a throttle and brake trace only, it presented as 3 corners.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it was
Man.
nuts how fast those cars were. You know, I mean, they come all the way up that Mario Andretti straightaway, and
Right.
no lift, no down change, no brake, no nothing into turn 8.
Jeez.
And then just jump on the binders for 9.
Right.
And then you get through 9, you start accelerating through 10, you're flat all the way to 3. And then, you know, a little bit of a dab on the brake, and then 5. That was it. Those were your 3 corners. It was nuts. It was so cool.
That was back when the LMP2 car was genuinely a different car, as opposed to, well, it's an LMP1 car with less power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Completely different design to it.
Right.
You know, from an LMP1 car. You know.
Well, I remember.
It was amazing.
We'll tie this up real quick. I remember David Brabham. I think he was at Petit Le Mans when they were doing the interview, and they asked him, you know, whoever, Andrew Marriott or somebody, asked him. They said, you know, you get to drive the Peugeot when they are doing the big races, but most of the time you're in the Highcroft car, or in, you know, it was the Highcroft LMP1
Yes.
Acura at that point. And so which, you know, what are the differences? What do you prefer? And he said, you know, at Le Mans, you can't compete with that 908. Like, it's got all the torque in the world. It's so fast, but it's heavy, and you can feel that it's got this big diesel engine in the middle of it, and it doesn't handle well. And he said, so at most tracks, I would probably rather be driving the Acura because it is more of a race car, and it handles a lot better, and it does all the things you need it to do and everything, but you don't want that Acura at Le Mans. You'll never make it. Like,
Exactly.
Everybody's going to blow your doors off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Well, and yeah, just to finish on that Acura real quick, the year it made its debut at Sebring, you had the Audi R15
right
showed up. You had that Peugeot, was it the 908?
The 908, yep.
Yeah, and the brand new Acura LMP1 car.
Right.
And you know, first of all, people, you know, and you've got to picture those cars.
Mm-hmm.
And people at some point, somebody asked me, they said, "What do you think of those 3 new contenders?" And I said, "Well, the Peugeot is just gorgeous.
It's a good-looking car, yeah.
Gorgeous." The R15, which ended up not being a great car,
Mm.
but to me, I said that is one mean-looking hot rod. I just love how that car looked. It ended up not performing that well. but it looked amazing. And then they said, what about the Acura? And I said, it looks effective. Because it was one of the ugliest cars, to be honest with you, I've ever seen in my life. It had dive planes on the front that I swear to God were snow shovel length.
Right.
And, I asked Duncan Dayton, I said, at what point does the aero, can you feel the aero with those massive dive planes? He goes, yeah, we get up over 60 miles an hour, we feel that front end bite.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's how, it was ugly, but very effective. But it was brand new. They had little issues all through practice.
Right.
And the quote-unquote guest driver in the car was this guy from New Zealand, right, named Dixon?
Scott Dixon, yep.
And
yep.
At that point, I knew Dixon was good.
Right.
Obviously, he was a good driver at that point. But I wasn't super familiar with him. I'd heard the name. He was making a name and all that. And then he goes out in qualifying and puts that thing on pole with one of the most staggering laps I've ever seen in my life. And I just went, whoa, this kid's for real,
Absolutely.
And it was just amazing. And then later in that year, Brabham, it was the first time ever, it was the first big pro car race ever at Utah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and if you remember that, that track was in the middle of a desert.
Yep. WRL runs there.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. And you get out there, and, there are times, I spent a lot of time when I was out there trying to learning, the camera cuts. Mm-hmm. I had to memorize what the mountain ranges look like.
There's nothing else
on
to
either
see.
side of the track. So if I saw, they just cut to something happening, I'd look and go, okay, that's the Western Mountain Range. So that's turn 4. You know what I mean?
Right.
That kind of thing. It was nuts. And at one point, Brabham just goes off and does this big spin. And, of course, desert dust flying everywhere. And then the dust settles, and he's sitting there, and I said, oh, I wonder if he's, if it's stalled. But then I can see down by the exhaust where it's moving dirt.
Right.
I said, no, it's running. And so anyway, it took a while. And finally, oh, look at the Mustang. He's been on the edge there a number of times, and he finally stepped over it, didn't he? But, well, he's giving it some welly. You got to love that.
Killing it.
But anyway, to finish, I'm sorry.
No problem.
So, so at the end of the session, I went down and I said, I was talking about you when you had that off over there. And I said, I thought it stalled, but was there something with the electronics you were trying to deal with? And he grabbed me and said, come over here. And I went over and I said, yeah. And he said, this is just between you and me, right? Now, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I spun so many times when the dust settled, I had absolutely no idea which way I was facing. And at that moment, there weren't a lot of cars on the track. And he said, I had to sit there until a car went by so I knew which way to pull out onto the track.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, even the greats.
It happens to all of us.
It does.
Thank
indeed.
goodness.
Nice to see this car back from behind the wall.
It is, yeah. The Ligier.
Yeah.
The stack racing with Rapscallion car.
That has been behind there for a long time.
Yeah, last year they had this really cool NC Miatas with, paddle shift and all the aero and stuff on them. They're a really cool car, but they had some reliability and teething issues with those. And I'm happy to see they've kind of coalesced around these Ligiers.
Yeah.
While we were talking about the old days, the old and good days of endurance sports car racing, we had a sort of mini pit window where a lot of the leaders, GTO specifically, had come in for a pit lane, come into the pit lane for their fuel stops.
Okay.
We also had the 112 had made its stop at one point, and then the 5, has made their corresponding stop as well. They have now fallen down to 5th position, the number 5 has. But we haven't seen Ginger or PC or BRD come in for their corresponding
I noticed that All-Star Racing, the number 5 stop, it looked like they had 2 fairly close together.
Yeah. It was kind of kind of weird.
Yeah,
Hopefully we'll hear
I
what's
wonder
going
what
on
that
with that. But TC Klein, they've got 1:30 in hand over the 46, having, they're currently on the disadvantaged part of the strategy because I don't think Ginger has come in for their corresponding stops to, be even with TC Klein yet.
Gotcha.
Or indeed, TC Klein has now made their extra stop and still ahead. So in any case, that's still working the way TC Klein needs it to work. Ginger Racing's trying to hang on. Same with PC. So they're, swapping back and forth there based on, what's going on the track and who they've got in the car, etc. 5 of All-Star down in 5th. You have the 616 of BRD Motorsports. They're hanging in there, too. So that's
they are.
One half of the former Harrison Motorsports team in an E46.
Oh,
so
okay.
They have plenty of experience here in WRL as well. Split 5, open throttle, and then Fast Track just pitted in. Looks like they are doing a tire change. I think they're changing a front right, or at least, no, they're changing pressures. They got the air hose out.
No, they changed the tire too.
Oh, they changed the tire also. Okay.
Yep. They're working on that right front that they, or they took it off, looked at something, and then put it back on. But
now there's a right front tire, or there's a front tire
there,
anyway, sitting in their pit stall, like they've removed it or some such.
No, they're going back after it.
Yeah, so Chris.
They
with
just
the
put that
here,
on.
checking it out.
Yep. Great job, Chris. Good catch.
And they're going to tighten that wheel up and send it, it looks like.
Yeah.
The 927. Same with the Ligier. It's going to make its way back out. Good testing time for the Ligier.
Yeah,
You're still here. Everybody's here. Flights aren't until tomorrow.
Haul.
Yep.
You made the haul. You paid your entry. You might as well get some track time. And the one thing I'm looking forward to is that Ligier has that really trick light bar in the front for when it gets dark.
Man, we're going to get such cool shots at night. I'm really excited. I know that Chris down in the pit lane, he is excited for the night and seeing the brake rotors glowing and the lights. And, oh, man, it's going to be a good time. Really, really stoked on that. I wish there was more night racing. I really do. I know drivers don't necessarily agree with me on that, but I love to watch it.
And, you are, as I think we've established a few times, you are, a bit of a unique animal in the motorsports producing world.
Something like that.
Because I'm with you. My favorite time for an endurance race is that dusk.
Yeah.
That, when it from dusk to dark and all of those things that you were just talking about come alive.
Right.
And the producers, I was, working Le Mans or Daytona, the producers would just complain the whole night because nothing to shoot. We don't know who it is. That kind of thing. and I'm just, thinking, look, let us do our job. We'll wax philosophic and you give us art shots. Just give us art, man. We'll make it work.
Absolutely.
And I, hey, a great story to that effect. My first ever Le Mans in '98.
Mm.
And my co-announcers were David Hobbs and Sam Posey.
Nice.
Right? And we're getting into that night thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, there was a story with, I think it was a Toyota, that they
would
had
have been the GT1 back then, right?
Yeah, they had to rebuild a gearbox.
Okay.
And it was dark. We're at, it's at night there. And so, we're, Hobbs and Posey and I are trying to get into some storytelling, and then boom, we'd be back to this same shot in the pits
of the gearbox going out of the car.
And and I mean, it's just the same thing. Yes, and at one point I went, and yes, they are still working on the gearbox. And then I just turned and said, so, hey, David, and I just blew off the shot. I was so finally, now keep in mind, my first ever Le Mans.
Right.
I am the rookiest of rookies on that team. So at one point I gingerly hit my talkback button, and the guy who was producing, a guy named Jeff Hallis, and he was the one who, when Hobbs and Varsha were doing F1 on ESPN the first time, he was their producer.
Okay.
And Hallis is one of the absolute gems in motorsports broadcasting. Anyway, I hit my talkback and I gingerly said, "Hey, Jeff." And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "Why are we continuing to go to that same boring, now long storyless shot in the pits?" And he said, "Because we can see it." He said, "There's nothing out there on the track to show or talk about." And I said, "Are you kidding me?"
Gotta be something.
I said, "I got
Something.
David Hobbs and Sam Posey here.
Right.
Both of them raced at this track in 1970 in 512 Ferraris.
Right.
You don't think we can't come up with something to talk about?" And he said, "All right, Greg." He said, "I'll give you a shot." And I said, "All right." I said, "When we come back from the next commercial," and we could control our own access to like 3 or 4 onboards.
Okay.
In one of the cars, it was a red and orange it looked like the Marlboro colors, right?
Okay.
On a Ferrari 333 SP, which is always one of my favorite cars, period. And it was a rearward shot. And if you remember those cars at night, on every down change, they would shoot flamethrowers.
Yeah.
Right? And it would light up the wing on the back of the car, right? It was awesome. And I said, when we come back, I'll bring us back. We establish whatever, but then let's go to that onboard and just stay there and let's try something. And he said, "I'm game." So we came back, we did that, and so...
Sorry, Greg, the 46 is in.
Oh, okay,
we were waiting
big.
for that corresponding pit stop.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
All
okay.
right, so
Anyway.
that's big. And they're still on the same lap at this stage. Now they'll go down a lap again. But they're staying in the hunt, aren't they?
They're staying where they need to be.
Yeah, they sure are. So anyway, so we get to that onboard of that car, and I said the only time I'd love for you to cut away from that car is like into the Malzahn chicane, or not chicane, the Malzahn hairpin.
Right.
I said when there are shots of cars coming in with the brake rotors glowing.
Right.
Let's pick that up. But as soon as we don't have that, back to this onboard. He went, "Okay." So we go to the onboard. And I said, "So Sam," I said, "what was it like driving this place at night in 1970 in a Ferrari 512S?" And he did this thing about, of course, back then, the cars were nowhere near as reliable.
Right.
So you would try and set up, you'd try and run a certain pace that was maybe 85% of what the car could do. But if you pushed it more than that, the car was going to break. So you'd get that. And he said you try and get that internal rhythm going. And he talked about how it was almost like you were the pendulum on the end of a huge maypole. And he said, in every 3 minutes, the Dunlop Bridge would go by. And every 3 minutes, the Ferris wheel would go by. And he just talked about lapping in the middle of the night when it was truly dark there. And you're approaching the Malzahn hairpin at 235 miles an hour. This whole time we had the video of the sheets of flame coming out of the back of the Ferrari and the underwing, and then cars with the rotors glowing.
Right.
And Hobbs would jump in and talk about it. Not only that, Sam, and like that. And so Jeff said, "Hey, guys, we got to get it to the break." And so I said, "Guys," "thank you for that tour of this place in the nostalgic 1970s. That was amazing." We go to break, and Hallis came back and said, "Okay, that was pretty damn cool."
Right.
But it was like, just give us the images, and I've got the 2 guys sitting here who can make this just magic. And it was fabulous.
No, it genuinely is, and you don't get those visuals everywhere. I think it's cool because it's unique. The same way that like watching a race that's like fully engulfed in the rain is cool, because you don't see the visual of that very often. You don't see the wisps of water coming off the car. And I understand, like, especially these days, there's the safety aspect, and we don't want to hurt people. And I totally get it, to be clear.
Sure.
I understand why. But I think, we miss out on a lot of really cool racing visuals by going away from those.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And you know, with that goes, you know, that kind of magic storytelling that can just suck you in, you know.
Absolutely.
And it's
No, it is. It's incredible. And like the races that stick out in my head that had that kind of thing would be like the Petit Le Mans that one year that it rained a ton. And I think the Falcon Tire Porsche won overall.
yeah,
They ended
Not
up coming from
overall.
behind. Oh, they didn't win overall.
no.
I thought they did.
But I know the year you're talking about.
Yeah.
It was the factory Porsche GT car with Nick Tandy and the Frenchman Patrick Pellet.
Patrick Pellet.
Yeah. They won overall. One because of the amazing grip, just mechanical grip that car had.
Right.
But also because if you remember in that era, all the other three classes all ran Continental.
Right.
But
They used to have the Michelin.
that was an open tire class.
Right.
And you know exactly because at that point Michelin, you know, they wanted to be able to, you know, the factory cars want to be able to run Michelin, and that Michelin rain up against the Continental rain, it wasn't even close. And you know, all of the cars, you know, once the rain started in earnest,
Right.
pretty much all of the what was that GT? It was a GT1 then.
No, it would have been
What they
GT2.
call- GT2, yeah, all of those cars were they just came alive, and you know, often were being held up by the other prototypes because they, you know, the Michelins and the like, those Michelin rain tires were just golden. And so Tandy, and you know, everybody, and I always want to point this out, and the reason I wanted to make sure I got Patrick's name there was, you know, everybody talked about Nick Tandy, you know, and the role he played in winning that race, you know, helping, you know, win overall in the GT car for that, and it was Patrick Pellet who had fast lap in that car, you know, and who was an exquisite rain driver as well. So, yeah, you know, it was just, those were those great moments when you know, somebody very special, or in endurance racing, a special team of drivers, kind of like that Brad Magnuson thing in Portland, when you can see something truly special unfold. You know,
Okay,
and that's,
I found the race that I was thinking of.
yeah,
Okay, so this was, and it was Nick Tandy joining as the third driver in 2013, and it was the Falcon Tire Porsche, and it was a rainy race. But not only were they on the Falcon rain, which was better than the Michelin rain at the time, but they just never got to use it because it didn't rain that much. They smoked everybody, and it was the last ALMS race before they did the
before
merger.
the merger in 14.
Yeah, and then also they were using the 2010 car instead of the new updated car with the wide body and everything because they had wrecked theirs before. So it was an old car on the Falcon Tire, and it was Brian Sellers and Wolf Hensler with Nick Tandy.
Yeah.
What a time.
Yeah. Oh, great stuff. Great stuff.
So here we've got the 25 of Singler Racing, and the Low Country Motorsports car was in that sort of region as well. Yeah, there it is. So there's the Low Country car, and the 25 is shortly back behind it there. Low Country, I think, is still holding on to a top 5, no? Yeah, they're still in 4th position, and then the 91 of Wheelhouse rounds out your top 5. Singler's up in 2nd, so this is kind of a lap battle, lap traffic situation. There's the Chevrolet. That beautiful Fury car. Sounds like a NASCAR when it's trackside, too. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I am stunned at the progress the 91 Wheelhouse car has made.
No, they've really done a lot of what needs to be done to get back to the top 5. I think they have not gained they haven't gained a lap in some time, but I think a lot of unfortunate situation for the 9 and the 117 have allowed them to at least catapult themselves back in the top 5. 4 laps back from Low Country.
Yeah, I mean they're still down the order a lot, but
Yeah.
I didn't figure we'd be lucky to see them in the top 5 come into the race,
Right.
and they're in 7th already. But they got work to do now, that's for sure. They've this car has just been metronomic in its run here. It's just been fabulous watching the drivers in that car just
Getting it done.
Whatever coaching they got early, they have played this beautifully.
Absolutely. It almost makes you long for the double race day, for the 8 plus 7.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of cars, unfortunately, that early, within the first hour or so, taken out of contention with the Screaming Goat car, the 9 of Almonte, the Wheelhouse car had trouble with some contact. The 119 hasn't made its return to the track yet. A lot of front runners in GTO just ran into a buzzsaw, it seemed like, at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, it did. It absolutely did.
Still a good fight here, though. The 120 versus the 25. We saw that at Thunderhill a little bit, where
yes, we did.
Those 2 cars were kind of holding it down up front. Kingpin Racing number 4, the Tyler Hoffman-led squad, doing their thing, 3rd place. Of course, Tyler Hoffman also running 2 cars at the IMSA weekend in Mid-Ohio right now, with John Brell and Rob Walker. I think the main entrance down there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, busy weekend for some of these teams, isn't it?
I think we're going to take a quick commercial break here. We'll go talk to Continental Tire briefly, and then we'll come back. We'll take a little 5 to 10 minute breather here for the commentary crew as we regroup and decide what we want this next phase of the race to look like. We will be right back here. Like I said, give us about 10 minutes or so. We'll be back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Yep, you're pitting next time by. Next time by. You'll be pitting this lap. You'll be in this lap. Please confirm. Copy that. Pitting this lap.
Welcome back to the Paul Revere 14 Hour. I'm Ryan. I'm joined by Greg Kramer in the booth. We'll be seeing JT Tammy shortly. I think he's due back in, 2.5 hours still. It'll take him a long time to cure cancer, I'll tell you that much. Greg Kramer here with me, but also joining me in the booth, making the long trip over. Cade McKee, did you see the breadcrumbs I left to get to this booth?
No, I can't say I did. Actually.
You can't say you did. Oh, man. I left little WRL stickers.
Are you sure Daytona staff didn't remove any?
I specifically put them on spots in such a way that I declared my intention that I was intending to remove them. Like, I folded them like half over each other and didn't stick them very well. So that, like, no, I'm going to come through and take them down. Maybe they took them all. That's too bad. So Cade McKee, of course, one of the drivers of the Screaming Goat Racing BMW.
That's 147.
What? Oh, man, I should turn that down while we're doing an interview. Otherwise, that's going to be real confusing.
Although I love that. What he just
I do,
said.
too.
Oh, she's slippery.
Yep. So thank you, one, for providing your onboard radio into the broadcast. That's fantastic. You guys and the Corvette are doing it.
Oh, I didn't realize the Corvette was doing it as well.
It is. The Corvette, they're telling the guy, an hour or two ago, like, hey, maybe let's relax. You're 2 seconds a lap faster. We don't need to be pushing it here. Like, we're fine. How has that been, driving with that car around?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I haven't driven around it on track at all this weekend. So
Okay, all right.
But, there is the funny thing that it is a Corvette and a BMW at Daytona, which is...
That's perfect. Can't beat it. So we saw as you came up here that the Screaming Goat 29 was coming to the pit lane with the wing 50% attached.
Yes.
How did that happen? No idea. We don't know. And so the solution was just to remove it, which I feel like we've seen here before from you guys.
No, it wasn't us. But
Okay.
there was that Mercedes, I think, either last year or 2 years ago that they had the wing fallen off. And I don't think they even unbolted it. I think they just hammered it off, if I remember correctly.
Interesting. There was somebody with an E46 too that also ran, and they're like, the uprights were on there, but the wing was just not on it. So don't know who that would have been. Anyway, so that car with no wing around here. Obviously, you haven't been in the car with no wing because they just took it off. Do you imagine that's going to be sketchy, or do you think it's going to be pretty stable still?
I'd imagine it's going to be pretty sketchy because it's still got the splitter, so it's going to be pretty hairy at the kink and at the braking for turn one and the bus stop.
Okay.
We run the ring pretty trimmed out, but it's still balancing what's on the front of the car. So
right. If we can just try to find that, the Screaming Goat Racing red and white BMW, it is currently going towards the International Horseshoe. We can pick that up shortly. They'll be coming through here. They'll be coming around the mountain when she comes, as they say.
There she blows.
Indeed. So just coming through our shot here, the mighty V8 BMW. How's your year been, man?
It's been pretty good. I mean, we won first time out at Eagles, but unfortunately had a clutch issue. We were able to dyno, but then we couldn't get it fixed to run on Sunday. And so this is only our second race of the year. So not had that much running, but and unfortunately we had a ground issue with the electrics earlier because we do feel like our car was, clearly it was on the same pace as those leading in the class. So.
Yes, absolutely. I was really hoping that it wasn't the same clutch issue again when I saw that you guys were having issues and you were rolling the car back and forth. Like, oh, no, I hope it's not that again.
No, it's just we had an issue with the ground, so it wasn't properly getting the signal to start. So.
Okay. Well,
prior to that happening, I was sort of speculating that, because you and the other car that were having that really good little run at the front, it looked like you guys were just comfortable drafting off each other, passing each other, and then just chilling, sitting in second a little bit. And I was speculating that you guys had maybe decided, we're just going to work together here to try and build a little gap. We're not going to push too hard. It just looked like you guys were thinking big picture and just looking to conserve a little fuel while trying to build a little advantage. Was that the plan, or was there something else going on?
I wasn't particularly pushing super hard, but I wasn't trying to stay behind him. It's just that car in the morning, it had so much more straight line speed than us that. And here it's just a pain to try and race somebody that's got that much more straight line speed than us. So once you got alongside in the bus stop, I was like, I'm not going to fight that hard, and it was just going to stay in the tow. It had enough power that it was able to pull a little gap, but we stayed in there. But I wasn't like trying to intentionally save fuel and stay in second. It was just the way the pace fell between the two cars. Have you had anybody else come up?
You're it.
Yet? No?
You are it. It's a long hike to get here, so
Very much appreciated.
Indeed. So as far as the running order right now, I don't know how much you've paid attention to it since you've had the issues with your car, et cetera, but you've got the 112 of TC Klein that's pretty fast, that can go like 45 minutes on fuel, which for GP1 is insanity. And then you've got PC and Ginger that are kind of in the realm of what we've come to expect from like a WRL team as far as GP1's concerned. Maybe a little bit light on fuel, but it's Daytona. And then you've also got the number 5 of All-Star that can really stretch the advantage. Where's your money sitting? If we're going to the window, if we're going to the Hard Rock Sports Bet TM window.
Right now, the Corvette, I mean, the way when we were out there and I was watching, when I was driving, it seems like it's able to manage its tires and keep them cooler.
Okay.
In the heat better. It seems like the car is way more just relaxed. It's not being pushed hard. It's not being on the limit hard. Are they just using the stock fuel cell in the Corvette? And so is that why their stints are short?
I believe there's two things. So we had talked to them at Road America, and it was a GM engineer. It was their powertrain engineer.
I believe aren't all the drivers GM engineers?
They're GM, yes. People that ran like the Pirelli World Challenge ATS program and stuff like people that know what they're doing. And they said that to get it to the power to weight window, they tuned the electronic pedal to just only give like 2/3 throttle or half throttle or whatever. But they haven't tuned out any of the.
MPO1 is stopped out of the.
Ooh, yeah, right there on the.
Oh, wow.
Out in no man's land. So right on the end of 6, trying to get back up onto the banking here, and the NPO1 has conked out.
He is on the inside, so maybe they could get. If there's a recovery truck on the inside of that corner, I don't know if there is.
I don't think there is, and there's not a cutout close, is the problem. They're going to have to cross the track, I think.
Yes.
At some point. So I think we're going to end up going double yellow here at some point. But they've just tuned the throttle pedal to be less, and they've left alone the rest of the tune. So it's still giving fuel on overrun to cool off the cat and, smoothing and all the other stuff. And they said, we don't even have a cat in the car, so it's just throwing fuel out the exhaust for no reason. And when we talked to them, we had thought that they were going to tune all of that for Daytona, and that does not appear to be the case.
I mean, honestly, that sounds pretty similar to what we've had to do in our car. Our car probably got even less than half pedal for the throttle body.
Right.
But we have tuned the other stuff around that.
Right.
So it's a little bit leaner off throttle, and because trying to get fuel mileage, and we feel that's one of our strengths is good fuel mileage. So. I'm a bit surprised that they haven't messed with that, but although I think it's still a stock ECU in there, right? So, and as far as I understand, it's a lot more complex to mess with.
Even if it's the guy that built it, it turns out it's hard.
Which is why I believe it's still got like the full interior and AC and speakers.
Well, and they also talked about they really wanted to prove that you can buy one of these used. Just, they're starting to get into the prices that start with 4 range. And if you get one that's got 120,000 miles that's beat up, you're going to replace all the beat up stuff with racing things anyway, just as a matter of course. Like $40,000 starting point for a race car, and you don't have to rip everything out. And so they talked about, they prided themselves on making sure it looked like a road car on the inside still. We have gone full course yellow.
Speaking of cars that look like a road car on the inside, have you seen the inside of the new M2?
The new M2, yeah. So the Heraflight BMW M2 that's currently in the lead of GP2. Greg, that car still has like Apple CarPlay in it.
Does it really?
Yeah.
It's still got the full screen. And I've been
AC.
I've been thinking, how annoying is that screen going to be at night when you're driving?
Oh, it's super. I mean, at night though, like in a road car, it'll turn it down. So like in theory, it should be okay, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were talking about they have to have the windows down during the race, but anything in the car that you touch is ice cold because he's just got the AC on like full blast. Like, yep, it's great, love it. I think they're pretty happy with that car overall.
Yeah. I'd like to. I was thinking about it. I was like, they should put up the Apple Maps and have the track.
Have the track on there and see. What kind of time you're doing. Get your average time on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm certain it has some kind of traffic alert. You're trying to back up in the paddock and it's giving you the watch out for dogs beep. You got something in the back seat. Don't forget your child in the back seat beep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I on the back to the Corvette, we have thought pretty well that those would be good cars to build, especially for GP1.
Right.
We just didn't have the ability, or we didn't really necessarily want to mess with the ECU because of a modern car like that.
Right.
So, but it is pretty interesting to see that they are able to do it with all that still in there and still work and still be relatively fast.
Yep. Well, it sounded like, Greg, when we were talking to them, and it sounded like you knew the guy. I don't remember the guy's name that came up and chatted with us about that Corvette. Yeah. It sounded like they were going to be pretty open with people, and that if people wanted to pursue that they were going to be, nice and give out all the, details on how to do it.
Well, I would,
Go ahead.
Really, I mean, think about it. That makes sense. I mean, if you're trying to sell some C8s that, the base model, and as you said, have dropped into the 40K something range, you can really entice some people, one, by going out and performing like they are, and then two, say, here's all our secrets. And if you're all GM people, you'd think that would be their mission.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree on that.
Yeah.
The rear hatch is open on the safety car, which leads me to believe that there's a cameraman in the back of it. I do wonder, I don't see Dustin in the pit lane. Is Dustin in the back of the safety car right now? Or not Dustin, I'm sorry, Chris. Yeah, there's too many names. My wife's a psychologist, and she tells me you can only keep track of 250 names at a time on, like, instant recall. I was like, oh, okay. So, apparently Dustin and Chris are 251 somewhere. In any case, there's somebody in the back of the CX-9 there, so I'm hoping we get some sweet camera shots from that, but we'll wait and see. So you guys going to do CODA as well? Do you have anything else going on?
We're probably going to do CODA. Depending on if we finish with no more problems, we'd like to try and do Road Atlanta.
Okay.
We were just wanted to make sure the car was going to be in a state that it's able to be ready for Road Atlanta.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is there any thought here that, like, you put another couple hours on the car and you go, okay, let's save some run time and pack it up, or are you going to finish the race?
Always finish the race.
Always finish the race. Okay, all right. I mean, you're not not gaining a ton of laps, but you've got people continuing to make problems. You're top 10.
There's still 8 hours left. There's plenty of time for people to have issues.
Have big problems, yeah.
And you've paid for the track time.
You're here.
You're testing, if nothing else.
Well, you're 6 or 7 laps off of fast track. That's your next, up there, and you're 10 laps or so ahead of AOA. So you're kind of in the no man's land right there. But here's to hoping, right?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Who just clicked into the thing? Nope. That was Chris. If Chris is clicking into the chat, I don't think he's in the back of the CX-90 or CX-9 or whatever it is. Singler 25 is in the pit lane. Looks like they're going to get sent.
I am curious, though, with GM doing, I guess it's not technically GM official, but I've always wondered why they didn't, after they stopped the Camaro program, they didn't turn the C8 into a GT4 car, because it feels like there's plenty of opportunity for it to be a perfectly good GT4 car and help have something of more of a ladder there.
I would tend to agree, and it's even more curious to me that they're allowing Ford to suck so much air out of the room on that.
Yeah.
Like, just unopposed.
I was going to say, even a Corvette Cup.
Right.
Yeah.
Something. I mean, hey, if this works out well, I mean, we had for a long time TAPG had that Supra that they would run in WRL off and on. Yes. And my understanding is that they definitely were in touch with Toyota corporate when they were designing the GT4 car. Like, hey, this is what worked, this is what didn't. these are kind of the suspension things that we're seeing, you know. So maybe there is an angle where this car works out decent and they start doing that. And it wouldn't be without precedent either, because as I don't know if you're aware, the next Porsche GT4 car will be a 911.
Yes.
I was disappointed to see that was going to be basically the Cayman GT4 motor still. I really wanted to see if they could get some motorsport pedigree out of that 3-liter turbo flat six that they put in the road car 911s. I thought that would be fun.
Yeah, but it's the Porsche staple GT engine.
I mean, I know, but I thought it would be neat. And then you could get it into WRL. You got turbo, and so you get more torque and whatever, and take a swing at it. Do something different. You already have Cup cars, like the Cup cars have the naturally aspirated 4-liter. Like that's cool. I like that.
I am curious about the Corvette. If RJ would let you run the hybrid, the E-Ray, and how he would choose that for power. I probably presume he'd want that in GTO only. But.
I would imagine so. That's a good question for RJ.
Because I don't believe anybody has ever run any sort of hybrid
here
in WRL.
I don't think so either. It would be really difficult. Well, I guess they're taking data out of the cars now, so I mean, you could get most of the info you needed. I always thought, and GM mechanics told me that's a bad idea, but they had for a few years those like 07 to 09 like GMC Sierras and Escalades that had the hybrid system where it was just in place of the flywheel was the motor.
Yeah.
And I thought like you could just bolt that up to any LS, right? Like you put a modern battery behind it, and like you got a hybrid race car. Like have a Camaro Super Street, autocross thing, and have a curves button on it. Like that'd be kind of sick. But every GM tech I've talked to has always told me you want nothing to do with that program. You don't want that in your car at all. Like okay. Opportunities. We got to be getting close, right? To having. I guess the prices would go up, but like hybrid club racing.
I don't know about. I think honestly, I think it's probably easier for EV club racing to become a thing that it is hybrid, because you have to deal with the integration of both.
Right.
There was a few years ago. I don't know what happened to it, but there was a series that was going to do electric GR86 Cup Series, I believe.
Okay.
There's a company that makes like spec Model 3, but I don't think they race some model wheel to wheel. I think it's just like time attack.
Oh, it's time attack thing. Yeah. Like you can do. Like electric cars, time attack isn't remotely interesting to me. Like you can sell me on like, no, Formula E is cool. Like, like, okay, fine. Like, sure, that's neat. But electric car time attack, I'm like, I don't really care.
And there was the team at Thunder Hill 2 years ago that had the electric Spec Racer 4.
Spec Racer 4, they had to swap the batteries out, and it looked suspiciously like a rack of marine batteries they were taking in and out of the car.
Well, Grid Life did, they've run this Tesla challenge thing or something.
Yeah,
that's
what he's talking about. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but talk about Yawn City.
That's just, Grid Life's Greg Kramer, everyone.
Sorry. I will call it, and I will make it as interesting and fun as I possibly can.
Sure.
But hey, wow. Anyway, green flag. We're back to racing here at the soon-to-be legendary Paul Revere 14 hours.
A little bit ginger on the brakes there. I'm sorry, Greg.
Move there. Sorry. Did you see Almonte make that move underneath the Corvette?
Yeah.
Man,
they're going to get held up, though, by the AOA car.
And the Corvette's going right around the outside, maybe.
I was just watching the Screaming Goat car, and they, I think, wisely checked up a little bit on the early side, going into turn one at full speed there around everybody else. Almonte car goes to the outside here. They're going to try to go the long way around. They've cleared the Porsche, the Porsche's cleared the Corvette, but now they got to get into the slipstream here and try to hold on to the back of these other two runners in GTO. You got the Low Country Motorsports Camaro.
And I think, is that the Kingpin Supra in between?
I think so, yeah.
And I think they got around it there.
So they've dispatched the Supra, now in hunt for that Fury late model car.
So here's a question.
There again. Yeah.
And what do you think is the motivation for having the Almonte Porsche painted just like the Nissan GTP and GTO cars?
I think it's easy to
from
see.
the original IMSA.
I think it's easy to see.
Well,
It's
it is
very
that.
noticeable, even from like a distance. Like we're sitting up here in the press box, right?
Yep.
I'm sure Greg Kramer has devoured many a Bill France Memorial hot dog in here, as they call that little. There's a hot dog roller station. Have you seen that, Greg?
I have.
Yeah, I imagine so. I was like, there's
Yes,
no way this
sir.
is new. Like this looks like it's been here a while. But like even from back here, right?
It hasn't been cleaned for that long, bro.
No, there is a hotel tin of the hot dogs, presumably from the 500, sitting in the fridge. So I was like, oh, okay. But even watching it on the banking here in NASCAR 3 and 4, I can tell which car it is better than most of the other cars.
Beyond doubt.
I think that's a big part of it for sure.
It is eye-catching, but it just looks, as it flashes through, it looks just like the Steve Millen Nissan, Johnny O'Connell Nissans of the day. So, sorry, I digress again.
No, not a problem at all.
We went to those cars. They purchased them from round 3, right?
No, I think it was the other. I think
Was
it's
it the
AAA
other-
Racing
Okay.
that purchased them from round 3. I think
Okay.
this is Almonte's own
car.
Own
Okay.
car, yeah. Well, even then, I think 888 bought a third car that was
Yeah.
also not round 3s.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's 4 of those floating around now, at least, that have the special magic tune on them. That's one of the things I think it's going to devalue, and kind of why I don't understand Porsche's decision, is you're going to have a GT4 car, a GT3 car, and the Cup car that now share mostly engines. And, I know that the aero is different probably across the board there, but it's the same chassis and mostly the same engine.
Well,
similar suspension setup.
Honestly,
It's going to look kind of samey. I don't know.
From Porsche's standpoint, from a customer standpoint, I mean, if they offer the GT4 car and it's largely the same as the Cup car in terms of suspension and stuff underneath, and there's part sharing there, that obviously makes supply logistics a lot easier. It also makes that a lot easier on teams.
Right.
If you're racing and there's Cup Series racing, and you break something, there's a lot more.
There's
if
parts
they're
available.
sharing, there's a lot more parts available.
But doesn't that then cannibalize your Carrera Cup business? I mean, I don't why would you spend money to do Carrera Cup when you can just buy the GT4 car and it's the same thing? It's a more direct ladder to GT3.
Carrera Cup, you don't have to deal with BOP and other series.
I guess. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But I think the real answer is that they don't have another Cayman.
They don't
to
have a
build.
Cayman. Yeah. No, that's
So,
that's a big problem for them. They blundered that pretty quickly.
and I don't think they're going to make a Taycan GT4. anytime
No, but it would be
soon.
cool though.
I don't think the ACO allows that.
But think about this, and I've talked about this for a long time. Modern day 928, but it's like a 2-door Panamera. That would be kind of a cool car. I would be interested in that. That would make a cool. It's GT2 now, where the cars are way too powerful and have no aero.
Yeah.
I think that would make a cool GT2 car. But alas, they haven't built that.
I think Porsche doesn't want to devalue its brand with a cheaper sports car.
That's too bad. Well, it's not a sports car. It's a Grand Tourer. So it would be a little bit cheaper than a 911, but not by a lot. It would be more they can just base it on the Continental, on the Bentley. It's just a sportier Bentley Continental.
That would be so ugly, and it would be so heavy.
Nah.
I like that. So ugly.
I don't know, man.
That's funny.
I don't mind the new Continental. The old one was ugly. The new one's okay, all right. And I guess on the 4-door, it is mostly a Panamera underneath, and that's why they're saying it drives so nice.
Also, the 911 is a Grand Tour already. It covers those bases.
Yeah. Then how did they get away with building the 928 then?
The 911 wasn't as good back then?
And the 911 was smaller back then, too. I think that's probably a bigger part
Was
of
it
it.
as
The
nice?
911 was, small, and now the
Yeah,
911
very.
is an enormous car.
It was not as nice a luxury vehicle to drive
No.
around in every day.
Oh, you're right. So basically what we've worked our way back around to is they need another Cayman, and quickly.
And just your comment about the GT2 thing, and this maybe is why I'm no longer calling SRO races, but I was sitting, I don't remember where it was or whatever, but the head of SRO's tech department was there.
Okay.
And we were sitting at a table and, chatting and just general stuff. And we got on the GT2 thing and this and that. And I looked at him and I said, I hate to say it, guys, but I think you've got you got GT2 and GT3 completely backwards.
I agree. I 100% agree.
And they said, "What do you mean?" He said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, I said a GT2 car has a ton of horsepower and not very much stick, right?" And he went, "Yeah." And I went, "A GT3 car is restricted horsepower, lots of stick, and tons of driver aids." And he went, "Yeah." And I said, GT3 should be your amateur gentleman's class, period.
Yep.
GT2 should be all pro.
Correct.
I would pay huge money to watch that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, a top flight drivers throwing those cars around.
The KTMs and the Audi R8 and all the big fire-breathing, obnoxious cars they have. Yeah.
It would be phenomenal to watch that. You know, because they are, massively overpowered, not enough grip, not enough tire, and to me that was we're talking 1990s Trans Am basically,
right?
And there was no better racing on the planet in the 90s than Trans Am. So, of course he disagreed, and that was that.
Of course, I agree with you on that. I've thought that the whole time. It's like, why did we? I understand that everybody's, GTE got too expensive. I'm like, right, but you didn't enforce the rules. It's part of the problem. Like, you kept giving everybody whatever they wanted and made the rules worthless. And nobody could ever explain to me, especially in the later days, what the difference between a GTE and a GT3 car was. That I would always get this, like, mealy-mouthed response, like, right, but you keep telling me GT3 has, quote, no rules, end quote. And it's like, oh, well, you just BOP it and whatever. I'm like, right, but we're BOPing GTE right now. Like, it's the same thing. And I think they finally figured out that I was right the whole time. Back in 08 or 09 when those cars were like genuinely supposed to be different. And I remember it was a big deal that BMW wanted to run the Z4 GT3 car in the ALMS because they didn't want to build a new GT2 car. And people were up in arms about it. I'm like, why? It doesn't matter. They already give waivers and stuff for all these rules that everybody breaks. Like, there's no reason to keep, dying on this hill. I'm like, I 100% agree that, the GT2 car should be comfortably faster, but still sketchy to drive, versus the GT3 car that's easy for the gentleman to drive. Like, that's how it should be, but we can't have nice things, apparently. GT2 really strikes me as, like, off-brand Ferrari Challenge and Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
Yeah.
Like, that's really what it is. What it is.
Exactly.
To be fair, GTE wasn't SRO, so there were two different organizations. So there was the big difference there.
Yeah.
And in the end, the cars were, they were still different, but they were similar.
Right.
But there was, the Porsches were pretty different, right, between
Correct.
the two cars, and so there's that. I do think that I agree with your point that they do make sense for more pro drivers, but I think unfortunately GT3 is so embedded in its current customer base, and we're everywhere, that it's going to be hard to convince people to swap otherwise.
Right.
Yeah.
They probably should have either changed the names also.
Or just change it straight up. Like, actually, we're going to call this one GT1. That's probably the answer, honestly. GT2 should have been called GT1.
And then they decided to have race weekends with both of them on there, and then sometimes they race against each other, and they're like so entirely different in the way they make their lap times that they should almost never be on the track together.
Correct.
Exactly.
But like, if you put LMP3s and a GT2 together, I feel like you can't tell me
they are never going to race each other. That's true. Like, that's never going to happen. Yeah. Wow. Just spitting facts up here with KBG.
I feel like
fantastic.
VP sports car is an opportunity. Like,
where else? GT2 into VP Challenge.
Yeah.
Don't give John Doonan any ideas. He's got a microphone.
I'd love to give John Doonan ideas.
Hey, let me throw out an idea.
All right.
Since we've just, that name just kissed our lips for a second. How about a spec series for only top tier platinum pro drivers, all Ferrari modificadas?
Oh, okay. All right. I'm in on that. That would be fun.
You betcha.
Is Ferrari footing the bill on that one?
Almost certainly not.
Yes.
Almost certainly not.
Yes.
You're required, if you're in Ferrari Challenge, you must run, as the gentleman driver, one car for your pro in this modificata class. And then they'll pay for it.
Yeah.
And they would.
Yes.
Well,
I mean, they could afford it.
I thought you were going to suggest bringing back showroom stock.
We're here. We did it.
These aren't that close to showroom
RJ did it. He's here. He made it happen. Yeah, BS.
Well,
we were just talking about a car that's got CarPlay in it.
The M2.
And then even the 240i's you get in like most of the dashes there.
Yeah, but they still have all the race dampers and nice suspension
You
bits.
get rid of that.
Yeah,
change that over.
Exactly. They should.
I was looking into buying an M240i when I lived in Minnesota, and the number of parts you need to get your road M240i to have all the same performance stuff as the like race car one was very small. It was a lot of money because you're buying it from BMW Motorsport or whatever, but it was like, yeah, you do the body and change the shocks, and then if you had the all-wheel drive one, it was the same transmission too. It was the 8-speed. And then you're like a tune away, and then like how much of the interior do you want to rip out? And I was like, oh, okay, I could get behind that. Didn't end up buying it. Kind of drove like garbage. The electric power steering sucks on the road car. I'll die on that hill.
One of the funniest moments ever. You mentioned showroom stock. Back in the runoffs when they were at Road Atlanta, and Boris said won showroom GT.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, Boris said showroom GT. Oh,
yeah,
go on.
And this again, showroom stock, stock GT. And he got up on the podium and inadvertently thanked his engine builder.
My engine builder, GM.
Yeah. No, it was good. They built it right there in Kentucky. It was great. We loved it.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's my other hot take. If we're talking about how we're going to change racing right now.
Yes.
I saw this take posted somewhere else, like on Reddit or whatever, and I'm just going to take it as my own because it makes a lot of sense. IndyCar should double down on what F1 is doing wrong and go, you know what? We're not going to do hybrids anymore. We're just going to do NASCAR V8s. And we'll just change the restrictor plate based on the track for, safety or whatever. And just like, yep, we're doing loud V8s. It's going to be like Champ Car, and it'll sound a lot better than F1. It'll look a lot cooler. And then, if you complain about F1 sounding like garbage, you should come watch IndyCar.
I don't know about NASCAR V8s, but I'd like high displacement or low displacement, high revving V8s.
So the reason I say NASCAR V8s is the big class that does well in Australia is Formula 5000.
Yeah, well,
and it's hand me down. Now they're smaller motors.
You said class does well. I'm pretty sure that series is dead, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Did they already kill that?
I'm pretty sure.
Damn. All right. Well, maybe not then. But the whole idea was that you're using old supercar motors in the open wheel car.
And then there's Super Formula that has a 4-cylinder, and that's it's faster than IndyCar probably.
Yeah, but that still sounds bad. That's not going to fix the problem.
Have you not heard them?
Not according to the people who want to hear V10 F1 cars.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta hit the right mark.
But I'm also fairly sure the entire IndyCar paddock doesn't feel like there should be a hybrid system in those cars anyways. So
probably. Yeah.
And I love your idea, but in terms of the sound, I kind of agree. I think that instead of having the deep throaty V8 in the back of an Indy car, is have that lower displacement, high revving V8 with the crossover pipes. That made it sound just like it's screaming, and it's still a V8. I think that'd be a really good. That's what I tried. I actually went to the IMSA people when in LMPC days, and said, "You need to." I said, "Just a little thought here." I said, I think you would do well to strike a deal with Lou Gelati Motorsports, who builds those crossover pipes, and have that be a required component on these cars.
On the K-Tech car.
Yeah, because seeing those LMPC cars go through, they were cool looking prototypes, but then they'd have that GT1, V8 roar.
Right.
And if they had that screaming high rev V8 sound to it, that would have been just so cool.
Better.
I liked the Rumble, but I'm fairly sure suggesting to IMSA that Lou Gelati should make a spec part probably didn't go over that
probably
well.
not what they're
what
they're looking to do.
Just the exhaust. The exhaust.
Hey, you know what you should do is you should call Paul Gentilozzi.
That's what he builds for GM.
Yes.
Those exhausts.
And
they sound awesome. I love them.
But IndyCar should just go to Cosworth and say, make us a 3-liter V8.
We'd like some DFVs, please.
And then
you have any of those sitting around?
Honda and Chevrolet and whoever wants can slap a badge on it. Cause it's not like those engines are that close to any road engines anyways in IndyCar.
Yeah.
Man, I kind of like that idea.
We're fixing motorsports right here.
Yep.
Get Akis on the phone. Put us in charge.
Yeah, and I got to tell you that it has become very frustrating for me to watch F1 and IndyCar and hear, like watching IndyCar qualifying this year for the 500. I was almost in tears because one they're announcing and talking about getting what's the word for when you get knocked out in IndyCar qualifying? Bumped. There's no bumping going on. It's their classic 12-6, whatever.
Bump day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well,
But,
they didn't call it bump day, did they?
When you're hearing that, they were talking about cars getting bumped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they're not bumped, But the other part of it was listening to them, now they're talking about, and he's on the boost. He's got the hybrid. And it's like, Jesus Christ, we're talking more management than driving. And the same thing in F1 right now. It's like, shouldn't there be one level, the very pinnacle of motorsports, that should be as much power and as much driver skill as we can get and let them rip? There should be one of those. Just my thought.
And that's why.
And while I'm on my pedestal, you achieve all of that by getting rid of aerodynamics. There. Okay.
We're just gonna make 600 horsepower Formula Fords.
I was say, have you talked to Have you talked to J.R. Hildebrand? He seems to be interested in doing something exactly like that.
It's gonna be Cars Tour, but for IndyCar.
Well, he wants to build a 1,300 horsepower car with tires that are wider than both front and rear combined and no aero. So.
Is he just going to call iRacing and ask for the Dallara whatever they call it design and be like, we're just going to build this?
Well, that car was built in CAD by Dallara.
I know.
They could have just made it.
They could have built it. Yeah. Well,
if somebody wanted to put up money.
IndyCar should do it. See, that's the thing. IndyCar should have the fortitude to just be like, yes, we're going to do this car.
Yep.
Maybe don't do all the movable aero and stuff.
It didn't have movable aero.
Yeah,
it just has normal.
I had DRS.
No, it was just normal.
No DRS. No
DRS.
Get rid of aero. Put on great big fat tires. Use steel rotors.
Yes.
Let the cars punch a huge frickin' hole in the air.
Yep.
So you can draft like mad. With steel rotors, you've got to brake sooner. So you open up the braking zones for better passing. And you have to get rid of a lot more speed before you get to the corner where the wrecks happen. This, to me, it's so simple. And instead, they keep dropping horsepower and adding aero. So you're just, you're forced to just go flying into these corners with so much, downforce on the car that if for some reason it suddenly goes away, it's a massive accident. And the racing sucks because you can't follow somebody.
I do think there is one problem with lots of horsepower, no aero, bad brakes, and that you can brake early, so you're not going that fast in a corner. Is what if something fails when you're at top speed though? So you're still moving at a rate of speed quite high.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that.
Yeah, and and my thought is for have a small tunnel under the car, for that stability that doesn't get too interrupted, like air over the car.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you've got stability when you're at speed and everything. But like I said, then and yes, I mean it's racing. It doesn't matter if you're in a car that's restricted to 500 horsepower. With massive aero when you get into a turn and something goes wrong, it's huge. Or if you're going 200 miles an hour down a straight and you have a problem, it's huge. It's racing.
Yeah, right.
But at least the racing would be better.
Would be better. Yep.
So
the international bus stop, the international Le Mans bus stop chicane. East
at Le Mans. Yeah.
Do you think even the IMSA staff calls it the Le Mans chicane?
The marketing staff almost certainly.
Well, but I mean race.
Race control. Yeah, no chance. Well, we probably ask Steve. See what Steve calls it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Steve calls it the bus stop.
Well, it's just like, but then there's the people at Watkins Glen that still call that the inner loop. So
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, man. What a time. At least it's not as bad as, and we talked about this yesterday. Have you ever looked at the corner names at Fuji?
oh yeah, they're just all sponsors.
They're all well, it's not even all sponsors. It's all Toyota products.
I thought there used to be like Coca-Cola.
Oh no! Now if you look it up, it's like this is the Toyota GR Corolla front stretch.
There used to be like Panasonic and Coca-Cola. And
I mean, one of them might be Panasonic because they're a Toyota,
Yeah.
acolyte, if you will. But yeah, the last time I looked, it was like all GR product name corner. Like, okay, well,
Thank you, no.
he's out. Greg's out on that.
Out of that one.
All right, so PC right now, the number 43 is 52 seconds behind. Can we check back in? Can I get a TC Klein onboard fuel update? Let's see where they're at. 34,
4%.
which means we're very close to them coming on the radio and saying we're just above a quarter tank. But we got to hear it this time. That way it sets off the cycle, as it were.
Exactly.
So PC Racing, about 50 seconds, give or take, behind TC Klein. They're going to pit here and lose the lead, probably, because they're not as far ahead as they were before. The last couple times they've done this, they've had like a lap in hand.
Yes.
Now, not so much. So they have not been getting the lucky yellows that they need for this strategy to work out because they're no longer significantly faster. They're just a bit faster. And PC Racing and Ginger Racing go much further on a tank of fuel. They are still defended against Ginger, though, who is a minute 27 behind PC. So they should come out in second place. And then PC will pit, and it'll come back to being close. But I think it's really going to depend on who they put in both cars.
Yes.
BRD is in fourth. They're another lap behind or so. And then it's the number 5 of All-Star. I think the race, Greg, is starting to get away from All-Star racing.
I think so.
It's going backwards. They're not making up enough distance that they're able to stay, we figured like a minute or two. And they're multiple laps down now. So
well,
that's...
I'm still a little bit baffled by those two pit stops pretty quick together.
Yeah.
Because it didn't seem like that happened under caution.
Right.
I could see you ducking in, okay, we're going to top off fuel. But both those looked like they were green stops, and it's cost them.
It has. Hera Flight still 7 laps ahead of the Skip Barber Racing School of GR86. It was one of my favorite Martin Haven moments, Greg, must have been like 2012 Le Mans, 2011, something like that. And it's, the middle of the night when Martin Haven's doing it mostly by himself and people come and go a little bit. Like, He gets to the end of whatever crew was going into the night, and then he gets to the beginning of the other crew, and the middle bit's just him. And it's, welcome back to Le Mans. As you can see, nothing has changed. Audi leads.
Yes. Pretty much.
Yeah. GTO 120, nothing's changed. The 120 of AE Victory, that's Supra's out in the lead. Singler Racing now just about a lap down. I think now they're on a similar sort of pit window. I don't think either of them is too off cycle, although I'm going to double check here. If anything, I think AE Victory might. No, they stopped, let's call it 10 laps ago. And then, oh, that's the wrong button. I want this one. And then Singler, I feel like, didn't stop that long ago either. Let's see. Singler also stopped a little bit longer, closer to like 12 or 13 laps ago. So they're basically on the same cycle here, the 25 and the 120, which means that this gap of, about a lap, give or take, is the real gap. And now it's going to become a question of whether Singler can catch AE Victory in the, remaining time that we've got here, about 5 hours and 45 minutes. Low Country has moved themselves up into third now.
Yeah, they're having a day.
Is it 5 hours left? Isn't it 8 hours left?
It's 8 o'clock. Or no, it is 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. Shoot, it is. Man, yeah. It is 8 hours. 7 hours, 45 left. My goodness. Oh, man. They stopped on 152. And then Low Country stopped. I think that yellow...
We're not even halfway.
No.
So.
Yeah, everybody stopped on that yellow flag window. That's what it looks like. So everybody in GTO is on more or less the same pit stop right now. Low Country's moved themselves into third. They're still, unfortunately, 4 laps off of the leaders. Singler and AE victory, which again is kind of what we saw at Thunder Hill as well, where the 120 and the 25 were running way out front, letting everybody else pick up the scraps, as it were. Wheelhouse number 91 still 8 laps down, so they've, I think, gained a lap versus where they had been before. But
did they hit somebody?
Yeah.
Let me
involved
look
in
at the
some
penalty situation here.
When they were around me on track, their front bumper was all tore up. So
Yeah.
It would
they
appear
were
that
missing a
they were
headlight.
hit and not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
Somebody picked their nose.
correct.
Oh, and now they're slurry.
Oh.
Yeah, they are going a little slow there through the kink. Is the Ford Mustang with all the bits and bobs added to it.
I was just going to say they have been running. Their last lap was a 2:04.1. Kingpin Racing a 2:11.4.
Is there I believe our front dive planes are off the GTD Nürburgring car,
Interesting.
What's going on here?
Okay.
but it is going very slow. It's like it's in limp mode or something, or maybe a flat tire.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Looks
it looks
like
like
it's
that right
almost-
front corner's down, doesn't it?
I say
Oh, there's some kind of smoke
I
coming
think
out
that's
of it.
I think that's just dust from the curb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's say it looks almost like it's a little bit low, although he's pulling over here.
He's going to pull into the cutout here, which is
Oh, boy.
the right move. And I think that's going to allow us to stay green.
Yeah, that left front. Look at that. The bodywork is just come
Yeah, it
completely
is.
apart. That 200-mile tape can only take so much.
So hopefully, it looks like there is no sign of a start stand person holding up the double yellow flag. I think we're going to stay green here.
Yeah.
Do they? You're up here and looking at that more often. Do they have shifts, or are they just?
I think it's been the same two
Two
guys.
guys?
I think it's been the same 2 guys.
They can't even get them like a shade or anything.
I guess not. I mean, it's mostly shady now because the
Yeah.
sun's starting to go behind the building here.
Yeah.
Usually, what I've seen at other tracks is they'll have like a designated brake person,
Yeah.
and the brake
Ah,
person
yeah.
goes around and gives everybody their brake.
I see.
I would imagine they're going to do that here, but maybe not. Maybe not. Daytona still uses SCCA volunteers, I believe.
Do they?
Yeah, that's part of their.
I thought IMSA / NASCAR hires all the track corner worker staff for all their tracks now, but that might just be the pro. That might just be the
that
pro
might be the
event.
pros. That might be the pro events. I am aware of a deal that I'm not sure how public it is on how the SCCA contributes workers and how that impacts things further down the line. That's pretty good for just about everybody involved. But it's play more corporate than the SCCA would
Do
like.
they deal with a certain top level Grand Prix series that needs volunteers in the U.S.
No.
3 times a year? No.
No,
Okay.
no. Money doesn't change hands exactly,
Yeah.
but the SCCA always makes sure that there are enough volunteers for Daytona. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
And I'm going to say here, having worked as a flagger with SCCA and knowing the caliber of the flagging and communication staff, you should be using SCCA workers.
I agree.
I was going to
Not
say
even close.
it is a little bit funny though, considering the history of IMSA starting because somebody got fired from the SCCA.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's true.
Well, the SCCA, I mean, they're SCCA Pro Racing.
Yes. It's separate from the actual club level.
Well, there isn't
Right.
SCCA Pro Racing anymore. That's not true. They have
Trans
F4
Am.
and
Yeah.
Trans Am.
Well,
well,
F4 is. I think they do the sanctioning body, but they don't own.
Oh, they don't own the series. I thought Trans Am was separate now too because it's part of Pirella.
Yes. But I think it's the same thing. I think they might use them as sanctioning.
Right. Greg, name and shame. Who decided to get rid of Pirelli World Challenge and sell it to the SRO? Whose idea was that? Let's put you on the spot right now.
Yeah, well, I think that's it was interesting because Scott Bove had bought it World Challenge.
Uh-huh.
Well, he didn't bought it. He became the he was the head of marketing for a while, and then and had done a decent job of that, and as a result, got promoted to be the the head of World Challenge. And there were some issues, and then but during his tenure was when they started to bring in some GT3 cars,
right,
and have them run in GT,
which I don't think was a terrible idea in and of itself.
No, I mean at the time
I think where it
was
led
exciting.
sucked, but like I'm okay with that generally.
Yeah, at the time it was kind of exciting,
right?
But then we pretty. I hate to say this, but in very short order, when more and more GT3 cars came in, basically the BOP procedure became whoever whined the loudest.
Well, isn't that most serious?
I was saying BOP.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
way.
But it was but I literally, there were teams that would show up running in GT at the top level. They didn't even have a flat floor or scales in their paddock. And if they were off in a session too much, they'd go whine at the tech people.
Oh my goodness.
And pretty soon, so they're out there actually, being competitive.
Right.
In a car that wasn't at all, running close to what it was capable of.
Right.
Because you know what I mean? It was, and then there was this, okay, are we going to BOP the car or the drivers? Or are we going to do that? And it got ridiculous. And then the overall head of SRO Global,
Stefan Rattel,
got a real, well, I can't say what I'm thinking, but a real interest in obtaining the global rights to the words World Challenge.
World Challenge, yes.
And they were already trademarked and held by World Challenge.
Right.
And so the only way he could get it was to buy the series.
Ugh.
And buy the rights to it, and then just to created the World Challenge and all that. But at every step of the way, it's just, in my opinion, it just
and then
kept
he didn't
going
even
downhill.
He didn't even use the name for anything.
No,
well, no, I
guess
guess it is
now
GT
they all
World
GT World
Challenge.
Challenge.
Yeah, it's GT.
Yeah, but there's the GT World Challenge.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is the global thing. Then there's GT World Challenge America.
Americas and GT World Challenge Asia and all that.
Why can't you just call it GT Asia Challenge or GT America Challenge?
Yeah.
Whatever.
But it just, and then of course they bought it, and then they started cutting staff.
Right.
And of particular interest to me was they started cutting. We were, the broadcasts were being done on a shoestring anyway.
Right.
And then they started taking away even more.
I was going to say, some would say they still are.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and again, I realize I'm the old nostalgia guy here. I get it. But, watching, and hey, well, first of all, let's be very honest here. GT3 cars running by themselves with equal level drivers is as boring as it gets.
Yeah, it's not.
DTM's pretty interesting, even if it is a shell.
There's nothing to it. It's because the cars are so equal. They're so aero dependent. Here we go again. So aero dependent that when you're running right behind another car, just like Formula One and IndyCar, you lose the grip on the front, the tires root, yada da da. Same stuff. So you get a bunch of really talented pro drivers in GT3 cars. You've got a parade. And I remember Andy Pilgrim saying, who was driving, the GT Cadillacs, right?
Right.
And when the series was looking at splitting, because they had gone to running GT3 and GT4 together for a few years. And they were talking about, well, we're going to start splitting them up. And Andy said, be careful what you wish for. Because
no
right
kidding.
now,
it's going to make it.
Yeah, with both GT3 and GT4, those GT4, it was actually fascinating racing.
Well, they have a different series for different GT3 cars.
Well, yeah, because they've got the 2 series, and then they've also got the TCA, TCR combined thing.
But no, they have a GT3 class that's like the longer races and the more
Right,
endurance
or
challenge,
whatever.
and then there's like another GT3 class that's not the same.
Yeah,
it's like different driver standards and all that.
Well, and they have the GT3. You know, what is it, the GT America, which is which is single. It's sprint race.
Yeah,
right.
Single driver sprint racing, which is what GT used to be.
Right.
But instead of cars that are virtually identical in terms of performance, and there's our Mustang getting hauled around. That's so sad.
Tough day for them.
Yeah, it's, you know, but so with all of that happening, you know, and then you think back to when, you know, 3R was building those Volvos,
right,
and the original Cadillac GT cars, and the Porsches, and all this, you know, that was amazing racing. You know, 50-minute sprints, phenomenal stuff. And then they came in and they started messing with everything. And I understand it was never really marketed correctly, because I think it should have been a huge, you know, to me, big back in the day. But anyway, so, you know, then all of this developed, and it's lost its luster. Let's put it that way.
I agree, 100%. I'm gonna let Cade McKee go so he can get back down to his pit stall.
Hey, Cade, thanks so much, man. It's great,
it's
great
great
chatting
to meet
with you.
Yeah, I was going to say a couple last things. I did get a message that we are actually hitting the rev limiter now in our car at the end of it straightaway. So that's fun to look forward to.
Yeah.
And your mention of are we BOPing the car or the team or the drivers, and how that seems to be evident in IMSA with the Porsches. You know, there's people that complain that the Porsches win every race, and like
they've got the best drivers
and the best team and crew. But yeah,
I remember when Cade, thank you for coming up and chat with us. I appreciate it. I remember when actually it's this Low Country team when they had come back, you know, to COTA to run with us. And there's this discussion about, like, that car needs to be figured out. We can't have cars that fast, blah, blah, blah. And the point that I made to everybody was, you know, if an M4 showed up and the drivers were Joey Hand, Bill Oberlin, nobody would complain that the balance was wrong. It would just be like, yeah, get better. You've got 3 of the best drivers in the world at driving a tube frame Chevrolet at a track that they race at professionally. Like, of course they're going to be fast. Like,
exactly.
what are we talking about?
Yeah.
I do feel a little bit, you know, just to wind up our World Challenge discussion, I do feel a little bit for teams like K-Pax or like Real Time that they're spending money to build these objectively cool cars that are awesome to look at, and they make the good noise, and they drive cool, and they're different. Yep. And you spend all this money to make the cool thing, and then they BOP the car back. And these people that showed up with the, you know, factory-built race car that aren't really doing anything with it now suddenly get to win races because they were losing.
I agree. It was terrible.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, and for what it's worth, I mean, this homologation stuff, it just stymies inspiration and invention. You know, and you know, I wouldn't have missed the World Challenge era with those K-Pax Volvos and that for anything. It was phenomenal. And, you know, did they win all the time? No. Because there was some serious competition from other teams and programs. And, you know, we were joking about Lou Gelati earlier, but, you know, Lou, when he was on in that independent LG exhaust Corvette, he was fast and he could win.
It's tough. I remember, and like, again, genuinely, I remember there being because the ALMS used to publish the BOP table.
Yep.
And so it would have everything in it. And I remember there was a 458 parentheses ESM and then 458 underneath it. And that for whatever reason, maybe because they were the title sponsor of the series, ESM and Scott Sharp got different BOP than AF Corsa and what's the American-based one, Ferrari team.
Oh, yeah.
Risi. Risi, thank you. Yep. They got different BOP than Risi and AF Corsa did, presumably because the driver's talent in that car was not the same.
And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's one of the
agree.
things that just frustrated me. And it was like, if you, so you're going to penalize, for, I'm trying to think of names, but, so you're going to penalize some of the really good gentleman drivers.
Right.
By BOPing the car based on what Johnny O'Connell can do.
Right.
That's wrong. That is so wrong in my book. And it's like, you want to play that game, then go back to rewards weight.
I think that's what they should do
there
too.
You're penalizing the driver.
Yeah.
You're BOPing the driver
or the team or what.
Whatever.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your concern, my comment to that was always, well, how about the other guys just up their game?
Right. Well, it works decently well in Super GT. They do the penalty weight in Super GT. They've also got
first mistake we've seen from our.
Oh yeah, they ran over the bus stop there.
Yeah,
I think we're getting to the end of the tires on some of these.
I think you're
cars.
absolutely.
If they
right.
haven't made a change yet, I think we're getting into that time.
We were watching an onboard a while ago while we were talking with Cade, and it was the Skip Barber car. And man, the driver, it was all arms and elbows.
Right.
And I was saying, boy, that car is all over the place. And it was, to me, I was thinking the same thing, man, it's got to be running out of tire. Because even when you think, you're in a spot where you're not that heavily loaded, it was just dancing everywhere. So.
The 25 is in the pit lane here. It's
What's
the
that?
Singular Racing BMW, the number 25, has entered the pit lane.
Okay.
We've also, I think, recently had a pit stop from TC Klein. Ooh. Got a car on the wall. Oh, we do. Oh, I think it's the NPO1 is in the wall at the International Horseshoe.
Oh, there it is.
If we still have that camera, I think my camera might be looking right at it from the other one, Dustin. Oh, well, why didn't you say something? I had gone down and fixed it. Okay. Anyway, so
sorry.
I was wondering why you weren't showing that. I should have asked sooner.
Discussion here was really
Anyway,
how professional, Greg.
So that car is in the wall. I think we're going to have a double yellow here. Yeah. Singler's going to get hosed on that, by the way. Just absolutely hammered. They just made a green flag pit stop. It's going to allow the Supra of AE Victory to come in under yellow, assuming they choose to take that opportunity, which I imagine they would.
You would think.
So that's not going to help Singler at all. 0%. And there it is. The 148 has met the tire wall. Doesn't look like a ton of damage, though. So that's
no, it didn't.
Nice.
I don't know that it even got to the wall, but it's close. A question for you guys, because I missed it. What happened to Kingpin? They were in that top 3 mix not too far off, and suddenly they're down like 6-7 laps.
I mean, Kingpin, here, let's take a look.
They looked to be having a good run.
Look at I suspect, they've got a bunch of warnings. Just going to be on pace. They've had 2 spinning continues.
Well, there it is. Right.
Those were a while ago, though. Let's see, laps. Yeah, I think it's just a pace thing.
Okay.
They've been running in kind of the 209, 210 range over the course of this last stint. I think that's also a car that's going to be running out of tire. They pitted in 310, 215, 210, 210, 210, 208, 210, 209, 211, 209, 210. Whereas your AE Victory and company are closer to the 207, 205 range routinely. So I think they're just losing some time here. And we are going to go full course yellow. I think this is a opportunity to watch some pit stops, and then we will go to a break. When we come back at 3 o'clock, if you're on the YouTube, we're going to be changing to a new broadcast because YouTube doesn't like these long live broadcasts. So once we get to about halfway, give or take, we always shut this one down and start the next one. So if you go onto WRL's YouTube page, there is already an event pending for the second half of the race. So go ahead and open that tab now. That way, when this one ends and that one picks up, we'll be good to go.
Sounds a plan.
Yeah, a little bit of a Wi-Fi issue in a couple spots down here in the pit lane. I had warned Chris about that before when I was helping with the HSR24 and I was carrying the camera for the paddock and pit lane camera. I remember I would walk by Greg, the Cadillac DPI that was being run by, I think Andre Lauderer was the driver, and then who's the... It's not Eric Lux, it's the other guy that had bought the Lotus/Renault team. And then also is, anyway, you know who I'm talking about, that like runs as a bronze driver. So it's the two of them driving the Cadillac DPI. And you walk next to the DPI car, and everything wireless that I had on me to work this setup would die instantly. And I remember standing there freaking out, and Joe Bradley is like, mate, that happens all the time. Like, that's completely normal. All the data coming off these prototypes, like, that happens to us too. Don't worry about it. I'm like, oh, okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah. I've never seen a car explode into a Jackson Pollock painting before. That was cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, God, the electronics that are coming off of these things is just insane. But there's your overall leader. Has completed its stop, and the 120 AE victory heading back out. Boy, these ladies have done just a stellar job today.
Absolutely crushed it.
Amazing.
That is the MO of this team now. Again, they started off, they mentioned it in their bio for the team, that it was a little team that could for a long time, and I think they tried to fit that square Audi R8 peg into the round WRL hole for a long time. And as soon as they got away from that, they started doing much, much better.
Yep. What does the AE stand for, do we?
I believe it's Alex and Aaron.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
It's her and her fiance, boyfriend, husband, something in that sort of range.
I love it.
Yes, partner, we'll call it.
Oh, what happened there with the number 4? They just got waved through.
So
hit the wrong pit stall.
Yeah, well, the 9 had hit the wrong pit stall too, and so I think the 4 had to go around because the 9 tried to stop in the 4's stall.
Yeah. And away we go. There's the Skippy car.
Skip Barber, the GR86 Cup car. Make its way back to the field here.
Like I said, when we were on board with that car and I was watching how hard it was to hustle it, I thought, what a great training ground for young, or old, whoever, but students that have come through Skip Barber that have shown some real proficiency to be able to get out there and race.
Yep.
With a good level of prep and safety in that team. That's very cool.
So they have just pulled the flatbed to the nose of the NPO1. I think they pushed it back a ways, or like towed it back, so they could get the flatbed in and tow it from the front. I don't think they're going to try to lift it on the flatbed. I do think they're going to flat tow it around. So it may have just gone dead stick and they decided to beach it there.
Right,
Number 5, All-Star, comes in.
Get those front wheels turned. All right, there we go.
Alrighty.
The reason I'm saying that is I have literally watched a car flip over more than once when they attached the tow strap and started to move and those wheels weren't turned and it just dug in and tips over. So, well played. There's the number 5.
We got the Porsche leaving, the number 9.
And did our Camaro, because is it in the pits again?
It is in the pit lane right now.
So they came right back in for another top up because they had stopped.
And they may be doing a driver change as well. They're definitely inside the cockpit there. Going to take some fuel. They're moving tires around. I think they're going to change a wheel as well.
Yeah.
This is a front left, it looks like they're messing with.
That's a great graphic package on the All-Star team, isn't it?
It is.
Is that Schwartz? Would that be Johan?
It would. I don't know if he's here this weekend,
yeah.
but Johann Schwartz has raced in that car before.
Okay.
I believe Johann Schwartz was intended to be elsewhere this weekend.
Ah, gotcha.
Is the nice way I can say that.
There you go.
But Johann Schwartz is the top bloke, so I'll give him a pass.
Yeah. Fast and one of the nicest guys, and his wife Karen is even nicer. So, yeah, there's that number 4. I just love the graphics on this car. You may have noticed that, but
number 4 graphics,
Kingpin.
Basically the same graphics package, if you will, and colors of my high school. And
really?
The same kind of thing, yeah. Or football uniforms were like probably the same color number of purple on that car, which I don't see very often.
No, that's sharp.
Had these helmets that were like that color purple, but with like bass boat flake in them.
Oh, wow.
And then like the purple, so this would have been like 2011, and we had Under Armour uniforms, which was like the real deal in 2011, back when Under Armour was like a cool thing.
I think we're going back to green, guys.
Sweet. I think so too. They
look to be out on that safety vehicle.
They've put the yellow flag down. There's a green flag in hand in the starter stand, but it is not over the railing yet. We're going to have the CX-9 dive down off the banking back onto pit lane. The 4 is going to get out ahead of the field here, but I think being balked by the number 9 there has set them back more than they would like.
So too.
Same with the Low Country car. They're going to get out just barely ahead. Oh, they're going to go green. I don't think Low Country is going to make it around, and frankly, I don't think the 4 is going to make it either. The 25 dives down the inside.
Yeah, and there goes the number 9 with it, ripping by the number 112 Corvette.
And the 120 there on the high side. I think the 120 content here to let him go.
I would be. Now, drop the hammer.
They should still have a lap in hand.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's where you need to be careful. Now use that extra power. There we go. Boy, these first laps after a restart, there's opportunity to make moves and the like, but it's also opportunity for things to go wrong in a hurry.
Indeed, it is.
And just again, on these restarts, low risk. Everything low risk until things settle a bit. Ooh, Almonte laying a move there on the Kingpin machine.
Yeah, that Kingpin car came out basically right in the middle of the gaggle, and the Low Country car made it out just at the tail end.
Yep. And then the Camaro right there, just middle of your shot, really got stuck, didn't they?
Yeah, a little bit hosed on there. I think trying to get just a little bit too much done under that full course yellow. Applause to the Daytona crew who are able to get the cars recovered pretty quickly. And I think catching some people out here at Daytona trying to do longer pit services and ended up having to go back to green while they're in the pit lane still trying to complete their service. We've seen that bite people a couple times, including Singler. Currently second place in GTO and the overall. PC Racing is currently in the lead of GP1. They're a little ways ahead of the TC Klein car, so I think they're... I'm going to wait for the timing to update.
Yes.
I think they're most of a lap ahead of TC Klein right now, the way the cycle has worked out here. Ginger Racing's in third, followed by the 616 of BRD, and the Split 5 Racing rounds out your top 5. The number 5 of All-Star, that BMW, they've now fallen back down into 6th place, and I believe they have a penalty. Yeah, they've got a drive-through at 1:49, it looks like.
Who is this?
The number 5 of All-Stars. That's why they lost all that time.
Yep.
They had a drive-through penalty for their pit lane infraction. The Camaro just came back to pit lane, Craig.
Oh.
So they must have been working on something and trying to get back ahead and probably deciding to come back in and check it again. Or perhaps they still hear the noise, whatever it may be.
This is going to be an interesting little scrap here.
have taken their first drive-throughs. Yep, and I talked about that, a few hours ago, where if you burn your free one too early, you got to be really careful. And sure enough, that's going to have cost All-Star, I think, a shot at the podium here.
Oh, that's a shame. And boy, I'll tell you here, this number 4 of the purple and black car, Kingpin, is gonna. They're a number of laps down on AE victory, but they're just trying to not go down yet another one.
Yep.
But that draft is a powerful thing.
That it is.
Well, they were able to fend it off here.
So I believe...
Got in hot.
There you go.
AE victory's going to slice underneath.
Right.
And they shut the door again.
It looks like Singler, of course, they'll have... They didn't go around them yet, did they? No, they didn't. So Singler behind AE Victory is trying to unlap themselves, and that will put them back on the lead lap. And so the more the 4 and the number 120 dice here, I think the better that is for the 25.
I would agree.
They're going to take the 120 the long way around the outside, and it looks like the 4 is going to give it up here.
Oh, and then they got
they do. They're going to go really deep, though. The 4 is going to have, I think, a little bit better run. I don't think it's going to matter, though, as the 120 starts to creep away. I'm just looking for the 25. Oh, it's ahead of them already. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at it backwards. So now, okay, so they're a lap down now. And they need to come all the way around to try to unlap themselves again. I think. Yes. Because AE Victory is on lap 186 and Singler's on 185. Alrighty, well, I'll tell you what, gents. Let's take an ad break here, now that we've kind of settled down after the restart. And then we'll join everybody on the other side. So we'll be going to the part 2 on the YouTube channel. Same channel, just go back into the channel, switch over to part 2, and right at 3:05, we'll call it, Eastern Time, we will pick up the broadcast again. But this will give us about 15 or 20 minutes or so to refresh and do a natural break, etc. And then we'll be right back with more racing action here from the Paul Revere 14 hours. We're about halfway through, give or take, and we're just getting excited to be here and see the end of this race as the strategies start to sort themselves out a little bit more here. So I'm Ryan West. We got Greg Kramer on the call. We got JT Tammy in about an hour and 15. He'll return as well. Dustin Allis on the controls. Got Nate and Chris doing the camera stuff. Chris down in the pit lane. Nate doing the long shots with the moving camera, usually doing the drone. Fantastic. Everybody's been doing a great job today. Very happy to be here. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you on the other side. Check back. 3:05 will be on the other channel.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.